Well, a very good morning to you all from Circuit of the Americas, just outside of Austin, Texas. This is the season finale of the 2024 World Racing League Championship season. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I'm joined this morning by Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Brendan.
I am joined by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
And Jordan Worth is on the ones and the twos this morning, but will be joining throughout the day as well. It is the final round, the 10th round of the 2024 season, and for the 9th consecutive year, we close out the year at the Circuit of the Americas, the premier permanent road racing venue in the United States. Always a fantastic weekend here. The weather this morning, notwithstanding, if you did not have Electrical Storm in December on your bingo card for the championship finale, it's okay, neither did we, but we've got the cars out on the pace lap, the formation laps. 2 of them to come this morning. Everybody out there finding the conditions and finding the grip where it is and is not, bearing in mind also we've got some fresh pavement to deal with this weekend as well. The parts of the circuit recently resurfaced that will kind of erase whatever wet weather data we had. We'll talk through the forecast and some of the other concerns this weekend. Of course, the National Championship weekend as well. But for now, I'm going to turn things over to Ryan West and JT Tammy while we set ourselves up here in the booth just across from start finish.
Thanks a bunch, Brendan. And on the subject of wet weather racing here, for any new viewers, I think I'd like to point out, after obviously people have now been watching F1, I don't think it's much of a stretch to say that we might have some F1 viewers here this morning. Indeed, the rain does have an impact on the grip on the surface. The cars are going to have to go slower. They're going to have a little bit more difficulty making those turns without sliding, things of that nature. But it's worth noting that I would imagine most cars in the field right now are on the same tire that they're going to run for the rest of the day, regardless of whether it's raining or eventually becomes dry. WRL does require the use of a 200 treadwear street tire. Now, street tire, of course, I think is kind of a interesting term to use at this point, given the development of street tires for race cars such as these. But the tires that are on there are treaded, and these are similar, if not the same, as the tires that they would use if it was dry out. So that, unfortunately, isn't much of a strategy play to be made. I am a big fan of teams being required to pull some levers, as they would say in baseball. Got to pull levers, got to push buttons to make changes and see which strategy calls end up more important. But again, not necessary here, as most of the teams, as that genetic gets a little sideways. It's a little slippery at the top of the hill here, you can see. Not really necessary here to make those changes. So we've got the GTO field currently leading everyone around in the rain. The number 123 of NFC Motorsports, they're going to be on pole position, followed by the 170 of round 3 racing. That is a Porsche 911 Cup car with the Trimtex branding. Then there's also the number 70 of round 3 racing. Another Porsche 911 Cup car appears to be in 3rd position. JT, is that a car that's going to make the grid today, or?
Yeah, they're both out there already.
They're both out there. Okay, excellent.
Yeah. So you'll see the second car in shot. That's our new black Porsche, the 170, and then the white is the Trimx sponsored number 70 we've seen all season.
Excellent. So 2 cars there, and then an additional car, an additional new car, shall I say, for round 3 racing. We'll get to that in a little bit. 4th position, number 124 NFC Motorsports. So kind of the 2 leaders in GTO right now, locking out the front 2 rows. Both teams electing to bring 2 cars here to the season finale at Circuit of the Americas. In 5th place, we have the 87 of Stoke Racing. 6th position, the number 52 of ACP with Tangerine Associates. In 7th position, the 78 of Camburn Performance Engineering. 8th position, the return of the 225 of Thunder Bunny Racing. It's been absent for the last couple races, but makes the journey out here to Texas. In 9th position, the number 2 of ACP Tangerine Associates, a BMW M4. And in 10th in GTO, the number 188 of Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing. So there are a ton of GTO cars in the field today. I'm not going to be able to talk about all of them right this second, obviously, because I've got quite the field to run through, but there are 33 cars listed, all kinds of GT4 and other miscellaneous racing cars represented here in World Racing League in the World Racing League at COTA. But we're going to take a look at our GP1 field here. Number 3 of 9-4 Motorsports, that's the Corvette, has pole position in GP1, followed by the 522 Choice Racing BMW. Then in third position, starting on the second row, the number 38 of Palomar Racing. In fourth position, the number 29, Screaming Goat Racing, and their V8-powered BMW make their return to COTA. That, of course, being a red and white car. You can just see off in the distance there. Fourth in line with the LS swap in the BMW. So a long-time entrant, usually plenty of pace in the car, but can they keep it running? Can they keep it reliable here? In fifth position, the Magic Developed 37, number 837. I believe that's a new entrant, JT. Do you know anything about that?
Not yet.
Not yet. Perfect. Well, we're about to find out, because starting fifth in GP1's no small feat. Number 352 of Warhammer Motorsport, followed by the number 392 of Harrison Motorsports. Harrison Motorsports, a longtime entrant here, this being their V8-powered E90 BMW. We just saw run through the shot there a moment ago. In eighth position, we have a longtime WRL entrant, the number 44 of PC Racing. That's going to be a white and blue BMW E46. Ninth position, we have the number 64 of Open Throttle Racing. That's going to be one of the bright green cars, helmed by Mike Gorman, of course, down there in the pit lane, keeping track of, I believe, 4 vehicles this afternoon, or this morning, rather. And then in 10th position, the number 444 of Bruce Innovations, a new team for this year with lots of existing WRL entrants in the paddock. It's a sort of an amalgamation of people who've been in other teams who have joined up with them, etc. We'll get to a little bit of that later. In GTU, of course, with the... Oh, we've got a vehicle being towed. That looks like a Miata, JT?
It's a BMW. That should be the 35 from Hunter Racing, I believe.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe we'll be able to get that car moved off the track before we get going green here. It will not surprise me if there's another pace lap here, I'm going to be honest.
We've already come past start-finish.
Yeah.
Lights still on the safety car, so the opening race of the championship finale weekend here is already off to something of a late start. And now we've got this extra pace lap as well. But in general, probably not a bad thing, given the conditions.
We want to make sure people have an opportunity to see the track fully, try to get a dry groove at least sort of worked in here. Is it actively raining right now, Brendan, or is it just having a hard time drying up?
Well, I wouldn't say it's having a hard time drying up. I think it's just about stopped raining. As I look at some of the puddles here on pit lane just across from me, I think that the challenge is more that it's been about 2 hours of a really soaking rain, lightning, thunder. I mean, the whole works for a good portion of that, and then it just kind of settled into that really steady rain, and that may just take a while to begin drying up. Bearing in mind too, when I came upstairs, the ambient temperature was just 44 degrees. So I don't think we're in for a quick dry here, even with cars circulating.
All right, well, we'll need to keep track of that as the day goes on. We've seen in the past in WRL, when we do get the rain, the dry line develops rather quickly. And again, I think that comes back to WRL using these treaded street tires on all these circuits. The dry line develops rather quickly, and you end up with a situation where it's a minor inconvenience, I would say, and you got to stay online, of course. But the overall danger, I think, goes down rather quickly, usually. But it's looking like the rain that has already fallen is probably going to be sticking around, I would say.
Yeah,
at least for some time.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, this isn't a quick dry.
Right.
And bearing in mind, too, as I mentioned earlier, we've got new pavement around various parts of this 3.4 mile layout. The front straightaway, all the way up to turn 1 down the hill. There's a big bump that used to exist right at the beginning of the S's that has been smoothed out. So, yes, you've got some older sort of aggregate pavement that's a little more abrasive and may be able to dry up a little bit more quickly. But much like we saw at Road America both of the last 2 years, that newer surface can take or can have some kind of pooling water stick around just that little bit longer. So Lots to contend with here, as you just see a little bit of lightening up in the sky off in the distance there from the turn 1 camera.
Indeed, and I'll try to slam through the remainder of this starting grid here. GTU, in first, second, and third, we have the 58, 59, and 60 Stratus Racing NPO1s, the leaders in that category. They've spent years developing that car, and it looks like people have now come out to play, and we're looking for a big GTU field, next season. But they're joined by 3 others this weekend. The number 201 of Round 3 Racing, sporting the Porsche 963 livery, which is not the livery that was leaked to me by a Round 3 Racing insider.
Yes, I was told that Brad McCall changes his mind quickly.
Yeah, that's all right. As is his prerogative. In 5th position, the number 909 of Automatic Racing, another longtime WRL entrant, making the switch from a GTO into GTU. And then in 6th position, number 247 of Heraflight Racing. So that rounds out your GTU field. 6 cars this morning. GP2 on pole position, we have the 813 of Nitro Motorsports, followed by the 41 of Rockwell Autosport Engineer, the number 151 of Kurdog Racing in 3rd, followed by the 135 of Rapscallion Motorsports in 4th position, and then the number 369 of Chattanooga Tourenwagen in 5th. I was under the impression that car was written off.
I'm not convinced it's the same car.
No,
I
believe
that makes sense.
it was under the entry list as Palomar earlier.
Yeah.
So I think
okay.
that is some nice assistance there.
Gotcha. So that might be I think that's a good call, a good decision to get those guys into one of those Palomar cars full time, or at least a car they can call their own. At least for the time being, they are currently using Palomar's trailer and hauler right now. I remember being at Barber Motorsports Park, and they were having a hard time deciding whether they should modify the trailer for their usages or not, because the agreement and arrangement to use the trailer was rather nebulous, and they wanted to add a fridge was one of the things I remember being spoken about.
The important things.
And some shelving as well. There was discussion about practicality of part storage and things like that, and just a couple things that they would change if it was their trailer, and just having some conversations about well, is there stuff we can do that's removable? We don't want to ask because they'll probably say yes, but we don't necessarily want to, So hopefully they've got that sorted, having made the trek all the way out here to Texas. Number 164.
All the way. This is close.
That's fair. Texas is a big place.
Yeah.
164 of Harrison Motorsports in 6th position. That's going to be their older car. A car that won the East Championship a couple years ago, and I think has been pretty successful in the overall championships since then. In 7th position, number 66 of Open Throttle Racing. 8th position, the number 455 of HC Autosports. 9th, the number 62 of Open Throttle. And then in 10th, the 715 of Rockwell Autosport Development. And then GP3 will bring it home here. The number 86, 3 Fast Guys in Denny, starting on the pole, followed by the number 214 of Garage 66. 3rd position, we have the 85 of AOA Racing. 4th position, we have the 55 of AOA Racing. 5th position, we have the 48 of Puka Racing. And 6th position, the final Round 3 racing car that will be circulating this afternoon. That brings them to 4 cars. They're back to being a 4-car stable at Round 3.
Keep an eye on that GP3 storyline. We haven't heard anything from RJ Till about the future of that class and what it may hold, but there is a non-zero chance that class may exist in a slightly different format next year. Again, that's just knowing that the questions are out there, the feelers are out there, and teams have been asked to participate in the future of GP3. We'll wait and see, but a little potential to make a little history here and send that class off towards a different future in 2025 here at Circuit of the Americas. You mentioned earlier in the rundown, Ryan, the GTU class, up to 6 cars this week. And it's been a minute since we've seen that many cars in GTU. And that class already on its way to some really meaningful growth. for 2025. Round 3 in with one car, automatic in with one car this weekend to go with the trio of Stratus Racing entries, and then, of course, the Heraflight entry there as well. Potential for 7 or 8 cars, maybe in that class next season, which is really, really exciting. This is just kind of a taster event for the future of GTU, which is very, very cool stuff. Not sure if we mentioned any of the other changes we see this weekend. You may notice a blue and white BMW G82, the M4 GT4. That is GTR 99, out of the Toyota Super Stables and back into the BMWs. You can have that discussion in whatever context you like. But anyway, we've moved on to bigger and better things at GTR 99, and really looking forward to see what that team and that car are capable of. I was told that Harold Pettit, quote, just preferred the BMWs.
They had sold their backup car a little while back. I had noticed that was being transacted, and so
yeah.
I don't think it's a surprise to see that going away. I think we're going to come to green here, Brendan.
We are a little out of focus here at the last corner. We'll get that sorted up here in due course. I think the Moorhead Ginetta just peeled off into the pit lane. No, it's the Camber.
No, Ginetta.
Yeah, it's a 78. The Camber Ginetta. That's from up near the top of the field into the pit lane, but we're 2x2 down the front straightaway. For the first time of asking, it's a late green flag down towards the pit out end of things, and the GTO cars, something like 30 deep, 2x2 along the grid, hatch marks up the front straightaway. The green flag waves at start finish, and in the rain, for the second to last time in 2024, we are green at Circuit of the Americas on National Championship Weekend. NFC Motorsports alongside the number 170 Round 3 Racing Porsche. The second NFC car around the outside, it'll go Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche at the front of the field. We're 4 wide out over the curbs on the exit of turn number 1. And the GTO cars with GTU and Trail will head off into the S's for the first time. As it was, looks like is that the 52 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW up into the top 5 now, out of 6th on the grid. Very, very tentative here through turns 3 through 6 for the first time.
3 wide in the 4.
Ooh, little wide for the NFC Mercedes there, out at turn number 6, maybe looking for some grip, maybe just asking too much of the tires on that car. And the 170 closes the margin through the long right-hander at turn number 8. Back on the front straightaway, the green flag waves for a second time, and our GP 1, 2, and 3 classes in a much messier formation than we just saw the Grand Touring cars head up the hill onto the brakes. Palomar is going to lead GP1. The number 3 Corvette drops a ton of spots on the start and jumps over the apex curb. I've got the Greg Creamer microphone settings left over from 2 weeks ago. Very sorry about the clipping, but we've got that sorted now.
What a sentence.
Yeah, right? And now the general production cars work through the S's for the first time. A couple of open throttle BMWs there around the back. Much, much more spread out there in the GP classes. Would you like to see that? GTR off. That's Random Vandals off. Way off. That's an overshoot, not a preferred racing line there for sure. Looks like the GTR car just dropping a couple of spots here on the opening lap. Note the timer in the upper left hand, ladies and gentlemen, as well. That is, as far as we know, correct. We did start a little bit late this morning, obviously a couple of extra pace laps thrown in there, but the checkered flag waves at 4 o'clock regardless of start time is the standard procedure. So already elapsed something like 16 and a half minutes, and 7 hours and 43 minutes remaining in the opening race of the 2024 National Championship Weekend at Circuit of the Americas. As they come back onto the front straightaway, it's now Porsche, Mercedes. The 170 leads the 70, both out of the Round 3 Racing stables, both wearing Trimtex logos. And behind them, now the number 52 has jumped up and split the 2 NFC Motorsports Mercedes.
Now, it's worth noting here, and I thought it would play a bigger role in this, but it hasn't. I don't believe those Porsches have any kind of driver aids going on, whereas the Mercedes thought to have some of the better driver aids in that GT4 field. But I think this is going to be a case, Brendan, of driving talent wins out, especially here in the rain. You also have the dynamic advantage of being in a Porsche 911 in the rain. They can get on the throttle a little bit sooner and not lose the grip that they so desperately need here in the rain. Again, worth noting, the GT4 field, for the most part, is going to have a pretty broad suite of driver aids available to them that have been developed by factory racing efforts. So pretty reasonable cars to drive in the wet, whereas in the general production fields, it's going to be your brain and your right foot are going to be doing the traction control, and many of them won't even have ABS enabled. Some do, not all.
Early pit stop for the 909 Automatic Racing. I almost said Aston Martin. It's the Sebico NP01 Evo down in the GPU class. Not a phenomenal start for that car. It's worth noting it did have an incident late on Thursday up at turn 9, which is the climbing left-hand turn that leaves the Esses and heads underneath the bridge and the long drop down into the braking zone at the turn 11 hairpin. That car is now sporting some spare body work with thanks to Stratus Racing. Right off the number 59 car with the silver and gold accenting. So a bit of patchwork bodywork on that car, but I do wonder if maybe there's a little bit of leftover, maybe some leftover damage or some issues from that incident on Thursday. They do plenty of running yesterday as well, but you never know. Sometimes those things can only make themselves apparent in less than ideal conditions. It's exactly what we've got here. Off goes the number 119, shift up now by AE Victory Audi. It's the R8 LMS GT4.
I think that's the NASCAR line through that corner, no?
I think you're right.
Barbara Austin.
Looks like the Audi going up, but maybe that is a Skip Barber.
No, in the background.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think you're right. So number 314, we hadn't really noted that as yet this weekend, but nice to see an entry from Skip Barber Racing School, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage current gen GT4 entry.
Being followed very closely by the Ford Performance Racing School. It's a battle of the schools here.
Indeed, yeah. Get some Lucas Oil action in here, and then we're really all set.
Is it Bondurant that uses the Dodge Hellcat Demons and such? Maybe that would be good. We could get them involved here.
Maybe
and they just
next year. It's a little closer
rocket away on the straights and then have a tough time everywhere else. I just want to take a look at the GP1 field here, which Jordan is already furiously looking to show us, I'm sure. Number 38 of Palomar Racing has gone into the lead of that class, followed by the number 29 of Screaming Goat. They've eked out a 3-second margin here in the rain, which is no small feat. And then the 392 of Harrison Motorsports has made its way through the field. We've seen the 392 do exceptionally well in these wet weather conditions. The drivers have to be very adept, I think, at driving in the rain. Something that they seem to be pretty excited for. They were going out and doing some drift laps at Barber when we had Friday practice, and someone's off here. I think that's one of the Bruce Innovations
the
BMWs.
4 maybe?
I think you're right. Pit caller for a different BMW. This is the Screaming Goat, number 29. What would have been, I think, a top call for a GP1 class victory this weekend at its home venue as well. 21 minutes in, trundles down the pit lane.
They've had reliability issues with that car in the past, so I'm not necessarily surprised, but I am disappointed.
Yeah. Spoken like a real dad.
Yes.
Not surprised, but disappointed. The 29, I mean, that car was detuned to run in GP1 for the sake of reliability. And unfortunately, already kind of starting behind the 8 ball here.
I mean, even traditionally reliable teams, the 44 PC Racing, at one time a front row contender in GP1 for years, having the reliability issues now as well. You see more and more teams starting to look around and decide, is this really the platform? Oh, we got another
spin
spinner.
For the 52. Yep. That was out of fourth place in GTO. It's a very odd place to spin. It was like lost it in the transition there into turn number 14, maybe hooked the curb on the inside. But you would think pretty far away from the limit there going into turn number 15, bearing in mind you got that really wide, long arc back to the apex at turn 15. Number 164 into the pit lane. That's the older Harrison car, now sporting the BRD Motorsports logo down the side. Worth noting, if you're watching or following along with live timing, you'll see a fastest lap from the number 170 of round 3 racing, a 2:41.094. The further down you go in the GTO running order, what would normally be a couple of seconds margin, we've now got some of the older gen GT4 cars and some of the more, let's say, tentative runners in GTO, as well as the GTU cars, lapping up much closer to 3 minutes. We would never, even around a 3.4 mile layout, see a 20-second margin in GTO from the fastest cars to the slowest cars. But such is the case this morning in these conditions. It really, as Ryan said, comes down much more to the driver and how confident you are leaning on whatever electronic driver's aids you've got. The quality of the aids does help. The traction control and the ABS do a fair amount of work, and the more challenging the conditions are, the easier it can be to push harder, but you've still got to get the most out of the cars. And that's going to draw these margins out in GTO up really, really quickly if it doesn't start to dry out, to the point that we may see cars, a bulk of the GTO field, potentially off the lead lap here within the first hour.
I do want to take a look at the GP2 field again here. All of these classes, every time I go through them, have been completely jumbled since the start.
Yes,
the 369 of Chattanooga Tornwagen currently leads GP2, followed by the 41 of Rockwell Autosport Development. That's a car that stayed near the front. Same with the 369. The 813 of Nitro Motorsports in 3rd position. They're 10 seconds off the lead in GP2, followed by the 66 of Open Throttle Racing, and then an old friend, the number 723 of Honda Research West. Currently holding down the top 5. Then the 151 of Kurdog, then the 168 of Open Throttle, and then in 8th position, the 722 of Honda Research West. And so, for those who aren't aware, Honda Research West, a race team made up of Honda employees, and not Honda racing employees, but rather employees that work in design, marketing, research, things like that, dealer support, etc., that get together and just have a good time preparing a race car.
Full course
go
yellow.
double yellow here.
I was just going to say, I noticed the start-finish marshal unrolling a pair of yellow flags.
Maybe contact in 12.
Yeah, 87 will be the Stoic Racing Toyota Super GT4, and an unknown car number with debris down there at turn 12. New camera for us this year. Pair of pylons there, our timing pylon on the left and the ho-ho-ho pylon a little bit further down.
Yeah, that says O-O-O. You're not going to convince me otherwise.
Fair.
I can't tell, but is that just weird runoff that we're seeing behind the catch fencing by the LED board? Or is that possibly a car over there?
I don't see, there's no reports of a car stopped.
Okay.
Over there at turn 12, or anywhere else for that matter. And you certainly wouldn't think this is related to conditions, and that the rain has more or less stopped, and we've got, it's still a very, very wet track surface, but nothing like it was when we got things underway. Ooh, first appearance of the weather radar.
The rain is departing.
So, if you followed along with the weather forecast for most of the last 10 days, as we tend to do here at DriversEye Live, today was supposed to be a pretty soaking day throughout the day. And then it became, well, it'll be some showers, but it's going to be cool, high, I think, 47. And then yesterday, Thursday and Friday, all of a sudden the forecast cleared up, and it was supposed to be overcast with a chance of a shower and a high of 49. And obviously we all woke up this morning to a little bit of rain, and then a little bit of lightning and thunder. A proper electrical storm in December, which is, of course. And now we've got this really, as we said, kind of soaking rain that settled in for most of the morning. So we've run top to bottom all kinds of weather forecasts and ended up back exactly where we started anyway. High now projected to be 51, so it does warm up a little bit on this Saturday afternoon, but very, very chilly, very, very damp out there first thing this morning.
You can see the movement of the cloud/fog overhead.
Yeah, no fog as such. It's really just the low cloud layer, I think, that's in behind that large blob of green that Jordan just showed us.
It's moving.
Am I insane, or did this race typically start at 9 o'clock on the Saturday in past years?
I'm pretty sure you're right.
Yeah, I think so. I was trying to remember if that was a specific COTA thing that we do 8 o'clock both days. Obviously, you know, there's the Peppermint Parkway to be concerned with.
That might be a scheduling compromise to avoid that. Yeah,
also concerns with daylight. Obviously, the sun sets pretty early this time of year, even in these parts, right around 5:30 or so. And but I was pretty sure that in past years we had gone to 9 o'clock, so a much earlier start than we would normally get. Ironically, you might have appreciated the extra hour given the conditions we've been working with first thing this morning, but so it goes. Been under full course yellow up at turn number 9 for a car that we don't have named. The contact at turn 12 has been updated to be the 87 and the 163.
Ooh, okay.
Which is an extra random vandals entry. Currently up there in 12th. Doesn't show a spin. It was just contact that's now listed as being under investigation. And we still don't have confirmation of what the yellow is for, unless it's to go retrieve debris up there at turn 12. But didn't we just see a flatbed go by here a minute ago? Yeah. At some point here, I'm going to have to go do a quick lap and get these cameras back in focus.
I wonder if this is possibly for the 44 PC Racing. They've gone missing on timing here.
Yeah, so we shouldn't really have any missing cars on timing, either under full course yellow or if they're noted as being in the pit lane. And obviously with the pit lane timing loop being at the start of pit lane, we should know exactly when cars are in. Not necessarily when they come out, but certainly when they're in.
Yeah, it does sound like the 44 has unfortunately had impact with the barriers.
Oh, it turns 10.
So hopefully the driver's okay.
Yeah, that won't be a small incident up there. Remember that turn 10 drop, which once I get a camera reset up there, we'll have some vision on. Remember that it's a good accelerating run down the hill underneath a pedestrian bridge, a quick left-hand kink at turn 10, and then the braking zone at 11 at the bottom of the hill. But as I said, you're picking up speed, it's damp, the road's falling away from you, so you're really, lacking grip for a variety of reasons. And, all kinds of things can happen there. Either a car can hook and go the wrong way over the curb, can loop itself around on the exit curve and catch the wall on the inside. Either way, probably upwards of 100 miles an hour there, even in a production car.
Yeah, it's usually a flat, quick left-hander, and the car gets quite light, and even in dry conditions, we've seen cars lose traction there. So in these slick conditions, it would not be surprising to see just how difficult that corner is right now.
I wonder if we have a couple of onboards from producer Jordan Worth that might get us a little bit of vision around that part of the circuit. Here we go. Yeah, there you see the flashing lights off in the distance. This is onboard the Stratus 58. That's way down there. That's almost like maybe lost it on the brakes on the way into 11, or ran it way out over the curb.
Yeah.
On the corner exit there. This was meant to be a really nice camera angle with the city of Austin downtown way off in the distance there.
You can still kind of see it.
It sort of is.
32, almost 33-minute gone in the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Circuit of the Americas National Championship weekend on DriversEye Live. Welcome along to 277 of you. If you've joined us in years past, you may have been expecting to see the stars and the cars of the NASCAR Cup Series, amongst other top-level national touring series of various origin. Last year, of course, Austin Dillon Motorsports ran not just a couple of NASCAR drivers, but Will Brown, the Supercar Series. We've kind of, not actively, but we've dropped some of those entries this year. Obviously, participation is up in general. We're 85 cars this weekend, which is within the appropriate tolerances for losing cars within the last week or so of the race. Withdrawals, cars not being ready, teams preferring to get the cars ready for 2025, whatever the case might be. But it leaves us with, rather than a national all-star cast on National Championship Weekend, it kind of leaves us with a WRL-specific all-star cast, which I am very into.
I'm glad that's the angle you took, Brendan, because I wasn't even going to mention it, because I think that the field is good enough to stand on its own. I think this is some of the best racing in the country, and I'm happy with it the way it is, you know?
Oh, yeah, no, look, I think it is, it's not just a promotional angle, it's the right angle. We see...
That's good PR.
Sure, it's... Listen, I'm a commentator, not a marketing. No, when you look at the season top to bottom, right? We've got car caps at various venues of 60, 70, 75 cars. This is one of the few times we get to really expand that number out and do a proverbial all skate and welcome really just about anybody that's run in the 2025 season out to come play, as well as a few guest entries. And okay, yes, there are a couple of notable exceptions, right? We don't see the Matt Connolly Pontiac GTOR, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, is not out there this weekend. But we've got Thunder Bunny back with the Toyota Supernova.
Heck yeah, we do.
Right. We've got GTR 99 back in a brand new car getting ready for 2025. Stoic is back with their new cars. We've got an extra entry from Random Vandals, 2 new entries from Bruce Innovations. One of them kind of replacing the BMW M4, but not directly. So it's not like we're the interest has faded, right? This is just kind of the opportunity for everybody to come out and do this one last time in 2024. Again, at what is one of the, if not the premier road racing venue in the United States. I think it's a great showcase for WRL, great showcase at COTA, and really kind of sets the stage nicely for 2025 while also closing out 2024 appropriately. Plus, Austin's a fun town. Who wouldn't be here?
Did we see who's leading GTU at the moment?
We did not.
That's right, round 3 racing Porsches
On debut.
in GTU and GTO.
On debut. With what is 15 seconds on Race Hero, which is not only indicative of a large gap under yellow, but that means there's a ton of cars between it and the number 58 in second, which is going to be a huge margin under green. I mean, relatively. It's, you're looking at under green flag conditions, potentially upwards of 25, 30 seconds. Really, really good start. I do know from having talked to a number of round 3 racing drivers on Thursday when I arrived, they're not coming into this race blind. This is not, hey, we just bought this car and we're going to shake it down here. They've done a couple of days of testing already up at Autobahn, over at Putnam Park as well. I don't remember if it was Carter Peace specifically or the whole team. The number I was given was 140 laps of Putnam Park. Which
Surely that's the whole team and not just Carter Peace.
I mean, yes, maybe, but if you're there for a day or two, you can really knock some of that out. Kind of find your footing with the car, understand its limits, get to terms with trusting the grip levels. And that's something worth noting here as well. If you've got wet weather experience, I think, well, let's take a different angle. If we were here in the dry, as we saw yesterday in qualifying, you'd expect those GTU cars, those Sebico NP01s, being lighter and having more aero at their disposal to be quicker than the GTO cars over a single lap. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday with generally around a second margin for the quickest GTU cars, particularly the Stratus Racing Trio. Quicker than the GTO cars, anyway. In the rain, you are using less of that aerodynamic grip. There is just less speed available to you, right? You can't maximize the mid-corner grip in the same way, the mid-corner speed in the same way. And if you, let's say you're round 3 racing with a little bit less experience or trust behind the wheel of an aero-based race car like those Sebico NP01s, reverting to what you know and what you're familiar with, which is mechanical grip, find the grip on a wet surface, that may tilt things a little bit more in your favor, despite not necessarily having the same level of experience with that particular car and chassis. So, for now, it's a really, really good start for that Penske Porsche Motorsports liveried Sebico NP01 on debut from round 3 racing. But the conditions are going to change through the day. Things are going to start to dry up. And that may tilt things just back in the favor of some of those cars from Stratus Racing in the future.
I think they're going to remain the favorite, because while it's cool to do 140 laps at Putnam Park, I think doing 3 seasons of this exact race series is probably better.
I mean, Stratus also has that.
Yeah.
We've also got some interesting strategy working in their favor as well, with all of those cars taking regular pit stops now. 60 is back in, I believe, for the second time under the full course. Yeah, that car's dropped a lap already, so that may be more indicative of a problem with the 60.
Battery voltage low.
You wonder. Is there a car on this grid we've been... Oh, yeah, that's right back into the paddock. I was going to say, is there a car we've been calling races for longer than the Sebico NV01?
Honda Research West.
Yeah, but it's not been the same car. Or even the same concept. When we started calling those races, I think they were still running Acuras.
Yeah, but it was the same concept, and those Acuras are effectively a Civic.
How old are the AOA MX-5s?
Fair point. I don't think they ran... Did they run at Thunderhill?
AOA, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. We saw those NPO1s on debut out of the 25 hours of Thunderhill. And one of the things I was going to make mention of is, I think we saw it one year in an absolutely abysmal set of conditions. Yes. Dealing with pretty extensive electrical issues in the rain. Oh man, we're getting the fades early today. Pretty extensive electrical issues in the rain that they chased, trying to seal things up and prevent water intrusion. That really cost them a lot of time. I think it would have been 2015, maybe 2016. And it always kind of sticks in the back of my mind when we get into these rain races that is a possibility. They're not, and it's a very modular bodywork assembly on those cars that can, if things aren't really sealed up properly, can allow water into places it's not meant to be and cause issues that a little bit harder to work with than just the odd other mechanical issue.
Now, I'm not an engineer, but I have read Prepare to Win, which apparently is like mandatory reading, even though it's all information from the 60s. Having electrical issues strikes me as a prep issue more than a car design issue. And when you've gone through a car as deeply as Stratus has with the help of Sebico, I don't think that will continue to be an issue moving forward. I mean, they've run these cars in the rain in the past, so I really don't think that's going to be an issue.
Yeah.
I don't want to say ever, obviously, because that's when stuff happens. But, that's especially with how... If you haven't read Prepare to Win, it's a fantastic book. It tells you how to set up a Lola that comes fresh off the boat from Great Britain, and basically talks about the things that you can keep and the things that you have to throw away completely. We are going to go back to green here, so I'll stop my tangential story here.
It is back to green flag racing here at Circuit of the Americas. The pace cars come down the pit lane, as has the 469 Rapscallion Mazda MX-5 and Screaming Goat Racing number 29 BMW. They will rejoin the fray here. However, up at the front, Round 3 Racing makes good its escape with the number 170. So too does the sister car, the red, white, and blue number 70, with an open throttle BMW between itself and the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, I believe number 123. I refresh my live timing screen here. It is 123 leading the 124. Through the S's again for the first time at speed in around about 20 minutes or so. We were under the full course yellow. Mostly single file here. And bear in mind here, the leader is working through turns 7 and 8 there up at the far end of the S's. We still have cars coming through the final corner. Just about some contact there and a big slide from one of the NC Mazda MX-5s there on corner exit. I think it's at 47.
Is it the gray you were looking at?
Yeah.
So that, yeah, 48. Buka Racing, the MB.
Freaking NC, but I'll take your word for it. With what I believe was the Toyota Supra of Thunder Bunny Racing, number 225 around the outside.
BMW.
There's your GTU leader, Round 3 Racing. About halfway through the pack, at number 201. When they came across start-finish, the gap from 201 to 58, 13.9 seconds. Now, as we mentioned, that 58 has been into the pit lane right at the start of the full course yellow. So you get a couple of cars off, including what I think is the Camburn. Is that the Camburn Janetta? Or is that Moorhead Speedworks?
So that actually might be Moorhead, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Moorhead. We've got 2 Janettas here this weekend. They're both plain white with just stickers on them. Not ideal. Good to see that Moorhead Speedworks Janetta back for the first time, I think, since Road Atlanta.
Yep.
That car ended the race inverted on the Saturday after a mechanical failure through the S's. Exactly the worst possible part of the track. Sent it into the tire barrier and just very gently up and over. Driver was okay, but it took him a little while to get the car completely rebuilt. And then just in time for Sebring, one of the drivers with that team had a family emergency and the car had to be withdrawn. But the Janetta G56 with the LS engine in the front, V8, still kind of a little bit of cognitive dissonance. I'm so used to the Ford V6 note from the Janetta G55 that the big grunt of the Chevrolet V8 as it runs way deep into turn 1 at the top of the hill is just still a little odd to me. But it is a really, really quick car, and as we said, with kind of an all-star cast here of WRL competitors throughout the season, it's good to have them back and good to see them competing at the very front of the field again.
Looks like damage dangling off the back end of what looks like the Supra. Coming as it was coming through 1 here a second ago.
Which Supra was that? Would that have been Stoic or?
It was hard to tell.
It
looks white and blue, so yeah, it's being reported as 87.
Yep. I think just the second race for that car as well, having had pretty substantial shunt up at Road America in conditions not very dissimilar to this, actually. Up at turn number 5, that car was written off, replaced. Brand new livery for that car. We saw it out at, I think it was out at Sebring. Really, really nice looking car, well prepared, and good start this morning, although that damage dangling off the back. If it looks like it's going to come loose, that car may be asked to come into the pit lane and either have it resecured or taken off entirely if it can't wait for the first pit stop. The trouble is going to be here. That first pit stop, we're 47 minutes in, but have only completed 12 laps. So we may not see pit stops here for even the GTO runners for, bearing in mind a typical fuel window here, probably in the range of 26, 28 laps. We're not even halfway there yet. Such has been the pace of the race in both the rain and under the full course yellow. So expect some longer stints today, and particularly for that number 87, if that rear bumper starts to come loose,
Wow.
we may end up cutting the stint a little bit short. It's one of the random Vandals BMWs out over the painted exit curb there. Very little grip out there, I'd have to imagine.
What, you mean with the paint and the wet?
Yeah.
JT, is that an NB or is that just a really early in C?
It's an MB.
All right.
Yeah, C? I thought it was an NC too.
Now I can see it. Yeah, it is.
It's an MB.
It had that, you know,
Who
the
are
oval...
we to question JT's Mazda MX-5 expertise?
It's an NB1 too, so let's go.
Oh, that is a loose bumper cover on the 87. I just noticed that as it came by. Now that we're back at speed, that Stoic Racing Supra is, I think, has been the victim of some contact there a little earlier on. And indeed, we did see that in the race control log, the number 163 and the 87. You would have thought that the 87 might have been at fault there. Although the 163, it is a GTO car. Of course, it's that Random Vandals entry.
So here's the
Extra
thing.
Random Vandals car.
That contact happened just before our full course yellow. I think this recent damage has been since we've gone back to green.
Interesting.
This may have been the Supra that we saw going into, what was it, turn 7, turn 8, where they went pretty wide.
You may be right. Yeah, we'll have to wait. I mean, we'll piece things together as we get information in the race control log regarding penalties and the like. If it goes the way of the 163, or penalty goes the way of the 163, I think there's a chance that that will have been the source of the damage for the 87. But kind of just wait for those details. Hello, if you're joining us trackside, or if you are with us on YouTube, happy to have you along for National Championship weekend at COTA. 7 hours, 10 minutes remaining. We're something like 50 minutes in. It's not entirely accurate because we did start a little bit late, but nevertheless, our timer starts at 8 a.m. and it will reach its conclusion at 4 p.m. regardless of when we actually got going. Oh, that's a very odd off in the background there for the Speed Syndicate. Number 68 Aston Martin. Thank you, JT. Car looks very nervous under acceleration into turn 13. Very, very nervous in the front end.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers adjust their driver aids in the cars. In this case, you know, it looks like maybe they've reduced the TC a bit more just to try to get out of the corner. But if you're not careful with that, you're definitely going to look quite nervous.
So, I am going to leave you to this gentleman for the time being. And now that we've got much better light in the sky, I'm going to go refocus some of these cameras and just do a quick tour, get our turn 11 camera back up as well. And hopefully be back with you here in about 20 minutes or so. Hope is that it's drying out a little bit down there. And I'm not going to go cool myself down beyond repair here. Looks very, very cold outside, I have to tell you. But yeah, right.
In the Northeast?
Yeah, I mean, it's different. I don't know what it is. You come here, you come to Texas, you tell yourself it's going to be a nice, very pleasant weekend. And it really has been. Thursday was quite nice. Yesterday was a little chilly because the wind was up a little bit. But this morning, just the soaking rain, the dampness, the high humidity, and the low temps are just... Makes me happy to be up here for most of the day rather than down in the garages, down in the pit lane. But yeah, we're all in this together. So I'll leave you to Ryan West and JT Tammy, Jordan Worth as well, and we'll rejoin you here in a little while.
Jordan Worth's doing a fantastic job manipulating the buttons and levers. Jordan's got levers, I'm sure, right? That's got to be a thing that he has. Pulleys, yeah, there you go.
Across the line this time by the 41 of Rockwell has taken the lead in GP2 from the 369 of Chattanooga Touring Wagon. A little bit further behind, the Honda Research West are going nose to tail, third and fourth, respectively, class.
They're making their way through the field rather quickly, and it's worth noting that with their experience at Thunderhill, they're used to the rain and kind of garbage conditions and just steadily working their way through the field. Maybe not necessarily having the ultimate pace, but just being consistent. They both set their best lap last lap. Probably finally in some open air. Having got around the number 66 of Open Throttle Racing. The 41 of Rockwell Autosport Development back up into first position, followed by the 369. The 369 had worked out quite a gap before the full course yellow. I imagine that's got something to do with it, but the drivers in that car were reasonably rapid. We've got a spin. Looks like that would have been the Harrison Motorsports BMW, one of the cars that I touted as being great in the rain, having just spun the car around. So maybe a little bit too overzealous on the throttle there.
The 392, so that was your second place. Still is second place, because there goes the Corvette in third in GP1.
So losing a little bit of time there to the number 38 of Palomar Racing. I'll be honest, JT, the Palomar car probably more the style of car I'd want to run in GP1 in these kinds of conditions at this sort of track. A little bit more aerodynamic, bigger wing, but less power and less weight. Able to get that thing stopped a little bit more effectively, and then able to get going probably a little bit more rapidly as well, not having to worry about spinning the wheels on exit. Not so much, anyway.
A little nervous on entry for Nitro Motorsports there, coming into turn 13. They're currently running 6th in GP2. That's the entry with the Toro twins, the two 14-year-olds, I believe.
Mm. Just looking through, going to take a look at the GP3 field here. Still three fast guys in Denny at the front, the number 86.
Yeah, by about 40-some seconds.
Yeah.
They're doing what they normally do at COTA.
That'll happen. Denny Stripling, of course, a stout Beck Racer Ford driver. Does some of the national touring stuff with the SCCA. The implication there being, I think, that if Denny is the slow one, then the other three are just absolutely lightning. And that appears to be accurate here. From the GTO field, still the 170 followed by the 70. Then the 123, the 290, and the 124. So that 124 car still down in 5th position for NSC Motorsports. But the championship winning car, the 123, in 3rd position. Been an excellent battle between the 70 of Round 3 Racing and the 123 throughout the season here. I was going to say, it looks like the rain has resumed just in time for Brendan to go out there and reset some cameras, so that'll be fun for him. Wonder if he can hear me around the track. That would be excellent. Sure he'll be pleased?
I believe we are on the PA, so yes.
Excellent. Good. As he makes the long walk, getting out of his Nissan Rogue Sport down to wherever the cameras are placed. Take a look at the backstretch camera here.
All that traffic. Oh!
There's a whoa.
When the Rapskillion MX-5's getting all the sideways.
I think everybody wise to clear out of the way. Ooh, they're going to go 3 wide there.
I think that's the 469. That car's starting just slightly late today.
I think everything's going to be okay, but going into that right-hander, I think people are going to try to take it 3 wide again. I'd love a camera on the outside of that apex over there. Kind of in the, I think there's like basically the same position that the NASCAR camera would be. Kind of over there. I think one there would be lovely. Of course, limited on cameras this time of year. Having got all the way to the end of the season, much like the cars, we're running out of equipment. Really trying to just keep what we have going here.
Yeah, and rain definitely helps.
Oh, a little bit of a slidey boy there again. Yeah, you can really see the attitude if you just pick out one of these GTO cars and how they exit the corner, and it's generally pretty stable and pretty tight. And then you've got the sort of GP field cars either going through the corner very slowly and getting on the throttle quite tentatively, or indeed coming on the exit and sliding a lot. You can just see the car reacting in a completely different way. Unfortunately, JT, I don't think I'll ever be able to recreate my Toyota Sienna lap time because the current gen Sienna does not have as much power as the old one. Having now switched to a 4-cylinder with a hybrid versus the mighty 3.5 V6. I heard you can go through the S's pretty fast.
It looks like the Moorhead Janetta has got around the 123 NFC Mercedes 4th, in GTO going by that shot there.
Top 3 would be a great result here for Moorhead Speedworks on their return WRL, especially in that car. It is indeed raining again, and I dare say the clouds have darkened as well. Of course, the Austin skyline in the background there, right next to where it says turn 12. Just clicking under 7 hours remaining of WRL action here this weekend, or not this weekend, on Saturday, with another 8 hours tomorrow. Is it 8 or is it 7 tomorrow, JT?
I believe it's 7 tomorrow.
7, okay.
Yeah, same start time. I think we just ended an hour earlier.
Giving everyone a chance to return home. I believe TLM will be the team with the longest tow here. Having to return all the way to near Miami. I've, of course, visited the TLM shop many a time.
Ooh. Another spin and continue for the 455 HC Autosport in GP2. Unfortunately, that car is having a bit of a tough time at the moment. I believe that is their third or fourth spin. Not only have to fight the other cars in class, but also the conditions, and I think the conditions are kind of winning at the moment. Ooh, Rockwell and AOA go side by side here into turn 8.
Does Rockwell still run in Michelin Pilot Challenge, JT?
I can't remember.
I don't remember either, but I think it's cool that we have... Like, it's one thing to have Rain of Vandals, for example, who runs an SRO GT4 program. They bring their cars here. That's fantastic. Don't want to take anything away from that. Brilliant. Love it. What's cool is Rockwell, who run a completely different car, a completely different type of series, then running this much, much slower car. One that doesn't really have anything to do with their other program in this series. I think that's really awesome that they've taken it upon themselves to sort of develop, I think, that Porsche to run rather decent here in the West. Wow, that's two cars running wide. That's the Ginetta as well as the AOA MX-5.
Yeah, that is, I believe, the 55. Oh, and it gets passed right there by the 48 from Buka Racing, so it's lost a position in GP3 from that.
I'm being told that Connor Zillage will be making an appearance in the Rockwell car.
Okay, in the 41.
Yeah.
I'd also, I don't think they still do, but AOA used to run a Audi RS3 in the Pilot Challenge series as well.
Yep.
Oh, that is...
Wow, that's the Lupe Tortilla car.
Unfortunately, yeah, the trying to pass traffic at the same time, but the issue was the sister Rockwell car on the far outside did not know that they were going to be going 3 wide there. So that's unfortunate awareness there. Everything gets squeezed up for the corner of 13.
Of course, last time Lupe Tortilla was here at COTA, they were doing a Fiesta Fajitas promotion. That was their big push. Let's see. Currently, they are pushing the watermelon mint margarita, as well as the orange cranberry margarita for the holidays. Their current marketing angle.
I'd try that first one.
The orange cranberry margarita, it looks to be like frozen, like it's a slushy thing. That looks pretty good. The watermelon mint, I have had watermelon and mint together before. I don't know if tequila is the flavor that I would have picked to accompany that. They also have a pumpkin spice flan being promoted. So that I would try that. That sounds pretty good. So Lupe Tortilla, of course. Catering is available as well. Pumpkin spice pancakes during weekend brunch, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So unfortunately, nobody in the paddock will be able to take advantage of that this weekend, because the race will still be going on during brunch time. But perhaps next weekend, if you want to stay in Austin for a week and then check out Lupe Tortilla, give them their 30 seconds of promotional appearance.
Quick GP2 update. The 41 still leads over the 369, about 2-second gap. The 722 from Honda Research West did get by the sister car for third. That's now about a 7-second difference at the moment.
They're still gaining, by the way. They're still setting faster and faster lap times, even though the rain has picked up.
Correct. That is the quicker car of the two at the moment. And then the top 5 is rounded out with the 66 open throttle.
Another thing to note about that Honda Research West effort this weekend, rain is what they'd prefer in a front-wheel drive car.
Yeah.
It's going to keep those front tires a little bit cooler and then also allow them to get the power down a little bit earlier than most of the rear-wheel drive runners. Rockwell, of course, the other team that dynamically is at a little bit of an advantage in the rain. Their mid-engined Porsche Boxster.
GP1, it's still Palomar at the front, also a 2-second gap over the 392 from Harrison. The 64 open throttle, further 19 seconds back in third. having gone around the number 3, 94 Motorsports. And then H2 Autosport, the 189, about 2 seconds behind the Corvette in 5th.
The 392 having closed up to within 2 seconds now of the leader in GP1, I think shows that without that spin, they'd probably be in the lead. And I also think shows the amount of pace that car has when it is on the island here.
Yes, it's at the moment in this this green flag stint since the full course yellow, it has been running a little bit quicker here these past 3 laps. GP3, it's still the 86, 3 fast guys and Denny. They're Scion FRS leading. Now the 48 from Kuka, the NB we were talking about earlier, is up to 2nd. We're having the 55 from AOA Racing pit. That's gonna, I believe, promote the number 11 from Rapscallion up into 3rd. It's the white and blue MX-5 that's out there, I believe. Kind of like a chill-out-ish livery, as we've previously seen.
Yes. 201 of round 3 racing still in the lead in GTU, a 30-second gap over the Stratus number 58. Stratus now down to 2 horses this weekend, or I mean for today at least. I imagine we'll see the 60 tomorrow.
We might even see it again later today. It's still quite early.
Certainly not in the top 5.
I wouldn't rule that out yet.
I guess we'll see.
Unfortunately, only one of the Ford Performance Racing School Mustangs out there at the moment. The 92 has not yet started the race. Wonder if they've had issues or if they've just elected to run only the 91 today. '91 currently 17th in class. Just a little bit behind the 111 from Bruce Innovations, which is their new Mustang.
Yep.
I'm sure we'll be talking about that a bit more today. That is the previous generation Mustang GT4.
Run in conjunction with Montgomery Motorsports. Sort of.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know the 24 definitely is in GP1.
I thought both of them were.
Could be, yeah.
I'm willing to be corrected on that, of course. If you'd like to open the books and show me the specifics on how that corporation is structured, the gentlemen at Montgomery Motorsports are the people to talk to about that, for sure.
So yeah, the front GTO is still the 170 over the 70, still within a second of each other. They've got about a 16-second gap over the 290 from Moorhead, and then the 2 Mercedes from NFC, 4th and 5th. A little bit further down the GTO field, the 289X sits 10th. And then behind it, you have the Lupe Tortilla and the 74 from AOA Racing. Those BMWs directly behind. Moving up the field here. Yeah, Harrison has closed that gap in GP1 half second last time across the line. HQ Autosport also a half second behind the Corvette that last time through. Hard to tell, but that might have been the 444 from Roost Innovations catching up to the 352 of Warhammer Motorsport.
I think so.
GP1. I believe it's a white E46 from Warhammer. Also a little bit further up, good fight between the 24 and the Porsche from Fifth Gear Motorsports, the 550.
And here we are on board the number 189 of HQ Autosports. I just wanted to stick with this onboard a little bit and see the experience of driving one of these cars around in the rain. This HQ Autosports car, I think, pretty representative of what most of the general production field is going to be doing with regards to it being a BMW, especially an E46.
Kerdog Toyota. Directly ahead is now the number 3 from 94 Motorsports.
Yep. And so this is the 5th position runner in GP1. So this car ahead, the Corvette, is 4 positions, so he's going to start trying to chase him down. As you would imagine, a Corvette is going to have a little bit more leg on the straights. But in the wet weather conditions, I imagine a little bit more twitchy and a little bit less neutral than you would want in the sort of sweepers. Although race fans will know that Corvette, a very famous name in endurance racing, a car that gets along just fine on some of France's finest public roads.
Yeah, it's a bummer we don't see more of them, because it's been quite clear that 94 Motorsports has been quite quick in the number 3 Corvette.
Yeah.
And we've had these questions about all the BMW parts issues and what's going to be the replacement car. It's like the C5's been here this whole time.
I do think that the parts availability on the C5, while let's call it similar. Ooh, that Ginetta just finding a little bit of a space there on the inside. That's something you got to watch out for as a GP entrant as well, is GTO cars needing their spaces and trying to make their way through the field. I think that's the Camburn car. And you can see here just losing some time, having to stay away from the GTO car and then also down here through the SS. Anyway, JT, I think the C5 parts almost certainly more expensive to purchase.
Are they?
Yeah, you can get BMW parts for like nothing. Now, the ones that you want obviously are not necessarily super cheap, but if you've got a stable full of cars, you end up finding out which aftermarket and third-party parts work and which ones don't. And I think the market for a racing Corvette is not nearly the same. Most of the Corvette aftermarket is focused on cool exhaust and chrome, from what I've seen. I think a little bit less selection in genuine performance parts.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that, but all right.
No? All right. I mean,
No.
We can certainly take a look.
Yeah, places like Gelati Motorsports have made a lot of money doing actual performance parts.
But how the problem, JT, is the volume, and that's what ultimately dictates the cost.
There's quite
and
a
there's
few.
substantially more E46s being raced than there are Corvettes.
Yes, but I would also say that is a car that has seen a lot more heavy usage in their lifetime.
Fortunately, Rock Auto makes a tool for this exact thing that I'm talking about, which I will consult.
As James Candelario does note in chat, yeah, there's a lot of performance parts available. And as also pointing out, yep, SCCA and NASA, there are lots of Corvettes running.
Fair enough. He's the person to talk to about that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've never really understood why we don't see a lot of them in WRL.
There's got to be a reason.
Palomar pitting from the lead in GP1. That is, I mean, yeah, we are, hour 18 minutes into the race.
Oh, they don't have that feature anymore. That's too bad. For OE adjacent parts, at least, you could type in on Rock Auto, you could put in the car that you were talking about, and it would compare all of the parts prices by category and give you an estimated cost of ownership based on category repairs, etc. But they don't have that tool anymore.
Looks like Stoic and Camber Performance have also made it to the pit lane.
So James notes that there's NASA and the SCCA have tons of Corvettes. Does that indicate that they're not reliable for endurance racing? Question mark.
I'm not sure.
Those are both predominantly sprint things. Or is it that the run costs are really high and that's the only way that it makes sense to do it? Because in endurance racing, you're spending a lot of money?
I think that just might also be a bit more of the drivers that generally would be racing Corvettes. It's a bit more situated there. Oh, has the 555. Oh no, the hair of light.
No! Not a soul. That could have been quite awful there. I'm glad people were able to get their way around.
Yeah, unfortunately, the M01 is lightweight enough that unfortunately there's a couple times where once that car gets going around, it can be a bit difficult to save. We saw two M01s on the reconnaissance lap before the start of the race spin. I believe one of them was the Hair of Flight, the other was your class leader, the 201 from Round 3 Racing. Since then, we've seen some of the other cars in the class. The 909 has had at least one spin and continue. So that is a lot of fun to drive that car, but definitely a handful in these conditions.
I'm still waiting for us to get the budget to where we can do somebody takes us around for a lap or we drive the car for a lap. That's like a whole bit. And it's like a 2-minute thing in the middle of the race. And hopefully get to compare those. Wow, big old slide there. I think that was one of the Rapscallion cars, right?
Yeah, that was a 469 by the looks of it. And it's been doing that a few times on the entry to this final corner here. I don't know if if it has like a lot of front brake where they're just letting off the brake and the car rotates instantly. Here's the sister car, the 135 coming through the shot here, the red nose. Both of those cars featuring a brand new Sunoco livery on the cars, according to Brendan.
James Candelaria indicates it's difficult to service some of the parts. You have to take the torque tube down to do a clutch. Makes sense. For the Corvette, rather. Are you doing more than one clutch per season? In any car in WRL? I would be sort of surprised if that was the case. Maybe in a Corvette where it's quite powerful, I guess. But that's... Well... I suppose if you have an issue mid-race, then yeah, that would be problematic.
In between races, you might be doing maintenance just to...
Yeah, but is the clutch part of the maintenance?
Not sure.
The things that I have heard directly from teams that they service between races are the fluids.
Fluids, brake, your normal stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and like ball joints. Some of them do like ball joints every weekend, like control arm, stuff like that. But I've never heard like the clutch being a thing that gets done a lot. But again, I would imagine that's a serviceability thing, just generally speaking. We've got another new shot here.
This is turn 11.
So this scaffolding in the background, JT, is that grandstands, or is there like signage there? Usually, what is that? Or is that part of the peppermint forest or whatever it's called?
I think that is for the Grand Prix weekend stands.
It's stands. Okay. All right.
Not sure. Haven't come here for a Grand Prix yet.
Nor have I. And I think my opportunity to come to Texas for a Grand Prix has faded. I think that's no longer in play, thanks to Netflix.
Seems like possibly a long stop for the Palomar car.
Yeah,
Seems like they've dropped all the way down to 15th in class.
they had taken to the pit lane a few laps ago, and yeah, haven't seen them return.
Maybe that was unscheduled.
Chris in the chat says that turn 11, those are all the F1 grandstands.
All right, nice. Going back to GP1, it has been very interesting to watch the 505 from Go Racing. That's a orange Honda Civic Type R that's out there. Starting at the back of the GP1 field today, I believe, and in fact, I think the entire production field. They may have late to the grid. I'm not sure, but they started at the back today. They've worked their way up to 6th in class.
Is that another Thunderhill refugee?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. It's been so long.
I went last year. As I've mentioned before, I went last year to help put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, unfortunately,
There it is.
yep, going through shot there. Not the best run event.
I mean, who's to say?
That would normally be the same weekend as this event.
Yep, indeed.
And there's a good reason why we have it here instead.
Correct. I would say that, well, the people on site running the event, as far as the racing, as far as I was aware, did a good job. I think it was people in the periphery doing the sort of marketing and PR and media management that could have been better, maybe. But I'll leave that to Brendan. He can talk about that as much as he wants. I'm sure he'll want to eulogize the race, given that it has not returned this year. Where we got our start just brings a tear to my eye.
Best laps for the top 4 in GP2 this past time by. That is interesting.
Yeah, it's still quite wet out there. It hasn't really... Like, there's a bit of a drier line, but it looks like we're still getting the spray off the cars. Everybody's sliding coming down the hill there.
It is wild to me seeing what number is that? That is the I think the
Six.
No,
Boss
it's
all seats?
the 168 from Open Throttle Racing.
Oh.
It's the only open throttle BMW that is not entirely green.
Ah.
It's got a grade those, but then it has quite a few other colors as you work your way up towards the back of the car.
Right.
It keeps throwing me off.
I do wish they would bring back their one race only custom trunk, which was made of cardboard.
Hey, if it works, it works.
It did.
As we see one of the Mustangs coming in, white over blue. I want to say that is the Carnation Racing Mustang in GP2. Coming in from 14th. I believe that is a new to WRL entry. Got quite a few of them this weekend, which is excellent to see. It's not the only Mustang we have in general production this weekend, because we do have a Flying Horse back this weekend, running in GP1. Yeah, 641.
So Jordan points out the thing in the background, which I believe is a inflatable Christmas figure of some kind.
Octopus.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you specifically what it is, but it is a Christmas. The left side thing is a stack of presents, for sure.
The front of the field, the 170 has pulled out a 5-second gap over the 70. I think we may be getting close to pit stop time here in GTO.
I think we're looking at some fueling going on.
Is this the Thunder Bunny Supra? No, that car is still out on track.
Excellent. It's a cool helmet. I just instinctively tried to click on the picture-in-picture to see if I could get it zoomed in. Of course, that didn't work because this is that's not what this is. Is this a Porsche? I'm just trying to look at the back window and see kind of what we're... Oh, they're going to go to the paddock, whatever it is.
Oh, no.
Is this the Carnation Racing? No, it's not a Mustang. That was not a Mustang interior. Let's see. It's not the off-leash. Not the Stratus 60. Not PC Racing. Wasn't open throttle.
Ooh. Cross the line, the 52
Yeah,
and the 255 battling for 6th. Believe that going to the favor of the 52 from Tangerine Associates.
Jordan, might this be a good opportunity to run an ad here? kind of reset things for a moment. Let's do it. Let's make the ad happen. We'll be right back for some more racing action here at Circuit of the Americas.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back.
I had a good segue, Brendan.
Was it the smart choice in tires?
No, but it was going to be a segue into your thing.
Oh.
Using the smart choice. Anyway, go ahead.
Sure. Welcome back to Circuit of the Americas, DriversEye Live. The World Racing League National Championship Weekend, the 2024 season finale. It is many things. This fine, if slightly damp and chilly weekend. We here at DriversEye Live wear many hats and many shirts and coats, and I can say that at the moment I am wearing a DriversEye Live polo. But we do also represent the World Racing League and the WRL as an organization with what we do here at DriversEye Live. And just would like to make a point of clarification. Many of you are familiar with our history at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, which all bar last year, I think, was run on this particular weekend. We had some experiences out there as DEL. Some were very positive, and we had a great run of a few years there. But ultimately, that time came to a close, and we found ourselves at home here with the World Racing League. And it is a sad and slightly disappointing thing to have seen the 25 Hours of Thunderhill, which was for so long the pinnacle of North American amateur endurance racing, kind of go by the wayside this year. And despite our experiences over the years out at the 25 hour, WRL has their own way of doing things, and whatever was said earlier as members of DEL based on our past experiences does not necessarily reflect the position of World Racing League Inc. as an organization. Obviously, we have learned many things over the years. WRL has learned many things over the years about the way to run endurance races and the way to structure an organization. And I think it's fair to say that now WRL kind of stands in that position as the foremost, as certainly based on this weekend and the national championship event over the years. The leader. Oh, that's a backwards BMW. The leader of what is North American endurance sports car racing, and that certainly is now our experience at DriversEye Live. But just a quick point of clarification there. Happy to be with WRL as members of DriversEye Live, and happy to be a part of this national championship weekend now for the 7th time.
I think that may have been the 837 Magic Develop 37 BMW. I think, because I believe they are a white, red, and black E36 M3. So that Go Racing orange Civic out there has moved up to 3rd in GP1, getting around the 189 HQ Autosport. And the 522 Choice Racing, both those cars just about a second behind.
That was the 89X at the top of the hill a moment ago, just trying to find its way into the mix, having exited the pit lane. Brendan, you were just out and about. How was the weather? All right, Brendan's doing something else right now. That's fine. The weather does look pretty awful, but I was wondering if he could give us an idea of the coldness or windiness or lack thereof. It does look a little windy. You can see the flag off to the right, just above the grandstands there, just starting to pull a little bit, and a little bit more difficult for those flags to be pulled, given that they're soaking wet, I would imagine. And so that one, the Texas flag, vigorously blowing in the wind there. So it does seem to be rather windy. We just saw, I believe that's the 123 getting a little bit sideways there, as those cars now run nose to tail. I believe as a result of the Ginetta making its way to the pit lane at one point. That's the 290. So now we're now back to a round 3 racing 1-2, and then a NFC Motorsports 3-4. NFC, of course, the subject of a glorious battle at the end of last season here at Search of the Americas, going toe-to-toe with a NASCAR driver in a NASCAR car. NASCAR car. It wasn't even really that. It's like a late model Fury tube frame thing. It's not even really a NASCAR. But quite an exciting battle at the end of the race last year. There is indeed some weather. I would say the rain has gotten harder than it was earlier. It's just continued to slam down here. But it seems like the weather forecast here, a bit of a moving target. The Austin skyline has disappeared from our view here at the top of the Turn 1 hill. Jordan showing us the sort of the weather blob image, and it looks like we should be getting clearer here, but it looks like we've just picked up a little pocket, a little cell. And there's a larger one a little bit to the southwest, which should miss us to the south, but we may catch a smidge of that on its way by. Just going to take a look through here. James Calabria says in the chat that the Sentinel CPUs, that's the camera unit of choice for several teams in the paddock, the CPU temp is 43 degrees centigrade, which it should be 50 or higher when it's 70 degrees ambient. So, oh, somebody running way wide up there. Looks like a BMW.
Maybe HQ Autosport, I can't tell.
So it is getting more and more slippy out here is what we're starting to see. So plenty cold, as it would appear. And indeed, that is the 189 of HQ Autosports. Again, you can see the rev counter at the top of the dashboard display there. You can see how slowly the revs are changing, taking it very, very easy here in the rain. Be going through this corner right here. Usually you'd be on throttle a lot more, maybe coast through a little bit of it so you can keep the line, but just very tentative, making sure you can keep the car turned and not going to slide it in a low grip situation. Can't even quite get to full throttle on that short chute down to the final turn before we return to the front stretch here. There's going to be a little bit of a service interruption as the cell network drops out between the big metal grandstands. But it should get better as they travel up the hill here and prepare for this left turn into turn 1. Just brushing the brake here, using less than 50% of that brake pedal on the run into the corner. Stays off the curb wisely. Can't quite get back to full throttle again. So just, again, having to show you being very, very gentle with the car. Even a car that's, relatively light and has, in the neighborhood of 200 to 280 horsepower, you've got to be pretty careful to not spin up the rears and end up in a spin or a slide. And I imagine that having just recently gone off, the driver here will be even more determined to keep the car on the island, as it were. Just coming up on a GP3 car, so this will show the speed difference in the wet. Usually a car that would have been dispatched quickly, but now working through just a little bit more slowly. And we've got a full course yellow here again. So this should freeze the racing action. Now, it is worth noting that this is on a bit of a delay to what the actual on-track positions are.
And there it is. You see it
yeah, it just came up. Yeah. So that should have been a clean pass, I reckon.
Yes.
It's worth noting, by the way, I actually met with Matthew from HQ Autosport yesterday. Go ahead.
Something drivers left backwards on the back straight possibly, and you can see also from the shot the spun leader in GTU.
Yeah, 201. Is he spinning the rear tires there, or is that just reflection? Anyway, I was going to mention about HQ, the full course yellow display on the dash. They actually managed to pull the Flagtronics data through the can onto the dash.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I noticed
they have
that
a
as
full
well.
screen display. Yeah, really, really nice. As we transition into this full course yellow period, can I welcome our first guest of the weekend?
Sure thing.
So, you may recall, dear viewer and listener, and also Ryan and JT, back at Sebring, I watched the automatic racing Aston Martin go past with a big Embry-Riddle sticker on the rear wheel arches.
Yep.
Caught me completely off guard, saw the sticker, and never followed up, as is my wont. Somebody fortunately did, and that somebody is Nico Villanueva, who's popped up to say hello to us here at DriversEye Live. Nico, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, of course.
So the first thing you asked me when you came up is somebody here mentioned something about mentioned something about Embry-Riddle on the broadcast. So that was me. You and I exchanged some pleasantries and some excitement about my alma mater, your current educator, the educator of 5 mines up in Daytona Beach, Florida. And we now have a lot to talk about. I'm going to start not with Embry-Riddle first, because there are other questions I'd like answered. First, you are in the 909 this weekend, automatic racing.
Yes, I'm
formerly in Aston Martin, which has already tripped me up once this weekend. Now the Sebaco NP01. Mm-hmm. You've obviously spanned both cars now over the last couple of weekends. How are you individually and you as a team finding that transition over to the Sebaco?
So, over to the Sebaco, I think the experience has been honestly way more smooth than I thought, right? Okay. I thought it would be working with the weight transfer from one car and then kind of into, basically what is a giant go-kart at this point.
Yeah.
Would be a lot more difficult, but the transition over to that car is actually pretty easy, really safe, and I think the biggest thing we're actually able to rely on, especially on this track, is the aero, right? In most of these corners, you're just completely flat out and you're stuck to the ground with no issues. And I think, some of my past experiences also help with that, right? And coming into a lighter car and also starting out in karts, it's a huge, it helped me out a lot, basically, just to jump into something to this level. But such a great car, and I think it's a lot easier to maneuver than most people think.
I believe that. We've seen that car in various stages of development, but Sebaco obviously now owns the rights to the car, the design of the car. They've evolved it over the years. Now is the Sebaco NP01 Evo, upgraded aero. We were kind of mentioning earlier on in the race that when you're wringing the neck out of that car, you're trying to make the most out of all the aero grip, right?
Right.
Conditions at the moment obviously don't allow for that, and it seems to be kind of hindering the car's pace. Even the Stratus guys and girls that have been running 3 cars all season long are kind of struggling for pace at the moment. Is that just because you really can't use the aero grip that the car has in the rain, or is there a particular quirk of how that car handles in wet conditions? Kind of what are we looking at there with the NP01?
So specifically, there's actually multiple factors that kind of incorporate into that. So the temperature out right now, you could probably feel it. It is cold. Yeah. It is really cold. I thought it would come down here to Texas and be a little warmer, but
right, we all did.
Yeah, so that's a huge factor right now, because the car is it's not too light, but it's light, right? So to get temperature in the tires, to get that grip, and the aero is one factor, but I don't think that's like the deciding factor. Okay. I think it's a whole factor of you want to get heat in the tires, and getting into the sidewall, trying to weave around the rain is kind of difficult, number one. And number two, you're dealing with these cold temperatures, and with such a light car, you need to push it harder and harder, but you can't push it harder and harder because of that limited grip, right? So in that sense, I think that, yeah, it's a huge drop just because of the rain and the cold, right? I feel like we would be able to use some aero if it was just some rain, right?
Yeah.
But I think putting into that cold factor just kind of seals the deal of adding some extra seconds.
Do you anticipate that coming back towards the GTU cars? If it dries up, we're supposed to be kind of through the rainy portion of the race by now, but obviously the rain has just picked up again, a little bit of visibility drop as well. Do you expect the car's handling to improve as things start to dry up relative to the GTO cars, or do you think that's just kind of your lot today given the temperatures?
Absolutely. I think as soon as we get a dry line going around here, I think it's going to really ease up the GTU car, just because with that dry line, we're able to push harder and harder and get that temp in the tire. I think we have to start with the temp in the tire, and then we can kind of unload onto the aero and stuff like that.
It all
right?
snowballs.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually start to push the car.
So I think it's starting with a tire temp and then moving from there and being able to weave around and kind of pushing the car harder and harder into the brake zones.
So we'll move away from the GTU. Oh, actually, no, we do have one more thing to tie up. The car was in the pit lane very early on. First, second lap.
Yes.
Once we got underway. Facing an issue or?
No, just a small issue. The accelerator pedal was stuck and coming back slowly. So
it's not a small issue.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, the reason I call it a small issue is because we got it in, we got it fixed, we're back up, right?
Gotcha.
So that's we move past these things and we move forward.
Some pit stops from the race leader for one, the number 170 round 3 racing Porsche, now joining you guys in the GTU class, kind of growing for 2025, which is really exciting. Meanwhile, the field continues around underneath the full course yellow. Now to what we were talking about off air, the Embry-Riddle tie-in, right? That is obviously Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, Daytona Beach, Florida, particularly the Daytona Beach campus. I am an alumnus, which is why they caught the sticker. Back at Sebring, you were nice enough to come up and say hello and kind of introduce yourself. You have started the very, very early beginnings of a motorsports-related program over at Embry-Riddle.
Yes.
You've got the hardest part underway, which is approval for use of the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University logo, and it's all smooth sailing. It's obviously not. It's a lot of work. And I'm going to allow you to just, in your own words, describe the program, describe what the process is like, and what you hope to achieve over at Riddle.
Right. So I kind of want to begin by saying a lot of people don't know, but Embry-Riddle offers a motorsports-specific engineering degree. It's called Mechanical Engineering High Performance Vehicles, right? And all these, and I think it's right, because you have the speedway right there. I mean, from my dorm room window, I can look at the speedway and see the cars, right? So a lot of people go to Embry-Riddle, wanting to get into motorsport, but we all know how hard it is to actually get into the sport, right? You have the people you need to know, you have the money you need to fund, you have it's hard to get into, but once you're into the motorsports world, it's incredible, right? And everyone takes care of you. I mean, and I want to say thank you to the WRL paddock, because they've been taking care of me, more than anyone. So, and a lot of these students don't have the facilities to make those connections. So people kept asking me, hey, how do you get out to these racing weekends? I started posting on social media. They're like, how do you do it? And I was like, well, through Automatic Racing, right? I met David Russell, the owner of Automatic Racing, amazing guy. And he kind of took me under his wing and showed me around what motorsports really is, right? And I thank Automatic Racing for that. Everyone on the team, they work incredibly hard. They're the best team I've ever worked with. They're awesome, right? And so when I never really had an answer for them saying, hey, I kind of met him and he kind of took me under his wing. But, I took it upon myself and say, hey, why don't I help students get into motorsports, right? So what I did was I created a 3-part to this program, right? So there's one part which is obviously the engineering side. So what you have is 2 or 3 engineers working on the car, getting the experience of motorsport, maybe not specifically getting their hands dirty on the car, but being around the paddock I think is more valuable, right? Yeah. So just getting to experience people, seeing how the world functions, seeing how it moves, because the motorsports world is really, really fast, right? And if you get dumped into it for your first job, it's kind of difficult. So kind of getting them introduced to the world of motorsports and giving them that experience, right? And then you have the second factor, which is the business part of our program, right? Racing is run with sponsors and business, right? The whole thing. So you have our business part of the program, which they go out and they find sponsors to cover the car. And not only that, but they can successfully market on a platform, for example, like WRL, and then hopefully, we can scale it up to a larger scale, right? So now we have the sponsor being marketed through the business program at Embry-Riddle, and then we have also the engineers working on the car, and then you have myself as a driver. So, and then you have this whole ecosystem being able to work well and efficiently, right? And you're just rotating in these engineers, giving them the experience, right? And I think what's most valuable when they're on the paddock is they get to meet the people, right? Because when you work hard, people will see.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
When you just put it, I mean, as long as you're cleaning something or you're putting it, I mean, you could sweep the floors as your life depends on it, right? They'll see that, right? I mean, I started sweeping the floors. I mean, I was cleaning trailer wheels. I remember the first week, right? So I think that is when people come here and they show hard work, people will see that, and people will realize, wow, we need this guy on the team. Why? Because not only do those hard people make the team more efficiently, it makes the car faster, right?
Of course, yeah. So everybody starts somewhere, right? Everybody's motor races. It's always somebody's first, right? Obviously, the interest in national and international motorsports has grown over the years. Popularity of Formula One in the United States has increased, and I think overall, or I hope overall, that drives more people to understand motorsports as its own ecosystem, right? It's not just F1 at the top or WEC at the top if you're into sports cars. It's not just the marketing arm of NASCAR, the promotional arm of NASCAR. It trickles all the way down to what we do here in the World Racing League and series at tiers even below that, sprint racing, endurance racing, whatever. But there are always opportunities to get into motorsports, as you rightly pointed out earlier, if they can be funded, right? And whether you can always volunteer, but you still got to pay your travel, lodging, whatever. Exactly. I started, my introduction down at Riddle was going over to the Speedway, driving down to Sebring to volunteer as a quarter marshal, right? And eventually that cascades, and you start making connections, and you get to know people. We were actually just talking about, our past as DriversEye Live out of the 25 Hours of Thunderhill, and how that, turned to WRL, turned to SCCA, and now all the series that we cover as well. But it takes that kind of nudge or that shove or that opportunity to get in and to meet the right people. I've run into David a couple of times. He's obviously a fantastic guy. Automatic has been around for ages at various levels of the sport, now to include WRL. Well, having included WRL for a long time, but now with the GTU car as well. I think it's super what you're doing down there, Earl. It's easy for people to find on their own if they want, but that nudge, that shove, and a little bit of funding can go a long way to doing that. And I actually, really excited to hear what's going on down there and all the work you're doing. Is there an opportunity for people to be involved or contribute from afar if this is something that they'd like to participate in?
Yes. So we are always looking for people to support our program, always, right? This is this is a new program we're still starting. We had our first event, our first program run event, the engineers and the business students there at Sebring, right?
Okay.
So, and it ran amazing, right?
Sure.
I think it was all good.
What was that like? What is an event where you combine all those things and put them all in a racetrack? What does that look and feel like? Yeah,
so I think what it's like is we have our engineers kind of meet the team first, kind of get a spec of what the car looks like, how a team is run, right? You kind of bring them like several hours before everyone, and I kind of walk them through what is motorsports, basically, of like how it is functioned, right? Because we're starting at the bottom level,
sure.
And then introduce them team, they get assigned roles, and at the end of the day, they get into a flow. The engineers just get into a flow of working on things and being able to be around the team, right? And I think that's another factor, right? You have to be one with the team, right? You need just a well-oiled machine to work well, right? And then on the business side, they're walking around not only taking media of the cars and interviewing myself or the other drivers, but they're networking within the paddock. I mean, I think this paddock alone is so just well-rounded. There's so many people here that are great to talk to support this program, right? So that's what they do, right? We're always trying to grow this program to the next level, right? And the weekend ran, flawlessly in my opinion, right? So I think definitely we could level up to a new thing, right? And start people at WRL and then take them to where they want to go, whether that's an engineer in F1, engineer in WEC or IMSA, right? And take them there.
There are driving opportunities there as well, or is it more focused in on the business and engineering aspect?
So on the business and engineering aspect is what we kind of focus on, just because Embry-Riddle, that's what they offer, right? They offer the engineering motorsports program for people to be race engineers, to be strategists, right? And even in the aeronautics side at Embry-Riddle, I mean, especially in F1 and WEC, they have so much aero development.
Yeah.
So a lot of the motorsports enthusiasts take these, extracurricular aero classes to kind of help them do development.
Oh, nice.
And even here in WRL, you have like the aero development on the Civico.
Yeah.
And which is, Stratus does a really good job with that. And in the aero development for the GTO cars.
Sorry, spun Supra down there at the exit of 15. It carried on anyway.
Yeah. The even the aero. I mean, you saw on the Aston, we had significant aero development on that, right? So I think incorporating the aeronautics side, which you don't realize the aero is super important.
Oh yeah.
And into motorsports, it factors in that, right?
So it's actually funny you mentioned WEC and aero development. We had a discussion either at Watkins Glen in October or Sebring last month about the state of top-level sports car racing. And, I mean, back in the day, 15 years ago, it was race-by-race development, annual development, right? Yes, okay, maybe the car and the chassis were the same, but it didn't look exactly the same as it did a couple of races prior, right? The idea was open development, an open platform for engineers, either on the mechanical side or the aerodynamic side, to make race cars go as quickly as possible. Obviously, we call it the GT3ification of prototypes. Right, you lock the cars into a specific homologation. The Le Mans specific kits are gone, and for a period of 5 years, these cars keep costs down, meant to look and drive the same.
Right.
I find that disappointing as somebody who always loved that aspect of it, right? The search of pace, the search of faster. Obviously, you have to spend money in order to do that at that level when you're trying to gain hundredths or tenths, but okay, that's racing. WRL is still an open formula, particularly in GTO and GTU, where there is no penalty for pushing farther. The aero formula itself is open. That Aston Martin looked nothing like the GT4 Aston Martin that started, right?
Yeah.
And this is one of the few places where you can go endurance racing and develop to your heart's content. If you can, I mean, within the power to weight number is specific, but the aero development, the overall mechanical development is generally very open outside of the engine. I think it's a phenomenal platform for you guys, not just as students, but as actual engineers, to really kind of get your hands dirty and play, right? See what works, what doesn't, and to see real payoff for that research and that effort, which is very, very cool. Does the program, is there a website or something that you guys have set up, or social media or anything that people can kind of follow along with what you guys are doing?
Yeah, so we have our social media. It's Villa_Racing_Motorsports.
Okay.
So we're on Instagram. You can go give us a follow there. We're putting up our website, soon.
Okay.
So we can follow there. And in there, if you have anything to help support our program, or if you're even interested in finding out more about us, right? We have all our contact information on there. You're able to talk to me personally, to our business team, and how they market a brand, and you're able to talk to our engineering team as well of what they're involved in, how they can develop the car, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, all our contact information is on there. Villa Racing and we call it the Professional Motorsports Development Program is still a growing program, right? And I feel like we can elevate this to some extent where we don't have to limit everyone, right? We have to let the world of motorsports open, right? Because without letting people in and letting people, work, it's gonna die. I mean, as much as it, it's great and it's big, it's huge. We want to keep it growing, right? Because the more the motorsports grows, the more racing we have, the faster cars we get, the closer racing we get, right? So I think, we can grow this.
Yeah.
Right?
It's racing has long been about not just caring about yourself, but trying to bring the next generation in, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very passionate thing that we all are a part of, and you want that network to grow. Obviously, you guys are kind of that next generation, but it's really, really cool to see you actively providing those opportunities for your contemporaries and setting it up for the future as well.
Exactly.
You guys are doing a fantastic job down there.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you this weekend.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure we'll see you back in 2025. And Villa_racing_development, correct?
Villa_racing_motorsports.
Under motorsports. Got
Yes.
it. Go check them out on Instagram and social media. We're going to go back to green. Nico, I'm going to let you go back be with the team. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, of course.
And
Thank you so much for
best of
having me.
luck.
Appreciate it.
Back to green as the 505 of Go Racing leads us into turn 1 here, followed by Bruce Innovations and I believe 89X Motorsports. As Flying Fur goes a little wide in one, rejoins safely though. Very good pass on the outside there from Screaming Goat, going around several of the GTOs, bogging down on the inside there.
Did we catch the contact, the 3-wide contact and slide at the final corner as we were coming back to green there?
Did not.
Yeah, it was on the feed. It was something. I don't know who all was involved, but I was just kind of turning Nico loose there. And somebody decided to kind of send it coming back to green there. Very, very awkward moment up into turn number 20. The rain definitely picked up there while we were in the full course yellow. And unfortunately, not that there was a whole lot of temperature in the track, but there was a decently comfortable, let's say, line without any pooling or any obvious reflection to it. That's now completely gone. The track is pretty sopping now.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers really hold on to this as we're going to go deep to the inside here for NFC into turn 11.
Yeah.
And there's that Screaming Goat car again on the outside there with quite a bit more grip.
I mean, that is and has always been a really, really quick car as the Ginetta of Moorhead, yep, 290.
Oh no, again.
Flight.
That's the second time they've done that in a big gaggle of traffic.
Looks like Nitro avoids. Hera continues and doesn't look worse for the wear, so quite lucky there. That's unfortunately second time for Hera. They've spun directly in front of other cars.
It's worth noting as well. I think it'd be right for a driver change at this point in proceedings. And if we are changing over drivers, this is really, really tense stuff, right? You're out in the conditions for the first time. The conditions are actively changing, and we're actively changing there under the full course yellow, and you've got 70-something cars all kind of bottled up around you there, nobody understanding exactly where the grip is at the moment. It's
that's
really,
a really,
really tough.
Really good point to make, because some of these teams you're running, your 4 drivers, so basically 2-hour stints. Well, we've just finished the first 2 hours, so now you're most likely to put in a new driver during this full course yellow.
Not sure if we've caught up on penalties, but one dished out to the GTR 99 for incidental contact at turn 11. That is most unlike the GTR folks. Pit stop 4, Screaming Goat. That is not the first time. Looked to be up to pace out on track, as JT mentioned, round the outside up at turn 11, but then directly back into the pit lane.
So, real.
Oh, yeah, there is a car being towed away under a local yellow. Drivers left in the middle of the S's there. Car stop driver, it's the 38.
Palomar.
Yeah.
So they had a what I thought was an early pit stop. It might not have been, but they had come in from the lead and lost a bit of time in the pits, tumbling down the order. That had promoted Harrison to the lead in GP1, which currently leads by about 20 seconds over NFC. But
a lot of time in the pits, actually, JT. They're
several laps,
14 laps down. Yeah, 45 minutes gone. And actually, it looks like that was their outlap. They had tripped timing at 45 minutes and obviously believed that the issue had been taken care of, or were sending it out as something of a shakedown lap, and did not make it all the way back around.
Important note, GP2 is currently being led by the 722 Honda Research West, which has not pit. Oh, off the leash is quite slow here.
Oh,
Drivers
yep.
left. It's going to be coming to a stop. It looked like it may have had a limp going on. They've reset the car and seems to be accelerating normally here.
Yeah, you can see the headlights turn off and back on. The daylights, the running lights stayed on that car. Quick reset, and as JT mentions, back underway there. You wonder if it's an electrical issue. Obviously, in conditions like this, I didn't catch it until it was basically stopped and splashing through puddles there over the red paint. But it's been reasonably up to pace. Top 15 run at the moment back there in P15. As a matter of fact, it'll lose a handful of spots now as a result of that stoppage. But it looks like it's it stopped again at 11B, so somewhere on the back straightaway there. Not sure if we have that on our back straight camera. Yeah, there it is. Woohoo! Look at the visibility on the back straightaway. Some of that is spray being thrown up at the camera, but that is. When was the last time we saw conditions like this sustained? I mean, are we going back to Road America?
Road Atlanta?
Yeah, it wasn't really sustained, though. And we spent a good portion of that race under a red flag as well because of the lightning. Yeah, we did see it there at the end of Road Atlanta, but not really like this.
Yeah.
Sunday at Road America, once it started, it was basically this all day. One of the joys
there too.
Ah, that's right. I remember many things from that weekend, but you were boots on the ground up there.
It was.
Mr. West.
This would be number pack.
Boots would have been nice. Actually, it was tennis shoes on the ground.
Do you not wear boots when you go to the track?
Brendan, I can't wear boots on the plane because my feet are too big and they wouldn't fit into the thing.
Yeah, you don't.
And then they take up an enormous amount of space in my bag.
Yeah, that's a fair point. If you fly Southwest, you get 2 bags free. You just pack the bigger bag.
It also takes me about 12 days to get to where I'm going.
Yeah, that's fair. You can't get there from here.
Yeah.
Other airlines are available.
Indeed they are. Southwest isn't even cheap anyway.
No.
Anyway, I was actively rooting for the JetBlue Spirit merger.
Sure.
And my hope was that Spirit would just become JetBlue, and then I would probably have used that everywhere I went.
Fair. Well,
Spirit's
listen.
nice because you can just jump from the plane.
Consider your priorities and that bag situation. Oh, there's Ligier again.
You can do it.
Let me tell you, I switched to boots only about midway through last season, quarter of the way through last season, really, and have not regretted it. It is now a priority, an absolute requirement. Especially at the photo gate, going up the hill into turn number 1, which in the center is about a 4-inch deep pond at the moment. 201 back into the pit lane.
I'm just picturing you jumping in the pond.
I wouldn't. do that. I don't want any parts of that.
You can go for a swim with the bathing lady.
What? Oh, at Barber.
At Barber, yeah.
Yeah. Good thing you clarified that, because I was trying to figure out what you were talking about here.
Layla, it's not what you think.
No. Layla is familiar with the bathing lady at Barber. It is one of the most horrifying racetrack sculptures I've ever seen.
The Skip Barber Aston just coming out of turn 18 there for lock.
Thank you to everybody who has joined us this fine Saturday morning or afternoon, depending on where you are, over on YouTube. I think we've peaked higher than maybe we ever have at the moment. So,
Nice.
Yep.
It's the rain, man.
Peaked in life, peaked on YouTube. It really is. We don't get these days very often where it feels like everybody is not out for themselves, but kind of in this together. And the conditions at the moment, we're all just really kind of tiptoeing around each other and really trying to make sure everybody can get home as the Janetta there slides wide up at the top of the hill at turn number 1. I am Brendan Kesmerick, joined by Ryan West and JT Tammy. JT will skip off a little bit later this afternoon to do some sim racing or something. Jordan Worth is on the ones and the twos, who will not be skipping off to do some sim racing or something. Jordan, how was Warren Park last night? Or was it Pocono?
Oh, you mean the Orange Park Pocono layout?
Yeah, is that what that is?
Well, that's what I call it because it's like Pocono, except if you added 2 chicanes to 2 of the straightaways.
That's what Pocono needs, actually.
Yeah.
Higher barrier chicanes.
It's a blast.
Yeah. F4s?
Yep.
Is that what it was? Huh.
Best car in iRacing.
You know, I don't know F4. I own the USF 2000, but they have rain tires on the F4 yet? All right. Well,
We are going back to full course
yes,
yellow.
we are.
Unfortunately, turn 13 sounds like a car has been in the wall.
13's an interesting spot there. The automatic Sepico and P01 into the pit lane. I don't know if this is an issue or if this is in response to the full course yellow. Makes the gentle left-hand turn into its pit stall up at the far end of the pit lane. We have that car on camera at turn 13, Jordan?
Cars coming to the stop here, exit of, or entry of turn 2, going driver's left. There's also a little bit of debris just left at the curb as well.
Great point. Right there at the corner entry, JT.
Is that the... No, that's not the Mustang. What is that?
I was going to say maybe Harrison. Oh, Impact Car 91. It is a Mustang. Very well picked up, JT. Holy cow. I wonder if it's been in the wall there, driver's left. Maybe spun up their rear tires on the exit curb or tried to pinch the car off of the curb, and it looped the car into the Armco there on the left-hand side. Because, I mean, we could put 2 and 2 together and make either 4 or 5 here, but the debris... I don't know if Jordan said that. Did you say that on mic, Jordan? Okay, yeah. Jordan also points out a little bit of guardrail realignment over there underneath the sponsorship gantry, and I think I would concur.
So, yeah, we've had it sounds like it's the 166 in turn 13, and then it's the 91 we've seen here stopped on track.
Can we pull up camera 10, Jordan, and see if maybe we can see that car in the background, the number 166? Where it's come to rest. There, well, you can see the truck anyway. The pair of flashing lights. Well, we're going to get an up-close and personal view here with the car on the flat toe.
So 166 should be RX Racing, a new entry to WRL, running a Porsche Boxster in GP2, I believe.
Yeah, that car is in the sort of the Porsche 917 red, yellow, and blue livery, but adapted for Boxster purposes. It's actually pitted just right underneath where I'm standing here, between TC Klein and Skip Barber Racing School. Does anybody here have a good handle on the flow of the race at the moment?
No, there isn't one. It's survival mode.
Okay, thank you. I figured I was just kind of out in the weeds on my own here because I was out doing camera stuff. other than the fact that the contenders have stayed the contenders for the most part, it's difficult to see anything that's happening being of consequence, right? Pit stops under full course yellow. Is it mattering? Oh, well, we're pulling 40 away, so that's not the 166.
Correct.
That's why there's two trucks there. One was for the 40, the other's for the 166. Got it.
Yeah, because we know the 66 is here mid-corner.
Got it.
Or
Okay.
the 166, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it's just very difficult to piece out what is mattering at the moment until we start to get some sustained green flag running. The standings are kind of just the standings, right? The NFC Motorsports Mercedes have been in the top 10 all day. The two round 3 racing Porsche 991 Cups, excuse me. Moorhead Ginetta has worked its way up into the top 5. The 52's been there most of the day. Yeah, very. This feels very start-stop. Very. Like we're all just doing laps, as you said, just survival, right? Oh, TC, is that the TC Klein BMW they're pulling to the inside? No, it's an open throttle BMW. V8s, I think. On board the Rapscallion BV135.
If it has a red nose, then yes.
It's the RP1. I would love to hear from somebody at Rapscallion Motorsports describe the RP1 to us. As I understand it, it's just kind of a jacked up Mazda MX-5. I read on the website, or on Instagram, I think, lowered floor pan and paddle shift. But I don't know if more went into it than just that.
Yeah, because their website for the RPs just says coming soon.
Yeah! I mean, it probably was up until this weekend, but now we see it in all its glory, and I gotta be honest, it just looks like an NC. But there's obviously way more under the hood than that.
I want to play a variation on a game that I play with my boomer relatives.
Okay.
Brendan, who is LZ in this car? Who do you think that is?
My first guess was Adam LZ.
Oh, you do know who Adam LZ is?
Yeah, well, we did Hyperfest last year, remember?
Oh, that's right.
So I
Got
know
it.
that all of these people exist, and I recognize their names, but I don't know much about them.
Fair enough.
Although, I will say, to continue the Embry-Riddle trend, some years ago, about the time I left Embry-Riddle, they had a sponsored female driver by the name of Colette Davis. I don't know if she's still relevant in anything. I think she may do some drifting, but I also believe that she is dating Adam LZ.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did she not run in this?
Maybe once.
So, Adam...
No. Sorry, JT. You know what? I think she ran one of the Brian Herta Hyundais a couple years ago with, Taylor Hagler.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole crowd.
Right.
I think she was in one of those cars. Anyway. Doesn't much circuit racing anymore. As you were. JT.
So Cody had posted in chat earlier, it's Adam LZ and TJ Hunt in the 135.
I gotta be honest, I am not familiar with Adam LZ's circuit racing game. Like wheel-to-wheel prowess. So...
You know, the podcast I hosted actually interviewed Colette Davis at one point.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
We were on the Global Rallycross, approved media list.
Huh.
Yeah.
Stefano Coletti Davis. The visibility out of the 58 here.
Andrew Comrie Picard.
That one escapes me.
Is it rallycross driver? Anyway.
Oh, it's Adam in the car right now. Cool.
So the 722 pits from the lead in GP2, they had not pit during the previous full course yellow, which is why they assumed the lead there. They have now pitted. Unfortunately, the 723, the sister car, has been having issues. It's been in either the pits or the paddock for a little bit here. 41 gets promoted back to the lead in GP2. The 66 from Open Throttle has done an excellent job with their fuel strategy, managing to make it to the pit stop of the previous full course yellow, which did promote them up into third at the time, now second.
The pit lane exit has been closed. They're holding cars at the end of the pit lane.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder if there's a pit timing loop issue.
No, I suspect not, because the pit loop is here at the front end.
Oh, okay.
It's not a stalled car, is it?
No, the red light is on. I wonder if we have... I wonder if we're approaching a determination of the conditions at the moment here that we're struggling to maintain grip under yellow. It doesn't look that bad.
Yeah,
And the
dark,
visibility,
though.
if anything,
I was
I
gonna
think-
say, yeah, it's dark and foggy.
So, yeah, but why would you do red light on pit lane?
Because what you do is you stack the cars in the pit lane at the far end, and then the
Gotcha.
safety car in the queue comes in behind. We've seen this before under our quiet hour red flags at other events,
That's true,
where
yeah.
they'll stack at the end, then the pace car, and then the field, and then when the cars get released, the front cars at the very pit exit end of things circulate all the way around to catch the back of the queue. I don't have any information here confirming that either direction. Just received a couple of texts that say lightning in the area.
Yeah.
It is a red flag. Wow. Listen. If I had to put money down on there being a lightning red flag in December at Circuit of the Americas, not a chance. Not a chance.
Would you have used your $10 free bet for first-time subscribers for that? Like 10 of your own dollars, that's fine. But would you have used the promotional $10 for that?
It depends on what the odds were, but probably not.
All right.
I would have taken Army in the AAC championship game last night.
How about Montana State with an undefeated?
How about your Bobcats, man?
Let's go.
How about it?
Fantastic.
You went to the Montana State UC Davis game this
I
year,
did,
you know?
and
How was
they
that?
did their best, just like Cal did against Miami, to throw that game away, and unfortunately just couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, Cal succeeded.
Cal did succeed. in a big
Montana
way.
State did not.
Well, also, Cal had the disadvantage of, one, the referees don't like them, and two, spearing and targeting is allowed in the ACC, apparently.
Yeah, indeed.
So, no such...
other athletic conferences are available.
And they're all better.
Looking at you, Big Sky.
Yeah, you may be onto something with the tricky conditions. The 722 spun under full course yellow here.
Yeah.
That's a front wheel drive car.
That's incredible.
I mean, all it takes is a lift at exactly the wrong point,
Yeah.
and that car is backwards. Now, the problem is you could normally recover it by just punching the throttle, but not under yellow.
Right.
Under yellow, you kind of just got to let the car go around. So the Ford Mustang safety car leads our field into the pit lane.
Which is a convertible too, isn't it?
It is.
It is.
That is a choice this weekend.
Well, again,
'Cause-
they obviously didn't put any money on there being a lightning delay in December at COTA either.
Because
That may have been all that was available. The last time I went to COTA, there was no rental cars.
That's true.
really,
Lightning delay. Wow, that is emphatic.
Now, the only thing that would make it better is if it could blink. If it could blink while it was up, that would be just top tier.
Oh, yeah, animated. Can we get animated text, Jordan? Is that something
Yeah.
we have the technological capabilities to do? Oh, boy.
can we get some of those really poor Fox graphics, like random lightning bolts, like very,
Oh, yeah.
very like
Who's the
1995 graphics?
who is the artist that does the bad like images of the drivers that have like really tight fire suits and they obviously don't have the same physique that they usually do? And we could just pay them to do random WRL entrants. Like, what does Brad McCall look like in that artistic style? And we just show him when we show the round 3 car.
There's no laws governing team, or rules, I guess, governing team fire suits and the like. unlike the Craftsman Truck Series, which has succeeded in upsetting the overwhelming majority of its entrants with some silly fire suit rules.
What's that?
Jordan may be able to clarify this, but I believe the Craftsman Truck Series instituted a one fire suit rule for the season, and you're not allowed to put your sponsor on the fire suit because they found the complaint was that, or somebody complained, I don't know who it was, that teams were having to spend too much money on new branded fire suits every time their sponsor changed.
But that's they don't have to look. That's a
That's
decision
part of the
they are making.
Yeah.
Well, not only that. Well, not only that, but in the lower levels of NASCAR, a lot of crew members use like hand-me-down suits from years ago.
Yes.
With different sponsors on them that can kind of, clash with current sponsors, and that's also part of why they did that.
Yeah.
All right. That really is going to put a dent in my surfing racing image once a month, and seeing what the cool fire suits are that are for sale. Because now there's going to be fewer of them, obviously.
Just a quick peep over to the YouTube chat where we've been receiving some information. Premature Gravy says an Embry-Riddle student is one of the drivers in the automatic racing Subico. We spoke to Nico Villanueva about, I don't know, half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago.
Yep.
The last full course yellow.
Yeah, feel free under this red flag to rewind and go take a listen to that interview. Fantastic young man. That as JT rightly said, helped generate some content during the last FCY. Cody Garrett says, knew it was coming, living in San Antonio. It was bad this morning. Here, I thought we were cleared of most of it, but you can actually see some cells building directly behind. This is the slowest radar playback I've ever seen. But there it is. You just saw it on the last frame there. Oh my gosh. It was excruciating. Devin 427 Racing, holy ... Dude in the C5 is living my dream. That number 3 C5 Corvette, I think is maybe my favorite car in GP1. It's fast. It does a lot of things very, very well. It's very loud, which we love here at DriversEye Live. All good things.
I've heard that car is the reason that WRL isn't going to Laguna Seca next season.
Specifically that car?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're like, if the 3 can't come, we're not doing it. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, if Dale can't be a part of it, we're not going. You know where we are going in the 2025 World Racing League season?
Utah Motorsports Campus.
There it is, September 26th through the 28th. Look at that. JT. Jordan, the governor. Gordo.
J-Dog.
Put
J-Train.
Put together some graphics for us last night. As the ticker now officially goes to the red flag. We started Eagles Canyon Raceway February 7th through the 9th. Barber Motorsports Park, home of the Alabama Boat Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
Boat show.
Which may or may not be on that weekend. I know when I learned of that date a couple months ago, actually, the hope was that the boat show would not be on the same date because it was essentially moving into February. But it's still the first weekend in March, which is almost always that weekend. So maybe up against it a little bit there at Barber Motorsports Park. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course with the asterisk. Still tentative as far as I know. I should reach out to RJ here once things settle in and see if we ever got that date confirmed. But as far as I'm aware, we're still waiting on confirmation that the works over at China Beach will be complete in time for what is now the traditional WRL date up at Mid-O. Road America, April 25th through the 27th, which I am tentatively calling the Bratwurst Brawl. Let's see how that goes.
And unfortunately, it's worth noting that Brendan actually may potentially have some sway in things like that.
Right.
And that could be the name that we're stuck with.
So,
Oh no, Brendan, I have news.
Uh-oh.
Guess what's the weekend of March 1st and 2nd?
Is it the Alabama Boat Show?
It is the Alabama Boat Show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Can we ban them all from the cell towers?
No.
Like
what
you
do
can
mean?
can come, but you cannot use your cell phones.
I like the Alabama Boat Show.
The boat show is fine. It's what it does to our
I
cell
want to note
towers.
that it's not the official position of the World Racing League that the Alabama Boat Show is bad.
No.
And that any opinions expressed by JT and Brendan are their own.
But
Speaking on behalf of the World Racing
crushes
League,
our
I'm
cell
excited that the Alabama Boat Show is going to be there, and I hope everybody comes by and has a good time watching the race.
It crushes cell bandwidth. It's really tough. Anyway,
They have
so
an IndyCar there, though. Surely there's a solution.
Champ Car at Road America has the Land Jaeger Cup, I think is what they call it. Trans Am for this year renamed their event to the Cheese Capital Cup.
That's not a great name.
No, it's not. But I think the Bratwurst Brawl is. I think it's the way. It plays to our college football strengths.
It does.
It pays to our uncured
here
meat
it is. Here
strengths.
it is. I have it. Oh my God, Brendan, I have it.
Go.
How give me a distance. How many miles do you think are covered in Road America for the weekend?
About 1,200. 1,000 to 1,200.
Oh man, it's the Brat Yard 1200.
Pretty good.
Boom! Let's
Pretty
go.
Pretty
Oh
good.
yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Or you could do it by minutes. Do minutes.
I actually I've spent so much time thinking about this. I actually had a dream that IMSA changed their event name to the Bratwurst Brawl. And I was like, now I have to start from scratch. If you wonder what it's like to be me, that's it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Daytona International Speedway, June 6th through the 7th, back on the calendar in 2024 after unceremoniously having the event canceled by Daytona this year for their repave job down the back straightaway.
It's nice. It looks like Paul Ricard now.
They should paint the chicane like Paul Ricard.
I
would
mean,
love that.
they already renamed it the Lamar chicane.
Yeah.
Now they're just going for a little bit more of a French attitude by making it look like Paul Ricard.
Just lean into it. I like it.
American track, French attitude. Welcome to IMSA.
If there is one thing I can say about the Daytona Beach, Florida area, it is not that they have a French attitude.
What, you mean with the Buckies and everything? No, surely.
Surely. Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta on July 25th through the 27th. That's usually a spectator event. So
I'm sorry, what month is that, Brendan?
July.
Okay.
Hopefully have the opportunity to welcome spectators back there. Again, I actually don't have a working title for that event yet.
For Road Atlanta?
Yeah.
Wasn't it going to be the Paul Revere?
No, listen, it might be Daytona.
Oh, that's Daytona.
Because they always ran it at Daytona, right?
Right,
The
okay.
Road Atlanta one, I don't know.
So, Chad, give us some
still
ideas.
working on that. Yeah, High Plains Raceway, Utah Motorsports Campus, back-to-back, with the opportunity to leave your trailer there, should you decide to participate in both, and certainly would welcome or invite you to do so. Watkins Glen, again, the second time there in October. Sebring International Raceway at the beginning of November, and then right back here on the same weekend, the National Championship event at Circuit of the Americas.
Can we get, I was going to say, can we get Siebkens as like a title sponsor? Or just the rights to use their name? Just call it the Siebkens 900 or whatever. I'm just trying to think of Road America ones. Sorry. Still on that. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, okay. Oh, it just was quiet. Okay, that's fine. Good. Brendan presumably is speaking to somebody in the booth.
Yeah, he very patiently, very quietly just hung out in the back of the room and waited for me to turn around. It could have been hours. You might have been there for hours. It's Rob Henretta. Joins us from down in the camp of the number 189 HQ Autosport BMW.
That's correct.
Welcome along.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, long-time fan, first-time caller.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it. We don't typically get the owners. We tend to get the drivers that finish their stint. They come up and they chat. We had a university student come up that's involved down with the 909 a little bit earlier, but it's nice to chat with somebody who's involved with things on a slightly higher level. If there is a higher level in the World Racing League.
I don't know that I would call it
racing.
higher because it feels a lot dirtier than what the drivers do. So, yeah.
You do not drive yourself?
I don't drive. I'm not fast, and I get motion sick. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did you learn the hard way?
Yeah.
Behind the wheel of a race car? Oh,
yeah.
boy, that's tough.
Yeah. So I was going through, licensing and stuff like that. My partner and I, and we had built our first car. We thought we'd get into race cars, and I realized that I was enjoying building the car more and kind of, and we decided we want to do endurance racing.
Yeah.
So we built an endurance race car. We've done 25 hours at Thunder Hill a couple times.
Sure.
We've started racing with WRL during COVID was the first time I think we came out to race, and we raced this track the first time. But yeah, I realized that I enjoy the building the car, running the team, doing the strategy, all that stuff. So
it's rare. I feel like it's rare based on just our sample size here of folks we've had the opportunity to interview that somebody really has a driving interest in that stuff. A lot of times it's, the drivers, you build a team around the people who want to go out and be behind the wheel of the car and go do the thing, but it's rare that somebody like they find themselves in that niche or with that as their primary interest, driving the team forward like, hey, let's go do this. Because you want to build the car, you want to do the strategy and kind of do the endurance racing.
It's a different path. I mean, I think a lot of things we've done have been a different path. Car development and kind of our strategy. It's not a typical. I don't run it my partner and I don't run it like a typical team where we're advertising a lot for seats and we're letting anybody jump in the car. Candidly, try to run it more like a club. So we've got a handful of drivers that we pull from, people that we're friends with, that we've raced with for a long time, and we get together and come racing. So,
how long have you guys been around as a team?
Wow. So we built our we built our first car in probably 2006, 2007, doing some BMW club racing, some NASA racing. We're from the West Coast. So we've got a shop in Escondido now. So we're San Diego County. But we've always been Southern California. So a lot of the WRL races were a challenge. But we did, so we done. The first goal was to do 25 hours of Thunder Hill.
Heard of it?
So did that. Actually, the car, it's funny, the car that I built for that race 10 years ago, it was the first time we ran it, is actually here. It's one of the open throttle cars.
Is that right?
Yeah, I was.
Wow.
I saw it. I saw it again when it went at Watkins Glen, and I'm like, hey, I built that car. And he's like, oh, this is a great car, for being 6 years old. I'm like, 6 years old?
Right.
Like,
Sure.
10 years ago, we were racing that at Thunder Hill. So
Car's got some miles on it then.
that car's got some miles on it. Yeah. That car's got. It's probably got four. It's probably got 4 Thunder Hills on it at least.
Wow. What class?
We ran that car in E1.
Okay.
Was the class there? We had a top 10 finish, I think, overall. In an E46.
E1
Nice.
as a class was always my favorite.
Yeah.
Mazda brought the Mazda 6s a couple of years and they'd come play. And it was always somebody. So we used to do the radio coverage there.
Okay.
Before NASA took their video streaming in-house, we eventually followed suit with this once we partnered with the World Racing League. But we had somebody come up and do an interview there that described it as a knife fight in a phone booth.
Yeah.
Because you'd get 12, 15, 16 cars that all piled in, but they were all so evenly matched because of how they were built. And it would just cycle through until eventually you had a last man standing. So much fun to watch.
Yeah, actually, some of the guys that we raced against back then, we stay, connected with. We're, supporting each other. We've had some of them come out and race with us. So, it formed a nice little community.
Sure.
Which was awesome. Really disappointed to see that race kind of fall off the calendar.
Yeah.
So hopefully they get that sorted out and we can go back there and race again at some point.
I could think of an organization to go maybe run some 25-hour races.
I think everybody's probably thought that. So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, I look for whatever the fate of that event was. I think it was an introduction for a lot of people into long format racing, and learning how to build cars and drive cars that would last long distances. Yeah. And entry fees were low. The barrier to entry was generally very low, and at the high end, you had this really kind of massive interest from the motorsports community as a whole,
right? Where
you had pro drivers come in, pro teams come in, unlimited cars, some of the old Davidson cars, they had a Norma and a giant, Ford powered V8 thing that they ran. Superlight was there for years. And just the whole buzz around that event was really cool. I do think what we do here now is kind of taken over for that, and that buzz is back in the paddock.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of it, I think, has to do with the fact that the facilities that WRL goes to tends to be, really, world-class facilities or world-class venues. They're bucket list races. I mean, we didn't tow all the way from Escondido to Watkins Glen, New York.
Yeah.
Just to see the leaves change.
Do you tow back and forth every time you go to an event?
We the first year we did, when we came out in 21 and ran Daytona, we ran Daytona, Atlanta, VIR, and
sure.
So we were able to leave the rig on the East Coast, but some of them have had to be back and forth. So
sure.
It's this track is until we get Utah was the closest.
Yeah.
Really excited about seeing everybody at Utah. We've run Utah a ton. NASA did a number of 6-hour race there every year, and it was a nighttime race. It was 6 to midnight. That was a great race. It's similar to not this nice, but really nice facility, great garages.
Yeah.
Really nice facility. You're close to civilization. One of the challenges, you're going to race at Thunder Hill, you got to start thinking about how many motorhomes do I have to rent and travel trailers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's a whole different thing.
With Utah, I think the inklings of Utah being added to the schedule have been rumors now for a couple of years, right? There was always are we going to go expand to the West Coast? Well, I say we, DriversEye Live, but is WRL going to expand out to the West Coast, right? What does that toe in the water look like? And Utah always felt like the obvious candidate, right? When that facility was built in 2006, it wasn't much to look at, right? The American Le Mans Series, Grand Am ran a couple of endurance races out there, and it was very cool. And it might still be the longest permanent road course in North America.
It could be. It's a long front straight.
The full layout is like 4.5 miles, and I think in the United States, certainly at the time, it was the longest. I don't know what layout we're running exactly next year. I think it'll end up being the outer course.
Probably outer loop.
Yeah, I think so. But that is all to say that you saw it on camera. All the elevation changes were man-made, just moving earth around. It didn't look like much. There wasn't much permanent structure that the cameras caught, right?
Right.
Very brown, fresh pavement, big curbs, and that was just kind of it. Everything I've heard since those initial races in 2006 has been nothing but immensely positive. About the facility itself, the track itself, the facilities on location, the garages, the paddock area, just everything there is done properly. And it really is kind of becoming hey, if you're going to make the tow, you're going to be greeted well and treated well here.
Yeah, and the other thing that we really liked was, everybody out there is nice. Yeah. It's a great place to go racing. It was one of the farther tows. It's 10, 11 hours for us, which, but it's going to be closer obviously than this. So, it's a great facility. I'm looking forward to seeing. I know that there's going to be a lot of interest from West Coast racers.
Oh, that's excellent.
For sure. People on the West Coast definitely excited about it. I think we were one of I don't want to say it's first, but we came out and raced, and there were only a handful of West Coast teams, and I think we all kind of acquitted ourselves very well.
Yeah.
We won at Daytona. Ryan Keeley, won at VIR that year. We placed third. So we had 2 West Coast teams out of the field, and we took like 2/3 of the trophies or something for the weekend. So some of those weekends it was. We feel like the West, the racing that we'd had on the West Coast developed some really good racing.
For sure.
And we've definitely seen that the level of attention to detail amongst the WRL teams has really stepped up a notch.
Yeah.
I think there's better strategy execution, better pit execution, than we had seen probably the first year that we were here.
Did you guys, when you entered the World Racing League the first time, you said back during kind of the COVID period, did you come in assuming hey, if we just have a clean day, we're going to get a result out of it? Let's build the car well, build it to last, all those things, or did you kind of anticipate the need for attention to detail, strategy execution, play the game right?
Well, that was
first got in.
That was always, that was always our thing, right?
Okay.
We always knew, the thing that I liked about endurance racing is, there's plenty of fast guys. We can put fast people in the car. It's everything else has to execute and has to be executed, perfectly or as near perfect as you can.
Yeah.
So that's a discipline that we always brought. We try to bring, every weekend. So we thought that everybody did that. I mean, we saw some when we were at VIR, we saw the leader make a pit, choice and a fueling choice, and I'm like, why did you do that? Well, we got to balance driver times. I'm like, do you want the win or do you want the that's not the strategy I would have called. I would have told the driver, would you rather have the trophy or the seat time?
Yeah.
It's at the end of the race. So, that's something that I think we had to learn. We learned and had to execute because, as you said, that E1 field for West Coast endurance racing was really super competitive. So there wasn't a lot of room for error. We never had the fast car, but we won the championship. So that was always fun.
We obviously are endurance racing fans, right? This is not. Normal people don't spend 16 hours of their weekend or their time off, just following amateur endurance racing. But not just in 2021 when we started, covering the full series, but obviously as time has gone on, that game gets raised. Sometimes the only way you're going to stay competitive is to find new and better ways to do things. So, as you said, there was a time, and I think to some degree there are still some entries that focus on the drive time, right? Everybody gets their 2 hours. If we have to, there's a full course yellow and we're kind of at a stint and a half, maybe you cut the next stint short to balance everything out. But you're probably not going to win races that way. Right. Such is the level of competition, and it's only increased over the years. We've had a blast following it. And a lot of times it is or can be the difference maker. We see it more often in GTO just because there's a depth of field there. Also, the field doesn't tend to get split quite the way some of the general production classes do under full course yellows, which does throw kind of a wrench into things. But we'll stand up here and question a strategy call, and say, hey, I don't know that I would have done that. And you're obviously doing the same thing down there in the pit lane, not just looking after your own car, but you're following, a list this weekend of 18, 19 other cars, and trying to put yourself in that best position.
Well, and it's interesting this weekend with the GP1 field specifically because it's such a diverse field, right? We've got, we've got a Honda down there, we've got a Corvette down there.
Yeah, how about it?
We've got a couple of different BMW configurations. We've got the E90 M3 V8. On track.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Our car, which is a different build, we got an E46 chassis, but it's got a B46 motor in it, so it's a turbo 4-cylinder out of a 330.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of diversity and some really good racing that's going on out there. So
why'd you go with the B46 there?
So I've always been a fan of doing something a little bit different, and honestly, the S54s are just. The money that you spend for an S54 and turn it into a race motor is just kind of ridiculous. I know the Brett Strom and the guys over at Strom Motorsports really well. We actually, one of our first projects back when we built our first race car, it was an E30. We did a turbo 4-cylinder with an M42, and we showed up with this turbo BMW when the S54 had just come out.
Yeah,
and everybody was like, turbo BMW, what are you doing? Nobody does that.
Yeah.
So we ran that for a while, and the chance to kind of do it again. Brett Strom at Strom Motorsports, they pioneered this package. He just started building cars with it. He calls it a B46. We basically
nice.
So he's got the motor mounts and the wiring harness and the ECU package. We're the first independent shop that he worked with collaborated with to do that. So we wanted to build a new car. We had the 128 that we ran in GP2 here, and had a lot of fun with that car. But we raced that car for quite a while.
Yeah.
And I wanted to build something new. Wanted kind of to learn more. Wanted some advanced technology in it. So this car is it's kind of like a home built GT4.
Yeah.
In terms of all the electronics that it's got, everything's CAN bus. There's no fuses in the car. It's got a PDM, rear view camera. Like I said, we control everything via CAN.
Yeah.
Electric power steering. We've got some of the selectable driver controls that you'd expect in a modern car with a selectable throttle response and things like that. So it was a chance for us to really to as a group of friends and as a team to kind of take a step and teach ourselves a lot more about the process. So that's the path we decided to go down. And it's the first year the car's been out, had some teething pains with it. I don't think we've really seen the same problem twice.
Okay.
So, and so far, knock on wood, it's been been a good weekend for us. So yeah, it's a great car. It's a lot of fun, and replacement motors are everywhere.
Sure.
We've joked that if we really need a replacement motor, we can run down and rent a car. Run on a budget and pick up a BMW, and it'll have the B46 in it. So,
does the engine have enough? I guess overhead performance that you're not tuning it within an inch of its life.
No, actually, so our motor's completely stock.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's completely stock. It is stock.
Holy
It
cow.
is stock from throttle body to exhaust outlet to turbo outlet. Now they've taken versions of this car and they've added port injection and they've upgraded the turbo on them, and they're turning between 300 and 400 horsepower at the wheel. But yeah, for a GP1 car, it's bone stock. I mean, the car out of the factory makes 250 rear wheel horsepower. So we didn't have to do. There's nothing exotic, nothing special about it.
That's very cool. We've had the discussion now multiple times on DriversEye Live about the future of BMW racing, club racing in particular, right? Some of the E36, E46 chassis are getting a little tired. The engines are obviously getting tired. They're getting harder and harder to find, which drives up the prices until eventually it's just not practical anymore. Never mind the Corvettes and some of the other cars in GP1 that we see over the course of the season, but Montgomery is doing something different with the 235 that they've built out of a road car. Now Bruce Innovations, I guess, has that car under their stable. You guys are kind of taking a different approach where, hey, the car is still good, the chassis is still good. We're just going to find a different way to do things. Do you see that as being a viable long-term future for BMW, people who want to race BMWs in club racing? Or do you think eventually that's going to wear itself out too and you're going to have to go find something other than that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. It's one that I've thought about a lot because you look at the modern electronics on cars, and to take a modern road car and turn it into a race car is really hard. There's so much that's interconnected, safety interlocks and stuff and we've seen people try to do motor swaps and kind of take the stock ECU and tune it and put it in, and it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
I was surprised when we built our 128 how complex the electronics were. I wasn't, and that when we left that car stock, we literally we loaded an Epic tune on it and and kind of ran it.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to go down one of two paths. I think you're going to wind up with people that are doing fully custom. You have to do aftermarket electronics. With some, it may not be an engine swap, but it's going to be an electronic swap.
Sure.
Is probably going to be the one path, and the other is the factory race car.
Yeah.
We're kind of straddling that a little bit. We have the chassis. The nice thing, and the reason the E46 chassis is so popular, is I think it's easy to get fast. Right? You can get in that chassis and you can dial it into probably 90-95% pretty quick.
Yeah.
Squeezing that last 10% out is always the hard part. But I think, having worked on like an E85 and E90 chassis, and race that, it's harder to squeeze the performance out of that chassis, which I think is one of the reasons the E46s are popular. But they only made so many of them.
Yeah, sure.
But it's a pretty popular starting point.
The downside of going and buying race cars is obviously people like yourself that love the tinkering, the tuning, getting your hands dirty, and conceptualizing something or building something up from a base concept. That kind of goes away, right? There's only so much you can do.
Right.
WRL is still generally an open formula. GTO even is an opportunity. Yes, okay, you go out and you buy your GT4 car, or Porsche Cup car, as the case may be. But number one, it's not regulated that way. And number two, you're not locked into the homologation of the car at the FIA level, right? You can still play around a little bit and do some interesting things. That said, that open formula has, in the past, encouraged people like Screaming Goat, right, to LS swap their BMW. We've seen entries over the years. Choice Racing, I think, had a BMW they built out to run in GTO, eventually went GT4 racing. That home build or home brew has almost by default filtered itself out of GTO. And I think on one hand, it would be easy to say, well, that's a bummer because now we're just running a bunch of GT4 TCR cars or Porsche Cup cars. On the other hand, it's kind of pushed GP1 to become the builder's class, right? Everybody that wanted to go do the cool stuff in GTO with, it's not unlimited, but a pretty high performance limit, can detune their cars slightly and come play in GP1, where people like yourselves, Screaming Goat, I don't know who else is in there, Harrison, that are doing some pretty interesting things.
Yeah, Magic. They've got an N54 swapped.
Yep.
Those are guys we raced against a lot, I should say.
Yeah.
On the West Coast.
It kind of, in some ways, it kind of feels like E1 used to feel, right? Where you get everybody who likes to go do cool stuff, interesting stuff, detune the car slightly, GTO becomes the buyer's class, if you like. Yeah. And that's not a WRL thing. This is the way we're seeing it. And GP1 becomes the builder's class.
Well, when we first got into racing, we showed up with a race car that we built, and we're like, "Hey, look at the race car we built." And everybody's like, "You built that?" Like, yeah, doesn't it? We thought everybody built their own race car.
Yeah.
And it turns out that most people just stroke a check. So
yeah, sure.
That wasn't our background. That wasn't our expectation. And that's not our budget. So, yeah. I mean, if I had exponential money, I'd probably go buy a race car.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, I like what we do, and I'm really proud of our car. It's a great looking car. I encourage anybody to come by and take a look at it. I think it's a very well executed build. It shows well. Like I said, knock on wood today, it's running well. So, we feel pretty good about that.
Awesome. Plans to come back in 2025?
Yeah, we got to talk to the team. The problem for us is that the tows are so far.
Yeah.
It's just we're not running this as a for-profit venture where we can take 4 or 5 cars and kind of cost average that and get the economies of scale for that part of it. So the focus so far has really been on, hey, what are the racetracks we really want to go see? We went back to Atlanta because we last time we went to Atlanta, we blew up. And we're like, we got unfinished business there.
Yeah, sure.
Some of the tracks we know are really cool, and we feel like we want to go show that we can go do well at those facilities. So we'll be back. We just got to figure out what. I just don't think we've got the budget to do a championship run. We just can't put that many events on the calendar.
Yeah.
It's just too far.
Will we see you at Utah maybe?
Oh yeah, you'll see us at Utah for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. We will be at Utah. We love this track. Honestly, the first time we came here, instead of going to the Thunder Hill, we're like, we get to sleep in a bed. We can go out to a restaurant. We can, I mean,
this is not Glen County.
Were so many things.
That's Casa Ramos erasure, sir.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That was Casa Ramos Friday night. Everybody was there. Everybody was there. So So this is a little spoiling, and we like it. Yeah, we like it a lot.
I think it's a great way to kind of encapsulate and wrap up the season, and celebrate everything that WRL is and all. I kind of described it as an all-star event. It's not, but it is a way for everybody that participates to kind of come do it at the best, one of the best facilities in the country. Big car counts. Every class is kind of decked out. You get a ton of depth. I think it's just a great celebration of what the series does and what it's about. And then, next year we've got 10 other events, including a brand new venue that we get to go kind of repeat the same process at. I hope CHQ Autosport at most of them, more than not. But obviously, this is still a fairly expensive thing we do. And I really, really look forward to seeing that turbo BMW out there sometime 2025.
All right, sounds good.
Rob Henretta, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time. Go stay dry. It looks like it's actually lightened up a little bit out there.
Yeah, I think the big thing is the lightning. So,
we'll see how it goes.
All right.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Jordan, should we run an ad here? I think we should do an ad.
Yeah, let's pay some bills. Let's get some bills paid.
All right. We're running an ad.
You're off the air. Running an ad. Hold on, I'm getting the ad ready. Okay.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the Smart Choice in Tires.
Alrighty, folks, and we're going to take a little bit of a break here until we have a better idea of what the delay is going to look like. When we have an update, we'll be back with you shortly. But again, waiting on the lightning to sort of dissipate in the area, and then there's the matter of the timer. I don't know what sort of system they use here at COTA, but we're finding that out right now. So we're going to take leave here. We're going to pause and reassess the situation, build some storylines, and as soon as we have an update, we'll be right back. I'm sure Jordan will keep you abreast with the graphic as soon as we do have an idea of what's going on. So thanks for hanging with us, and we'll be back shortly, I'm sure.
Welcome back to Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, the World Racing League 2024 season finale weekend. Well, it doesn't quite roll on here. Still under the operational red flag for lightning in the area. Happy to say that the worst of the weather has cleared itself out away from Del Val, Texas, and we've been notified drivers are back in their cars at 11:30 Central Time. It's about 4 minutes from now. VP of World Racing League, RJ Till, has already made the announcement over the public address. Obviously, we're reinforcing that here for the folks watching from afar. We are just going to step away while drivers get buckled back in, the covers come off the cars, and we get everything fired back up and ready to go. But do stick around here if you're with us on YouTube and join us in what should hopefully only be another 8 to 10 minutes, and we'll be back with you as cars roll off and we get ourselves back to racing action with what should be a little over half of the Saturday 8-hour enduro remaining here at COTA. We'll be back with you on DriversEye Live here in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the World Racing League, powered by DriversEye Live. The coverage powered by DriversEye Live, anyway. I'm Ryan West. We've got Brendan Kazmarek's out and about somewhere, JT Tammy, and then Jordan Worth at the sticks. We're here to get back going with some racing. So we see the Heraflight NPO1 trying to make its way back onto the racing line here. We're going to go under yellow, full course yellow, for a couple laps here. We get some sighting laps in. The rain just picked up as we went back to green, or went back to yellow, I guess, from red. The delay was because of lightning. So this is not typical American NASCAR or whatever, insult you want to fling. They weren't necessarily scared of the rain, but it is a worker and crew safety concern when there's lightning in the area, so we have to wait our set amount of time for the lightning to dissipate. Now it has done so. We are back in the rain, of course, so I imagine we'll get some sighting laps in here and then go back to green. We're excited to do it. I think the weather is supposed to be better tomorrow, right, JT? I feel like Brendan was talking about that.
What was I talking about?
The weather being better tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay.
A little warmer.
A little warmer.
Cloudy, but, more, and not more of the same, which is
sure
what we're after here. Can I welcome somebody to the booth to kind of help us get back into the swing?
I mean, you're my boss. I don't know why you're asking me.
Boss is a strong word, Ryan. Anyway, it's Eric Pilipchuk out of the number 55 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. Has been out there. Oh, that's a cone attached to the Heraflight NPO1.
Excellent.
Sorry, it blends in.
Yeah.
Eric, welcome to the booth.
Thank you guys. Hi, how are you?
We're doing all right. We're dry up here, which is more than can be said for most of y'all out there.
Yeah. Very comfortable here. Very nice.
Yeah. I did a lot of work on the space, obviously, as you can tell. No, you are not carrying a cone around in front of the number 55. You are also not carrying quite as much horsepower as you should.
Right.
Which would normally be kind of a killer down the long back straightaway here at Circuit of the Americas, and climb up the hill at turn number 1. Maybe losing speed there, but in the rain it kind of doesn't matter, does it?
No, it's the equalizer.
Yeah. In some ways it might even be an advantage. Maybe.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I like race cars. I like driving. This track is the first time I'm here.
Yeah.
And
wow.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
All right.
Yeah.
Even not everybody wants power, but you'd rather have the power than not in a lot of cases. But what's it been like? You told me the number of horsepower you were down was significant,
right,
which is what it is. You fight with the weapon you've got.
Yes.
You said it's kind of the equalizer, but what's it been like behind the wheel of number 55 through the start of the race?
It was chaotic, but like I said, I enjoyed it big time. It's down on power and straight, but you can utilize the power on the turns.
Okay.
And as long as you keep the momentum and keep the speed, you same as a GP1 or some of the GTO cars.
Do you have to drive the car like hard to keep the speed up, or do you find it's pretty natural even without the power?
Well, we didn't have ABS too, so that's in addition to.
So what can you do?
You can do a lot. You can just keep the flow.
Okay.
Maybe don't use the brakes. Or use them at the very minimum.
Yeah.
Or, you don't have to be hard on the brakes.
Sure. I mean, I get the sense that NCs, MX-5s in general, they don't seem to lose a lot of grip in the wet, right? The threshold between the grip level they have when it's dry and the grip level in conditions like this is not so very different to where you're really having to tiptoe around and really drive very tentatively like we saw in a lot of the GTO field. It kind of seems like you could just go out there and kind of thrash the car around even in the rain if you wanted to.
Yeah, the car is, short base.
Yeah.
Very easy to operate. Yeah. Very, very predictable. And, it's a small Miata.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the turns. I mean, it's a fast car.
Sure.
And when you're adding rain, to me, why it was fun, because I had constant fight with cars in different class.
Yeah.
Yes, on straight they're going to pass me, but in the turns, I'm there. Hello.
They were swearing at you.
Yes.
Inside the helmet, like, oh, it's GT.
They'll be like, damn Miata.
Yeah, right, exactly. I would.
I know.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, Miata's not going to pass me. No.
Send it up the inside into turn 14 or 15. Yeah, no, I get it, but like you said, I'm sure it was an absolute blast. I mean, you obviously have PSI Motorsports. You do a fair amount of coaching at various other venues. Do you find yourself on weekends like this, in conditions like this, coaching the guys you're sharing the car with? Or are you just kind of out there like, hey, I'm just here to race and doing my own thing?
It's a little bit of coaching, but not the whole lot this weekend, because these are drivers who've been with LEA for a longer period of time. So I give them advice. I prepare them for what's out there.
Yeah.
And they're on their own.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough. Is that door, I mean, you're obviously not hired to coach, but is that door open, or do people approach you and say, hey, you know, I find myself I'm a second off the pace here.
Yes.
You know, where can I help?
Yes. It's always good. I'm really glad to help people with that request.
Yeah.
And as you know, sometimes two heads is better than one.
For sure.
So even what I'm trying to say, even with this, even when, let's say, let's say two drivers, right? They driving similar cars. They can work together and they both can benefit each other.
Yeah, sure.
Even in that case, you know. So you don't have to be a pro to be a coach.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Common things sometimes you're missing because you're focusing so much on other, and other person can be like, why wouldn't you try this? You know, it works better, and then you're like, oh, maybe. But coaching is a big power, and I think a lot of drivers underestimating this because they think they got it. And it's always, I see this as always improve. I mean, you can improve always. Yes.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I want to change the topic of discussion slightly. You and I were talking earlier. We didn't bump into each other, but I saw you at the VAR event we were covering down at Homestead Miami Speedway a couple weeks ago. You were recounting your last month or so since the WRL event at Sebring, and all the tracks you were at, and all the race cars you were in, oversleeping to drive a broken race car at Road Atlanta. Like, you're fascinating couple of weeks.
Yes.
And now you're sitting in 45-degree weather in the rain at Circuit of the Americas. What better way to go?
Yes.
Lights are on the safety car, by the way. So we're going to go back to green here in a minute.
All right.
But you find yourself in the number 55 AOA MX-5 at basically the bottom of the grid with maybe less power than any other car on the grid.
I agree.
You have a lot of experience at your disposal and a lot of opportunities to go race other things. Why do you stick with the MX-5s? Or what is it about that car, that platform, that you're like, yes, this is what I want to drive for 2, 3, 4 hours a day?
It gives you a good base.
Okay.
When you have a good base, when you get it, then anything higher than speed is going to be easy to learn.
Okay, that makes sense. And is it just reinforcing for you, saying, hey, these are still the fundamentals of driving race cars quickly, or?
For me personally?
Yeah.
Oh, for me personally, I just do this for, I mean, any racecraft, it's good.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I would like to, my plan is for next year to somehow do GTU stuff.
Okay. That was going to be my next question.
Yes.
Yeah, 2025.
But I'm enjoying driving Miata.
Okay.
It's a very fun car to drive.
Yeah.
And to me personally, being involved in this race, this is a good WRL, it's a racecraft experience.
Okay. That's fair enough. For a lot of people, I mean, it is, the value is there in track time, right? They will say, oh, well, you just get so much track time for such little cost, you're sharing a car, but, whatever, you're getting the time relative to cost. But you don't hear a lot of people talk about exactly that. The fact that, hey, you're executing an endurance race, which to do successfully requires a lot of things going right.
Yes.
Right? It requires mechanical reliability. It requires strategy. It requires pit stop execution. It requires, not making mistakes out on track, not hitting things or other cars and picking up penalties. Right? There are so many things that have to happen. But so few people talk about the experience, the racecraft, the traffic management, right? The consistency across an hour and a half, 2 hour stint. And it's nice to hear that kind of alternate approach, because you're right. It is still, if you're competing, if you're out there to win races, that is like one of the fundamental things,
yes,
right?
Yes. It's very important. And I think, the experience from the racecraft, the experience from the when things we need to follow up, adjusting the level of aggressiveness.
Yeah.
Those type of things, it's priceless, I think. The more you do that, the better it is for the driver. And the more driver can drive different cars, it's also benefit that driver as well.
Sure. I got to be honest. One of the things we hadn't really talked about earlier, briefly touched on new pavement around various parts of the track. You said it's your first time here. Do you find yourself searching for grip all the way around, like trying to figure out where it is, or is it pretty consistent?
It's pretty everywhere.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. In my car, I mean, yes, there was some slippery spots, but regular line, fine.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. I'm going to keep this one a little bit shorter, Eric, because we're just about to hit halfway and get ourselves into, hopefully, a good section of green flag running here. It's been, I'm sure you felt it behind the wheel. Very start and stop this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, tough to get a flow. You guys have, where do you guys sit now, and what are your goals kind of through the end of the day?
We were at some point P3, but then we had ABS sensor issues, so we had to put in and change the sensor. We lost, I'm assuming, 7 laps. But that was, I mean, we started that last, went to P3, then went back to the pack again. Now we're fighting, and we're hoping that ABS issue is gonna be resolved, and we can be on the podium today.
Excellent. We'll keep an eye out for the number 55, Eric. Best of luck to you the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Come up and see us tomorrow if you got some free time. We can chat about some other things. But yeah, stay dry and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Eric Pilipchuk out of the number 55 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. JT.
I was just going to say the 55 was on pit road. It may be back out by now, though.
Yeah, it was listed as being in the pit lane, but with an hour and 17 minutes. So I think it will have come in after we sent the cars back out. Mm-hmm. I got to be honest, everybody can see it on screen, right? It looks properly wet. I mean, really, maybe the visibility isn't as bad as it's been, but the track conditions themselves are just brutal. As we look through the running order here, the NFC Motorsports Mercedes still leads overall and in GTO. Round 3 Racing's number 70 sits there in second, with the number 290 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta splitting it from its sister car on the number 170 on its debut this weekend, back there in fourth in class. 52 of ECP Tangerine Associates rounds out the top 5 in GTO. Is that
the Die Legend on the 135. Yeah, the back bumper on the 135 says Die Legend. This is the 469, the sister car.
Yeah, good little back and forth there between the Rapscallion Motorsports stablemates. A GTU leader at the moment is Stratus number 58 from Stratus number 59. Thus far, really largely because of the issues for the number 201 Round 3 Racing, the newcomers in GTU, the much celebrated debut of Round 3 Racing and Automatic Racing. They've lost some time. The 201 now actually sporting a replacement left front fender that does not appear to have a number plate on it, which is may have to be resolved here. But they've lost about 10 laps here, gotten the car repaired, and we go back to full course yellow.
Yeah, it sounds like the unfortunate Pro Sport BMW into the wall, driver's right.
Do we have the S's camera, Jordan?
Not seen it.
Nothing behind the tower there either? Yeah, weird. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if it's been in the wall there on the entry. Turn 3, corner station doesn't really last that far. Or, I'm sorry, the corner station is not that much far ahead of the, not very far ahead of the corner. I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. But it is, oh, well, no, there's a truck. There's a truck out there. Yeah, also a contact reported, and the 444 is reported as being stopped up at turn number 8, which will be just off camera here, actually. To the left-hand side. So, having gotten ourselves going, immediately back to neutralization here. This is tough. This is a tough day so far. And the tough, like, the unfortunate part about it is it feels like everybody's been reasonably well behaved. Right? Nobody's missing their breaking point by miles and firing it up at the apex or making any, unnecessary passes or taking any unnecessary risks. It's just little mistakes that have resulted in cars being stopped, needing to be recovered. or multiple things happening at the same time that just keeps putting us under full course yellows. And then obviously the lightning delay, which had to stop for a little over an hour earlier. Been a long, tough start-stop kind of day.
I'm hoping this this issue for the 143 isn't too bad. If you can recall, they were previously running a Cayman in GTO.
Yeah.
As of Sebring. So I think this is a new BMW for them. And unfortunately, this is not a good start to that.
Yep, previously part of the Aston Martin family, having run an older spec V8 Vantage for a number of years, and then took some time off. We hadn't seen Pro Sport around for a little while, and then, as you said, JT, appeared with a Cayman back at Sebring, and now a BMW instead. The 123 come by start finish completely alone. Where's our safety car, Q? Oh, there's the safety car. It haven't picked up the leader as yet. 188 of Lupe Tortilla, which says to me that that'll be the first car one lap down. So we're down to 9 cars on the lead lap in GTO. And the GTU leader is on a lap down. Flight's still carrying the cone around there at 14.
Maybe it helps in the water.
Maybe. Just adds a little front downforce.
Something I did want to note earlier, the 201 has come back out and has been circulating, staying out, which is important. So they only lost 10 laps from that crash. So good job to round 3 there.
Yeah. So there were a host of cars that picked up 50 lap penalties, which are, I mean, it's not, those aren't accidental, right? Everybody knows the rules. It used to be that if you worked on your car under a red flag, it would, you were disqualified, but you could still go out there and run. They eventually just said, look, it'll be a 50 lap penalty. You can get yourself back in the race. And if you want to fight for something, technically you can still pick up some positions through attrition. But that change was made, I think, last year. And with some of the issues we've had this morning, 6, 7, 8 cars, looks like, decided to opt for that 50 lap penalty underneath the red. I had wondered if maybe the 201 was one of them and we were going to see that car tumble down the GTU order. It's not the case. The cars that did take the penalty include the 926 Fast Track Racing, the 29 of Screaming Goat, the 44 from PC Racing, 723, 555, the 163, the 40, which is the Ligier from Off Leash Motorsports, and the 166. Excuse me, Porsche Boxster also taking that 50 lap penalty. So the 201 is not subject to that, but obviously did lose a fair amount of time getting the work done prior to the red flag. We are improbably halfway here at Circuit of the Americas. That is we've had such good luck here with weather in the past that it almost feels improbable that this is the championship weekend, right? That this is how we're closing out the 2024 season, and tomorrow should be substantially better, obviously. But it's been so unusual that we've had any kind of really any wet weather to speak of, other than a few sprinkles here or there, an odd shower that lasts maybe 20 minutes. This kind of consistent soaking rain we've had today and the thunderstorm that came with it. This is, this just doesn't feel very championship weekend-like. No confirmation from RJ. The 50-lap penalties were all voluntary. They always are. like I said earlier, everybody knows that those are all taken voluntarily and with the awareness of the WRL pit lane marshals. Hello to the WRL pit lane marshals, by the way. About a half dozen of them I see down over my left-hand shoulder here, all sporting plastic rain ponchos, trying to stay warm and dry. JT, would you like to guess what the real field temperature is outside right now?
43.
It's 35 on my weather app.
That's been my area the past couple days.
Right? Go to Austin in December, they said.
Brennan just knows all my buttons. He started talking about real feel just as I got back, and just
fine.
Brutal.
Trademarked.
Bleh.
Yeah. Feels like Stoic Racing Toyota Supras just emerged from the garage, missing, I would say, about 40% of the bodywork on the rear of the car.
That's an amount?
Yeah, I mean, recall that had some significant bodywork dangling off the back end. A little earlier on this morning, likely owing to some contact. They brought that car in, and rather than trying to reattach the bodywork, obviously have just elected to tear it off. Fair enough. Triple Four has resumed, having fun and stopped up at turn number 8. And under the yellow flag coming here as well for a car number.
Well, we're hoping for just about 4 hours of green flag running here. I think that's what we're gonna get. We'll just go green here, and it'll be lightning laps. Brennan has, of course, stepped away here, presumably to speak to his guest.
Every time you pick out the exact amount of time it takes me to say hello to a guest and do the introductory stuff, and then as I put the headset back on, it's like, oh, I guess Brennan stepped away. Yes, I'm quiet for 20 seconds. It happens. I don't know which headset you picked up.
I mean, sometimes I've just said something so out of pocket that I'm concerned that it's just silence, and I'm like, okay.
That's fair. Are we good? Okay.
Wrong one. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Make sure you were comfortable there.
You know who it is.
Black and yellow, black and yellow.
Oh, come on. It's Sarah. Sarah Montgomery.
No, I know who it is. I was just trying to do a bit. That's fine. That's all right.
Okay, well, it didn't work, so...
That was a song from my high school days.
Oh, I know the song.
Represent.
But I didn't think I'd sing on the live broadcast, I thought that might be a little awkward.
I mean, I can handle all the awkward for you. That's totally fine. I've got enough for everybody.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, it's very wet out here today. I'll start with that.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's been...
How is that going with a mid-engined Audi R8? This is Sarah Montgomery, of course.
Yeah, sorry.
Shift Up Now Audi R8.
Somebody else popped in right after Sarah, so I had to also say hello to them. I wasn't just ghosting the interview.
They were trying to steal my thunder, and I wasn't having it.
Oh, yeah. Not
up outside.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
in the past, you've driven a front-engined rear-wheel drive stuff, and now you've got this rear-wheel drive mid-engined Audi R8. What's the difference here with the rain situation?
Yeah, it's incredibly different. I'm not gonna lie. I started and did the first 2 hours until the rain delay. 2 hours and 40 minutes, I think, is what it wound up being, or 30 minutes, and it was a lot. So our rain tires that we decided to go with this weekend were not fantastic, as you could probably watch me just go straight backwards. But yeah, I was like turning not even a quarter of a steering wheel, and the car was just understeering in the front.
Ooh.
And I'm like, how is this even happening? I don't even know. But as they go green again here, it's been interesting listening to Aaron, who's now in the car on the radio, just like, oh my God, Sarah, how did you do this earlier? You know. But we did change tires, which made it a little better. But the
Did you
changing
change
conditions,
brand of tires as well? Or you just put new tires on?
No, brand of tires.
Got it.
Yeah, they're a totally different tire now, which helped a lot. But still, of course, when we put those on, it stopped raining, which are not super good for rain. So I was like half throttle on the front straightaway because my car was hydroplaning so bad. And I'm like, I don't think it's necessarily worth crashing a $200,000 car just for 23rd place in the series, But it's definitely a survival game right now, and just trying to survive more than anything.
We found it difficult for the race to get into a rhythm, right?
Yeah.
Are you getting the same feeling from either behind the wheel or down in the pit box that it's like, okay, it really is just survival. We'll go till the next full course yellow, don't hit anything, and then do it again for 6, 7, 8 laps.
Yeah, and it's interesting because every lap is different. So you go into a corner and you're like, okay, like this corner was super wet last time.
Full course yellow.
Oh, really?
Yep.
How do you guys know this so fast? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You got all the computers and TV screens and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the good stuff. Yeah, it's interesting because every lap is different. And then after this lightning delay, I'm sure there's a lot of new drivers out there who weren't out there this morning. So if you keep that in mind too, they haven't even been out in these conditions yet. So it's just tricky. It's very challenging, and you have to be heads up, and you're trying to look as far ahead as possible, but there's so many puddles out there and the spray from the cars in front of you, especially if you're trained, you can't see anything. So it's basically just trying to look through the car in front of you. I mean, as you can see, that's a live broadcast.
That is.
That's just barely a little bit of spray, and they're under full course right now. So when you get on the straightaway like this, and it's full spray from all the cars in front of you, that's what you literally see, just a cloud. And you can't even see brake lights way up there, so you just start braking tremendously early, just trying to make sure you're not plowing into the back of someone, all while watching your mirrors and your left side mirror going into the back straightaway here. But because there's a lot of people blowing brake zones too, so you're watching out in front of you, trying not to hit those cars, and trying not to get hit from behind as well.
We had noticed early on in the race, the first 10, 15 laps or so, the lead cars were kind of the mid 2-minute 40s way out in front, and then you could watch the lap times cascade down to like 3:10.
Oh, for sure.
At the bottom end of GTO, and these cars aren't 25 seconds a lap slower, the drivers aren't 25 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah.
But as you go deeper into the field, that visibility just compounds.
Yeah.
To where you were at this morning.
Yeah.
It sounds like just basically nothing to work with.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's kind of terrifying because even though we all have our headlights on and our rain lights on, you can only see like little specks because you're like, I know there's like 10 cars in front of me and they're all bunched up trying to fight for that one corner, but you're like, is someone spun right in front of me? I can't even see. But it is definitely it's definitely tricky. But some people love this, and like I was saying, my rain tires weren't all that great this morning, and I know we're not the only ones in that same boat just trying to figure it out, because we haven't really had a race this year that's been raining like this. So it's been just trying to find tires that work for a scenario like this on a new car for us. So that's been a trick itself. But it's all good data for going strong into something even more exciting next year.
What is something more exciting next year, Sarah?
Well, we've got a few exciting things for next year. One, you'll find out soon on social media. Oh, I love this game. And the next, we actually are hosting a female driver shootout, which applications have already been closed. And Aaron and I, the team owner, Aaron Vogel, picked the few girls a couple nights ago that we're going to have come to the shootout in January to be our third full-time season driver for next year. So
very cool.
It'll still be an all-female team, but someone a little bit more consistent, which is going to be nice, so they can get used to the car and learn the tracks. And just Aaron's whole goal in AE Victory Racing is to basically just help women in motorsports that don't have the funding, which is like an angel sent down from heaven. That's just the coolest thing ever if you really think about it. There's not a ton of people out there who really put their money where their mouth is, and she's definitely one of the very few. So I'm lucky to be a part of the team and happy that we're going to have a fun season next year.
So this the talent show, let's call it, not talent show, the talent search, the driver search. I wanted to call it a gong show because that's what Ryan calls it, but then I stopped myself and I just ended up mashing things
Yeah,
together.
they're going to have a talent show. They're going to have to show their, singing, whether it's singing, playing their instrument,
Yeah, right. Yeah. What else do you bring to the table?
Yeah, exactly. What
Let me show
entertainment
you
value?
a sousaphone.
Yeah.
No,
That'd be fun.
That's out at Indy Motorsports Ranch.
Correct.
Outside of Tucson, Arizona.
Yep.
You ever been to Tucson, Arizona?
No.
It's a fun town.
Yeah.
I like it. College town.
That's good.
Great Air and Space Museum. I don't know if that's a very Sarah Montgomery thing.
Yeah.
That's all I have
It's
to say
something.
about it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, that is January 8th and the 9th.
Correct.
I saw on social media.
Yep.
Which you can find more out about at
AE Victory's Instagram.
Thank you.
And their website,
Yep.
aevictoryracing.com.
Okay. Also, you can follow Sarah Montgomery on Instagram, which I'm sure we'll be sharing.
Yeah.
And if you want to meet Sarah Montgomery virtually, I understand there's like a call, a symposium. I don't know what you would call
You
it.
hosting a symposium?
Are you talking about the webinar that happened last week?
It was last week?
Yeah.
Is that the Racer Channel?
Yeah, it already happened.
Right. Dang it.
Hey, but listen,
I thought I was
I'm
keeping on top of
around.
it for you.
I'm
All
around. It's the off season coming up here. I'm actually moving states this month, so it's been a nice getaway from walking in my door and there's boxes everywhere, and my cat's like, "Mom, what's happening? Where are we going?"
No.
Yeah. So the stress has started with that. So this was a nice getaway.
You were living in or are living in
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
And I'm now moving to Richmond, Virginia.
Why Richmond?
I got a big girl job.
Wow.
Yeah, kind of
Congratulations.
scary and exciting at the same time, but basically I can't get into too much detail, especially on like a live broadcast
course,
somewhere,
yeah.
but it's working for the Department of Defense.
Oh, very cool.
I have to have like
Good
a
gig.
secret security clearance, but basically teaching very important people driving skills.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
for
that's
you.
the coolest
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, so like
What?
putting my racing to use and getting government benefits and really decent pay, so I can't complain.
How did you manage? That is incredible.
Yeah, it's
Was
it's
this
gonna
a
be
Sarah
interesting.
Montgomery design position, or was this something they opened up and you're like, oh, I should apply for this?
That was the latter.
wow.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this could be interesting. I was like, I have to move. I'm not sure if Richmond's the place to be, but it seems fun
Sure,
and
Richmond's fine.
it's a lot cheaper than Atlanta and less deadly, so that's exciting.
I want to be very clear. Those are not the thoughts of World Racing League or
No.
DriversEye Live
Yeah.
LLC.
Touche. Yeah. Anyways, that's fair. That is the Sarah Montgomery sass coming out.
So,
That
like,
has nothing to do with
Are,
anyone else.
are you okay with having like Summit Point as your home? I guess maybe VIR. It's probably Summit, right?
I've never been there.
Never been to Summit.
Never been to Summit.
Is that
VIR
their
great.
venue?
So it was, but they actually built their own facility in a small town called Blackstone, Virginia.
Never heard.
It's at a National Guard base.
Sure.
So called
Yeah.
Fort Barfoot. So anyways, it's going to be interesting, but yeah, it'll be fun. So nice change of pace, just something different and getting paid decent and all
Will
the
it
things.
Still allow you the opportunity to come and play with the
Yeah,
WRL
I've
paddock?
definitely made that very clear. Luckily, I should start soon, so I'll start racking up my PTO days to come out. Probably like half the other people here, So hopefully WRL can end the races on Sunday at 3 p.m. like
I
normal,
think that is the goal.
which is good. So I can catch a flight home to be right back to work Monday morning.
It's
So
not one flight anymore either, though.
I know,
You gotta be careful.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how far is Richmond from Dulles? Like, is that a big drive or?
Hour and a half, maybe?
I
hour
think
and
it's
a
about 2 hours. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
eh,
So I'd
yeah,
have
that
to go
does
to
kinda suck.
Richmond. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's okay. I'll figure it out. But
So I want to go back to the driver search
yeah.
out at Indy. That is about a month before we kick the season off at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
Yeah.
Will that be, first off, will that be with the Audi R8 LMS GT4?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
I haven't been told what we're doing, but as far as I know, probably so.
Okay.
So
And what is Sarah Montgomery's role in this driver search? What
yeah, so I am under the impression that, I'm not going to be a paid professional IMSA driver, but where I am in my life right now is most realistic to help another young female, many actually, but just try to pass along what I know to someone else because that just makes the most sense. That's where I'm at in my life, and I wish that I had that when I was young.
Mhm.
So when we do finally choose someone, definitely help coach them as I have with the other girls so far this year, whether that's like actual data coaching or just being a life coach, someone to keep their spirits up, because you know how goofy I am, and never take anything seriously, even though I should. But it's fine. It'll be a good time and should be competitive. And I think this year was a great start year for AE Victory Racing, because it was our first official year. This was our first race here last year. So,
of course, yeah.
So this is like it's been a good learning season. So we're going to have all the same team, like crew, everything next year. So everyone knows their position, knows what needs to be done. Which is good. So we'll just be ready to rock and roll next year with a consistent driver. So that'll be a third driver.
So you said 2/3 of the driver lineup is coming back. You said the team and the crew are all coming back. You haven't said the car is coming back.
Well,
Brendan, let's go at this from a different angle. Sarah, I saw that you were driving a round 3 car the other day. What was that like?
Well, it's we went. What was that race at? Sebring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, day one, practice day one, I see a Facebook post from Brad, team owner of round 3, and he broke his foot.
Mm-hmm.
He told me the story. He said, I was looking where we parked our trailer, and right where you step out, there's a big hole. And I actually told the guys, like, hey, we need to put something over that. Someone's going to twist their ankle. 30 minutes later, it was Brad.
Yep.
So just go figure. That's how that works. So instead of packing the car up and going home, he was like, Carter can't do this whole race by himself. So can you hop in and help us out?
Oh, you actually raced.
So I tell you what, and they're going to laugh when they hear this. When I put the helmet on to go racing, something happened to the car. So I never actually got to race, but I did drive it. So, but
and that was which car exactly?
That was their 997.
The 997. Okay.
Yeah, which isn't here this weekend because they got their new car out.
Right.
So
interesting. Do you know where that 997 is right now?
I don't actually.
Okay.
Oh,
there's
it's
a
not at
genuinely
Aaron's house.
No, there's a genuinely furrowed brow.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm like, I guess it's in the round 3 shop. I have no idea.
Okay. I was like, I think I have an angle here. Okay.
No, they would never, ever, ever sell that car. They love that thing. So
that was not a PR. I don't know. That was I don't know.
No. They literally. I don't think they would ever sell that car because it's fun.
I hear the GTU class is growing explosively.
Yeah, I have never actually driven one of those, but Brad wants me to drive one. He's like, this is so cool, you would love it. But, honestly, I'm not really wanting to drive someone's brand new car in the rain.
Sure.
So we'll let them have their
drive
fun.
Somebody else's 8-year-old car in the rain.
Yeah, because that makes it so much better.
Sure. Is it like... So I've always found, just in simulators, when it rains, it is easy to let yourself be unnecessarily tense.
Yeah.
Right? To really tense up, clench up, and feel like you've got to catch every slide and make every correction. You hear professionals talk about racing in the rain. You have to force yourself to do the opposite, right? Force yourself to relax, kind of let the car move around a little bit, but not be so sudden with your inputs, right? Are you, I mean, do you find yourself out there having to talk yourself out of that tension as you're 30 cars deep with a bunch of spray over the top of the car?
Yeah.
Or is it a very natural transition into and out of wet weather?
Yeah. Well, they could mic me up in the car, but I'm glad they don't, because the amount of words that come out of my mouth that are inappropriate for radio are really, really prominent. So, which the team normally gets a kick out of, but especially in conditions like these, my dad says cuss like a sailor. So. Sure. But it was interesting this morning. I gave a lot of what the heck hands, just like more or less to myself of like, why am I out here doing this? Why are we doing this? But then you get out and you're like, okay, well, the car's in one piece. I didn't do that bad, right? Ooh,
oh my goodness. Did you just see the biggest slide of all time from that Skip Barber Aston?
Yeah, that's what it's like out there. There is no grip. It is just slipping and sliding. I'll tell you, the worst corners are the high-speed corners. So the carousel that the Aston actually just went into has zero grip. Like, you're just holding on and just turning the steering wheel as slow as possible. And then the other scary corner is actually turn 2, because it's downhill. At least it's a little on camber, but it's pretty fast. And you're in 5th gear just riding it and just praying that the car sticks, or else you're just going to be flinging off into the gravel,
Are you ever full throttle?
Well, yes, on the straightaways.
Okay.
Yeah. when it started raining right before, when we had a double yellow right before the lightning delay, we changed tires, and those tires I wasn't able to go to full throttle on. But before, I was just like, send it. Why not? We're going to see where it goes. So yeah, it was interesting, and it seems like it's only going to be more interesting too.
Is the TC and ABS keeping up with the conditions, or are you?
Kind of. So since it is a little bit older GT car, the traction control is actually too invasive. So even, with the steering wheel straight and you just roll to power, it just cuts it. So, you're with all these other GT4 cars who have all their power, and I have like half of that with the traction control. So basically I was running it partially off to try and get some sort of help, and then also then trying to get to power. But yeah, it's different, and it's cold outside, so you have to remember that, like, it's hard for us to even get heat in these tires, and then you try to pull off line and try and get some heavy braking done during like the yellows and things like that to warm up the brakes and the tires, but you're in full ABS lockup, so it's not even like doing much. So once you finally do get heat in the tires, then there's another double yellow and you're right back to square one. So it's interesting.
How do you handle, I mean, it's a multi-class environment, right? The car is maybe for pace at, let's say, in the bottom half of the GTO field, but you're still faster than half of the cars on track.
Yeah.
But you're not sure you can trust the TC on acceleration. You're not sure you can trust the ABS under braking.
Yeah.
You don't know if the grip is going to be there mid-corner. So never mind just wrapping your head around driving the car as quickly and consistently as you can for yourself and your team, but how do you approach traffic? How do you approach projecting that pass as you come into a braking zone? For 40, 50 cars that you've got to work your way through.
For sure. And honestly, I'm probably not the one to talk about this because I was just more or less out there this morning with survival with no intention of I'm going to win this race. I just know better,
I'm genuinely not sure anybody is out there thinking they're going to win this race.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you push?
Well, and that's the thing. And you also don't want to be that girl that slams into the back of someone because she didn't brake early enough too, because there's always the stereotype between a woman out there sometime.
Sarah.
But you just don't want to, and you don't want to ruin someone else's race. It is what it is. So it's just, when I was out there, I'd basically stay behind a car longer than I ever would if it was dry, just learning them a little bit and then finding the best place to pass. If I honestly even passed many cars, I'm going to say, but there's a lot of passing being done around me, but that's okay.
So is any of this natural for you, or are you literally just thinking about everything you're doing as you?
Oh no, you're overthinking everything because every lap is different, right? So you have to go into it and be like, oh, there's a little bit of a dry line, kind of offline, so let me try that and see if there's more grip. And then it's hard because in the S's, to make a straight line, you have to run over the paint, and the paint you don't want to touch. So you're basically carving around those corners, trying to find the best line to go around, and it's very tricky, and it's a mental game. I was more exhausted mentally when I got out than physically because you're thinking so much and trying to find the grip, which there is none. Because again, you have no heat in your tires, so it's just an interesting game, and that's all the rain is. It's fun.
I was just gonna say, is it fun, or are you just is it just exhausting?
It's exhausting. I feel like if we had started with our good tires first, it would have been a lot better for us, but now we know, and honestly, it's all great data for us to go into next year. And like I said, this whole year we haven't really been able to try those tires we tried in the rain because it's never been raining like this, but now we know, so it'll be better next year.
I mean, you say that.
I think so.
Probably not going to have lightning storms in December next year. Maybe. I hope not.
There's a chance. Look outside.
I was out setting up cameras this morning at 6:15, and I thought maybe a transformer blew off in the distance, and then it got really bright again, and I genuinely couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Thunderstorms in December. Who knew?
Yeah, I know, exactly. Who'd have thunk it?
Well, will there be, as we look towards the future, I hope we see you guys and girls at Eagles Canyon at the beginning of the season.
Not going to be at Eagles.
Okay.
Yeah.
At Barber?
Yes, Barber.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to do 7 races next year.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Will we see much out of Shift Up Now, EE Victory, and the talent show from a public-facing perspective in January, or do things kind of go quiet until we get ready for Barber in March? type?
No, we'll be around. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're gonna announce our winner.
Fantastic.
And then probably, I don't know, not shortly after, but I'm sure shortly after, because Barber's in March.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I'm sure that'll all be out and about. You'll see.
Fantastic.
You know,
I'm gonna keep an eye out. for it.
we're good on social media.
Think so? I'm not, so I don't. I don't pay any attention to it.
Exactly.
I just to very
Are they-
briefly touch on something.
Yeah.
Got a message from Marjorie earlier.
Oh, okay.
The full course yellow, the previous full course yellow,
Uh-huh.
we didn't touch on it. It was for a little bit of track repair. I did not know this.
Interesting.
So we never really found the source of it. I don't know any of the details. I've just been delivered lunch. Thank you so much.
There goes my time. Lunch just hit the
It's
table.
been
I'll
so
take
long
the
since I've been delivered lunch. That's amazing. I'm gonna let you go.
He wants to eat his
Warm.
lunch.
No, it's.
I know.
You're
It's
welcome
okay.
to stick around as long as you want. It's dry up here. It's warmer up
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Do you have other? I mean, do you have other responsibilities now that you're out of the car? I don't know if are you out of the car for the rest of the day?
Yeah, for the rest of the day.
So, what does Sarah Montgomery do for the remainder of the 8 hours here?
Honestly, I'm gonna put a headset on and talk to Erin if she needs, because when she first, obviously, I was out there for a long time, so I know like what quarter needs a little bit more of what. So, just walk her through. But you know, she's had a good enough time in there now. I'm sure she's figuring it out, and I'm just around. I'm just track support and smiling and waving. You know, that's where I'm at.
There are worse ways to spend a Saturday. Hopefully, it dries
Yeah.
up, starts to warm up for you guys out there, and hopefully, also a better day tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like getting away from the wet weather might help you guys a little bit,
It'd be fun.
bring you back into the
Yeah.
fold here. But,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, see
Exactly.
what tomorrow holds.
Yeah.
Sarah Montgomery.
Thank you.
Thank you
I will
for
talk to you
stopping
guys
by.
soon.
Yeah, enjoy. And if we don't speak to you tomorrow or don't see you again for the rest of the weekend, I hope for the best for AE victory and you know the driver search out there at Indy. Look forward to seeing clips and interest down there from there on social media.
Yeah.
And worst case scenario, we'll see you at Barb.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Sarah Montgomery out of the number 119, shift up now by AE victory, Audi R8 LMS GT4.
I believe Brendan was going to welcome another guest in short order here, but I imagine he also wants to dig into his, what I presume is a sandwich that typically gets brought, or some other easy-to-eat format lunch, as is typical among the WRL staff. Usually get provided part of their lunch order, which makes working in person at the track a little bit easier, especially when there is not really much time to go do anything else when you're the only person at the track. So just having that little bit of lunch is much appreciated. Three hours and 31 minutes remaining. Unfortunately, it's felt pretty short insofar as the amount of on-track racing and anger has been somewhat subdued today between the lightning and the full course yellow situation. I think we found a little bit of a rhythm now, though. I think cars starting to figure out, the second and third drivers now having gotten in and learned the conditions, are now racing, I think, pretty effectively right now. As Sarah and Brendan mentioned, not a whole lot of people making outward, mistakes. People aren't making, silly head errors, and it is genuinely just grappling with the conditions right now is what is called for, and I think people being a little bit on the conservative side when attempting to make passes. Give you a quick rundown of the order here. Again, it's hard to find a rhythm with the race with regards to pit rotation, so I'm just going to give it straight down the order. Currently, the 123 of NFC Motorsports leads, followed by the 170 from round 3 racing, 6 seconds off the front. Then the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks, that's the Janetta, in third position. Fourth place is the number 52 of ACP with Tangerine Associates, and then fifth place, the 124, the second of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GTs. And then in sixth place, of course, the sister car to the 170, that would be the number 70, round 3 racing Porsche. That's your top 6 in GTO. If I can just filter by class here, it will allow me to look at the GP1 standings. The number 3 of 9-4 Motorsports, that's the Chevrolet Corvette C5. currently leading GP1 by 21 seconds over the 189 of HQ Autosport. Talked to Rob Henretta earlier about that car. A very interesting development there. One of the NPO1s looks like it's run wide here and is staying wide. Not sure if they've run into issues.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a racing line.
Yeah.
Racing line. That looks like intentionally staying out of the way. That's the 59, I think.
It is.
Gold trim? Absolutely.
Yep.
Reverse Thursday says, it rains in Texas? And how, my friend? And how?
And third position in GP1, we have the Go Racing number 505. That is the orange Honda Civic. I think, Brendan, the first Honda Civic to make its debut in GP1.
You're saying this is the first time we've seen a Civic in GP1?
Yes.
Possibly.
In the modern era. In the WRL modern era.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember if any of the Honda Research cars had run in GP1 previously, but I think they're usually GP2 cars.
Only in GP2, yeah.
Yeah.
And there have been lots of Hondas in GP2
which car is this? This is the 505?
Yeah, the 505.
Is that GAO Racing?
Yes.
Okay. Those are normally IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge competitors. Did a little research on them the other day.
Or TCX or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They typically run the Audi.
No, that much, yeah. But I meant in terms of, like, is this one of those SRO...
I don't know. It's
not TCR touring cars?
When I first saw the team name, I thought it was like Go You, like OU, but Go You.
Go.
Because I'm a ham.
All right.
Yeah, it's not.
392 from Harrison Motorsports is in fourth position. That's the mighty V8 BMW M3. And then in fifth position, we have the number 522 of Choice Racing. This being, I think, Will Choice's home track. Or is he up in Dallas?
Houston, I thought, but
Houston. I mean, one of the
I don't know.
one of the Texas cities.
59 has made it all the way back around to the pit lane. Another tough day, or a tough day for another GTU competitor.
Yep.
Yeah, not the first, maybe not the last.
GP2, we got the number 41 of Rockwell Autosport Development in their Porsche leading the GP2 field, followed by the 66 of Open Throttle, and then in third position, the 722 of Honda Research West. Fourth place, we have the 813 of Nitro Motorsports, and in fifth place, just into the pit lane, the number 168 from Open Throttle, which is going to promote the 715 of Rockwell Autosport Development into fifth here shortly. Oh, we got a spin. That is one of the Honda Research West cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that Acura livery, the blue and silver, was always a lot cooler.
On the Honda Research cars?
Yeah.
That is what I remember about that team.
So they had. This is not the same livery they ran at Thunder Hill last year. This is
I actually
different.
didn't know they were at Thunder Hill last year.
Oh yeah, there was a
on the cards
fleet of Honda Civic TCA cars, or whatever they're called, at Thunder Hill last year. There was probably 6.
Somebody ran one of those cars one year and did like a ton of PR work on our behalf, or social media work on our behalf.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot remember who it was.
I couldn't tell you.
Female driver.
That's beyond. I don't know if that's I was too young and had other things on my mind, or if that's like it was long enough ago that I don't remember. At this point, I'm having a hard time differentiating between the two. What was me just being ignorant and not caring?
Yeah,
and
sure.
What was me? That's just a long time ago.
Got catch up on my computer screen. It's not a good situation.
What do you got working?
Burger.
RJ, so number 86 of Three Fast Guys and Denny leading GP3, followed by the 85 of AOA, and then in third place, the number 48 of Puka Racing. Fourth position, the Garage 66 entry, the number 214. And then in fifth position, the number 11 Rapscallion Motorsports car. Let me do GTU, and then we can talk about lunch. 58 of Stratus, currently leading. The 59 having pitted in. The 247 of Heraflight, who has gone around several times today, holding down a podium spot right now. And then in fourth and fifth position, several laps back, both the 909 and the 201 from Automatic Racing and Round 3 Racing, respectively. Mo Dadka in the car, I believe, for Round 3 Racing this weekend. Brendan. He's mid-bite, of course.
Yeah, mid-chew.
Just finished up my thought there too quickly.
No, it's okay. I was trying to time it, and it just didn't work. That Heraflight car being on the GTU podium, I think normally we could, with very few exceptions, you could kind of write off the meaning or value of podiums in GTU just because the depth of the car count wasn't there. I mean,
Sure.
a trophy's a trophy, but you would like it to be against some depth. That Heraflight car is not the fastest car in GTU.
No.
Right? The Stratus has everything well sorted, and they have a ton of fast guys that they cycle, guys and girls, they cycle through the cars and just keep them going fast all the time. But that Heraflight car,
that's the 89X.
It is. The 289 or the 89?
That I don't know. All I see is a black Aston Martin. But this one coming through is the other one.
Yeah, I think the yellow trim is the 289. The yellow mirrors, I believe. Anyway, that Heraflight car, okay, yes, it's had a couple of spins and it carried around a cone for a while, apparently. But it hasn't hit anything. Hasn't lost time in the pit lane. It's just out there circulating and doing laps. And coming away, I mean, yes, there's still 3 hours and 20 minutes left to go, but coming away being able to stand on the podium at the end of the day will not have been earned, and it's not like you didn't beat other cars to get there. Right?
Well,
you did something they didn't do, which was stay on track and do laps.
So the other thing about podiuming in GTU, especially in the last couple years, if you came in third position in LMP1 in like 2005, like you had to beat like 4 Audi cars to get to the podium. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if there's only 5 entries, 3 of them are the gorilla in the room that runs the car all the time, that has the most experience.
That's a very fair point.
Like being able to even overcome that is fantastic.
That's a really fair point. It's not just number, it's quality, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I think inarguably, Stratus, I don't know if you want to call them the Audi Sport North America of GTU, but
I will. I'm more than happy to call them.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I don't think anybody has any real reason to question whether or not they're getting the most out of those cars.
Right.
Whether they're being run consistently or appropriately. They are obviously the standard bearer in that class, and not just because, they are the most consistent competitors, right? They show up, they push those cars hard, to the point that they are regularly taking home overall race wins as well, ahead of the GTO field. I think it's really good stuff, and I think, to our point here, the Heraflight, it's the right approach. It's their kind of day, at least so far. A couple of mistakes here and there is fine, but don't make the catastrophic mistake, right? Don't screw your day up so bad you can't recover. So, all good stuff there from the number 247.
Indeed. Brendan, what is the nature of this lunch?
A burger.
The burger, nice.
Yeah, and fries, which appear to have some sort of seasoning on them.
Did you go to the drivers' meeting yesterday?
I did not. No, I was pulling. No, there was a reason I couldn't. I was dealing with some timing stuff.
Oh, okay. So you can't answer whether or not they had beer at the drivers' meeting again.
No. So if you have been following along with live timing on racehrl.io, this is unfortunately the last time we're going to say that.
Yeah, pour one out.
Yeah. Race Hero, we have enjoyed a long relationship with Race Hero, its developers, and its owners, I guess, over the years. When it was just Brian Guidinelli and his team, he sailed the Chattanooga Tornwagen car off into the almost off into the runoff there at turn 1. We have been a part of its development in some ways. Our days at Thunderhill, we were asked for things that we would like to see, elements of the program, the timing output that would help us as commentators. That was a dialogue that was had every couple of months between us and Brian's team. And even before Race Hero had an API as such, we were allowed to scrape the website to pull data in and generate a graphics package. We were, I believe, given free access to the API as well to help develop our software. It was the benefits went both ways, right? We were getting a lot of things from the developers of Race Hero, but also helping them and contributing to the development of the program. As it turns out, as I've learned more about what Race Hero was designed to do, more people have found ways to develop timing software and timing outputs that are formally supported by MyLabs and the Orbit software that we use for timekeeping, and most organizations use for timekeeping. And as such, Race Hero is not officially supported. And inevitably, the Orbit's updates break something in the connection to Race Hero. And we learned a couple of months ago that it was unlikely that Race Hero was going to continue to be supported in the future. Came out on Thursday or Friday of this week that it would be officially shutting down as of December 31st. So we've been in search of an alternative here as a result, and I think we've got one. Very least for our purposes and graphics generation and things like that.
Are you going to make an announcement?
No, it's not like an official partnership or anything. It's just once we knew it was officially Race Hero was officially going away, we knew we were going to have to chase something down, and this weekend became actually our last opportunity to do that at a racetrack.
Got it.
So that is the reason I was not at the drivers meeting last night. I think we're getting there, but I hear that there is a chance it'll include driver ID implementation as well through Flagtronics, which is very, very cool. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes, but that would be very cool. Getting driver ID onto the graphics. Look forward to that opportunity moving through into 2025.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Then we can more particularly embarrass people live on the air.
I've been pondering.
I mean, that's the tongue-in-cheek, obviously, answer. But no, I think it'll be cool for people's families to know exactly when their loved one is in the car. It'll be good for the series to have a little bit more easy to identify way to see who's in the car at the moment. Things like that. I think that's positives all the way around.
Had a comment on YouTube from, gotta find it here, Sue Kelly, asking which Honda Racing West car spun out, 722 or 723. Race control log says it was 722 over there at turn 15, so presumably also wondering if it was there. Maybe a family member to loop the car down there. don't like to, like you said, well, I don't know. Maybe it is worth it. It's been such a missing link in what we do as we cover races. You're kind of guessing who's in the car and what is the driver rotation going to be. How do you project that out?
Right.
You can't even. I mean, never mind watching fluctuations in pace. It's hard to even acknowledge positives because you just don't know. We always refer to the cars by team name instead of driver name, and there are a lot of folks that have been around the WRL paddock for a long time that have been sort of anonymous to us. So, yeah, looking forward to getting to know more and more names and understanding some of the continuity behind these driver lineups through next year as well. By the way.
Oh, yep. Yeah.
I know what's coming for Shift Up now. I was given the secret as Sarah left us earlier.
Will you text it to him or put it in the Discord?
Maybe.
I mean, I can just message her, I guess.
That's true.
It would be easier if you just sent it to me and say, "I'm just her day."
Yeah. It's good stuff. I'm looking forward to it.
Is it a VW Fun Cup? Did you successfully?
Oh man, I should have led her into that. No, listen, my chat with Chris Pies back at Sebring was like the zenith of the VW Fun Cup jokes for me.
Oh, so now you're willing to.
No, I just kind of forgot. I
Got
didn't think nothing is ever going to be as funny as that exchange, as VW Fun Cups are concerned. So I just didn't. Yeah.
Respect. Knowing when the joke is fully dead is, a good deal.
It's not dead. No. Far from it.
Huh. I almost asked about that. That was one of my meme things that I was going to ask about, and I didn't, and I wish I had.
Melissa Russell also joins in the YouTube chat. Hello, Melissa. Welcome what is it? A good evening? Very evening? No, must be morning.
Morning, yeah.
Really early morning. 3 going on 4 o'clock, maybe. Tough draw.
You are 3 o'clock going on 4 o'clock.
That's pretty good.
Baby, it's time to watch.
So, along the driver ID chat, we obviously, in most cases, don't know who is entered against every car, and I can't help but notice that the Russell family, Aaron Russell, the other Russells, are not entered. There is no DD Autosports number 153
Yes.
Mercedes. There's no silver Mercedes here. I think the last time we saw that car was at Watkins Glen. So I am intrigued to know if the Russells are here.
Here's
And
a
if
hot
they
take.
are, who are they with?
Just a super fire take. I'd have rather seen that car back than the NASCAR.
Oh, absolutely.
I would have been more excited to see them. I'd been like, oh, dude, heck yeah. Like that, I would have been super pumped.
I think we're about to go double yellow for the number 781 over at turn 2.
Ooh. Well, if we do go double yellow, it'll be a good time to pay some bills. Still holding off here. Confirmed. 123 and 124. So the Russell crew is in the other Mercedes, which makes sense. I'm going to be honest.
Is that the Russell crew or the Russell crew?
Aaron is racing in the 123 and 124, which, like...
Got it. Okay.
Why would you ship a car across the literal planet when oh, it is just Aaron. Okay.
Yeah.
When the team that runs them really well in this series has a spare car.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, like that makes a lot of sense.
Has it tuned for the series?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And developed as well.
I wonder if that was the case at Sebring as well. We obviously saw the extra NFC card there, and I think we saw it at Watkins Glen as well.
And the 124 was fast, the same way that the DD Autosports car was. Yeah. Okay. That's, you know, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sad that we don't have the variation of the livery on the grid. You know, that's kind of a bummer. But otherwise, I'm pretty pleased with that. That's cool. Very happy. So thank you, Melissa, for the information. I appreciate you. We appreciate you here at DriversEye Live. We appreciate all the families and friends. Yes, he was there last time. See, there we go. Look at that.
Got it.
Okay, cool.
The number 290 from Moorhead Speedworks, I think has preempted the yellow, which...
Oh. Well, here comes a safety vehicle.
I'm actually not sure we're going to get here.
Yeah.
The start-finish marshal has dropped both of the yellow flags and placed them down, not dropped them onto the track, but now displays a white flag.
The mighty Toyota Tundra, the last good Tundra they built. RIP Toyota's reliability ratings. Beautiful. Is there like a cutesy name for the Texas flag?
I don't know, actually.
Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like the Stars and Stripes, or like, you know, whatever. The Star and Stripe.
You know, I don't know.
Or the something, you know.
It may shocular in Texas is not exactly my preferred state. Austin is a fun town, but would not consider myself a fan of most, certainly athletic things related to Texas.
Texas, of course, is a lovely state. We love going there.
Not necessarily the
WRL has 2 events in Texas now. Both of the towns that we visit are fantastic and full of hospitable people.
Decatur?
Decatur.
Are we talking about the same Decatur, Texas?
Yes, absolutely, Brendan. All of
people
the
were
towns
wonderful.
all the towns we go to are fantastic.
I mean, it's Fort Worth adjacent, and Fort Worth is fine.
No, even the town of Decatur is fantastic, Brendan. And the people who work there are hardworking Americans, and we respect them bigly, and everything is just fantastic about it. We love
Decatur, the Jennings, Oklahoma of Texas.
No, I think Decatur is the Plymouth, Wisconsin of Texas.
It's actually on the sign as you drive into town. the Plymouth of the South. I actually I was doing some research for trying to come up with a name for the Barber event.
Okay.
And learned that one of Birmingham's nicknames is the Pittsburgh of the South, which is like not exactly a marketing decision I would have made, especially, maybe 30, 40 years ago. But here we are.
Can we call that one the creepy statue 500?
I have some ideas. What I really wanted to call it, because it's, I think, the highest traffic density we have during the year.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not actually, it certainly practically feels like it is.
Sure.
I wanted to call it the Barber Dodge. Because you're dodging cars.
Yeah. And I feel like
Dodge.
we would potentially get in trouble for that.
I have veered away from this path.
That's too bad.
Really dodged a bullet.
Oh,
I'm
it was certainly an
alternatives.
intrepid effort.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
With
so
Stratus Racing,
we're not going to do
Bam!
that. There you go. We're not going to do that. So
we're really just trying to ram in a good.
Oh man.
Heard they were going to install neon lights.
Yeah.
Do you think they have any electric car chargers?
Can you come up with a dart pun? I've been hung up on dart since the first one, and I haven't gotten anywhere.
Yeah, I can't get you there on that one.
Yeah.
That's
Boat show.
Welcome to the Boat Show 500, presented by vendors that won't take cash.
Is the Voyager a Dodge or a Chrysler?
Chrysler.
Ah.
Chrysler's barely
what's a Dodge
exists.
minivan? Does
The
Dodge
Grand
still have a
Caravan.
minivan? Grand Caravan, that's it. Durango. Yeah, I wasn't coming up with. There's
The
no
Hornets.
puns for that either.
Kicking the Hornets' nest. The Barber Dodge Hornets. I don't know.
Good battle on track, headed up the front straightaway. Between the 123 and the 170. This is the battle for the overall race lead, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, little jig to the inside there for the Mercedes. 123 goes defensive. The 170 goes towards the outside, and it goads the number 123 into going deep into the braking zone at turn number 1. Porsche to left, Mercedes to right. Round the outside of turn 2 is a decision by the Porsche driver to potentially take the overall race lead. And as they appear underneath the bridge, they're on opposite sides, but it does now favor the round 3 racing number 170 Porsche. Good move to, maybe
not a good move.
Yeah.
Maybe a bad move. Well.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see there. So I will say, I didn't see a yellow flag from our camera up at the top of the hill.
I didn't either, but that doesn't mean that the whole sector wasn't yellow.
No, turn 3 did report a pass under yellow by the number 188, which gave it a 1-lap penalty, which means the flag would be at 3, not at 2. Which is going to potentially work in the 170's favor here.
Sure.
But we all saw it, so we'll wait for the official report there. I don't think that's the kind of thing that wouldn't have been caught, but also we would have seen a yellow flag headed up into turn 1. So.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Hopefully that sorts itself out.
Also recall that once that car's underway, it becomes a white, not a yellow. So
yeah, but you still can't pass with the safety vehicle there.
You can pass in a white zone. You can't just go. You just can't go side by side past the safety car or the safety vehicle. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Look at the margin the 170's put on the Mercedes already.
Just gone. Has checked out.
I mean, relatively speaking, yeah. We've got what appears to be 6 cars on the lead lap at the moment, from the now race leading number 170 round 3 racing Porsche back to the number 290 from Moorhead Speedworks. That 290, recall, was just into the pit lane for what we thought may have been, actually it's going to be 7 cars because AOA's just come through as well on the very tail end of the lead lap. But the 290 we thought was maybe preempting a full course yellow and came into the pits. Obviously got out, was able to stay on the lead lap, but the full course yellow never came. So it's possible that that was an unnecessary early stop for the number 290 Ginetta. And you would hope that that being the case would not, let's say, cost that team an extra pit stop between now and the end. Right? Because short pitting or shortening up a stint, if it was a conscious decision, you do run the risk of not being able to get. I mean, we're in 2-stop-to-go mode here, right? With 3 hours and 3 minutes remaining, given the conditions. If you were to pit now, you could do probably one more stop to the end up in GTO, right? I think it'd be tight for that Ginetta. Yeah, we're going to wait to see there. We haven't really had any, not really, we haven't had any long green flag runs today. Oh, the 247 Heraflight car goes around at the final corner directly in front of the second NFC Mercedes, the number 124, which itself is embroiled in its own battle. You see it off there in the distance. Embroiled in its own battle with the number 70 from round 3 racing. Oh, it's not a battle at all, is it? Because the number 124 is not on the lead lap. Number 124 has dropped a lap. 10th place overall, 9th place in GTO. Very interesting. We had, in this sort of the odd posture of the race we've had since basically the very beginning, it really kind of has been survival, and we've just sort of been dropping cars off of the lead lap, but we keep going back to full course yellow at such a rate that we never really get a good handle on gaps. We never get a good handle on who's picking up pace, who's picking up positions and time. And very, very difficult to kind of project out what we're seeing and make sense of not just what we're seeing now, but make sense of how to project that out into the future. Hello, boy from New York. Let's good day to the gents in the booth. It is Gent in the booth at the moment. Our JT Tammy has stepped away for, I believe, a sim racing commitment, and Ryan West has stepped away for hashtag just Ryan West things. Even just me at the moment, but Ryan will be back up with us soon. Jordan Worth is on the 1s and 2s, the buttons.
Hello.
Pushing buttons, man. You pushing buttons?
I am.
All right. Well, we appreciate you.
Thanks.
I hear our boy Zach is trying to sell you on equipment.
Yeah.
Is that what's going on in the court there?
Yeah, you know, he's driving a hard bargain.
Yeah. I didn't see the screenshot you picked, the fader slider.
Yeah, that's what I used to change the cameras. Ready? Here we go. There it is.
Oh, man.
Wow.
You know you can just cut, right?
Yeah, but I like to use this for the artistic. See? You get like this double, the artistic.
Sure. When you do that sometimes, when you see cars like going the wrong way into the runoff, it looks just like an autocross. You just put a couple of cone graphics up.
It genuinely does.
Yeah, see?
There's 2 cameras here.
Yeah.
Be on the map.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. You're absolutely right. The double dots. That's really something.
Incredible. So, Jordan, are you ready to shell out $400 in equipment that Zach has recommended?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Getting on that right now.
He's going to have to run so many bottom split ads to pay that thing off.
I can't run more than I do. we've hit the maximum.
Not with that attitude.
At one point, you turned the ads back down last year. I think I remember seeing in your description now with less ads. Or
right.
something.
Well, the ad revenue changes throughout the year, and not every month is the same. Some months it's worth it. Some months it's not.
All right.
Like right now, it's absolutely worth it.
I still think you could be making double. You could be double dipping here and just streaming this. Just straight up, like just streaming the video of you doing the thing.
Oh, like a behind the scenes.
Yeah, you with your console and like just the actual vMix display, and then the camera of you doing the thing. You could absolutely be double dipping, I'm sure. Don't know if do you have enough graphics card to run both?
You know, I think we're stretching the limits of the.
Okay, gotcha. That's probably the All right.
Oh no, this car is slow.
Oh, it's the 170.
It's the race
the leader. Pulling
what
off
on
here.
earth? That is, number 170. Just took the race lead from the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. And now grinds to a halt. So it stopped and continued down at turn number 2. So this isn't even the first time that car has stopped on the lap. But now it says continue in the race control log, but we can confirm that's not the case. Oh man. If we do get a full course yellow here to go recover the number 170, this may jump the Moorhead Ginetta that's just coming through the shot up into a really strong position here.
Yeah.
Having made that preemptive pit stop earlier.
Well, it'll also close the 70 and the 52 back up onto this battle. Because everybody's
Also,
like a minute and 30 behind. Surely people will be making pit stops, other than the Moorhead car, which just recently stopped. Yeah, it's no good. That's not what you want to see.
No. We've seen such infrequent problems for the sister car, the number 70, that's it's right center of your shot now.
Yep, and that's a battle. That's a battle on track.
It's not.
Oh, it's not. Oh, it's not.
No.
Oh, they're with the 89. Oh.
No, it's with the 124, but the 124 is a lap down.
No, I mean the battle would be with the 89.
Oh yeah,
Which
you know what? You're absolutely right, but they're not. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, they're not quite right together.
And they're kind of in no man's land. They're 30 seconds from the 52, and they're 30 seconds from the 89.
For now, yes, unless we get a FCY
yellow
here.
Right. That puts the 52 up into second. Not something we've been able to say a lot this year.
No, but man, those G82s are strong.
They are.
They've been strong and really consistent. They just haven't really. Have we had a G82 victory yet this year? I have to go back through the results and look.
I don't think so.
They're the messiest fries I've ever eaten. Yeah. They're pretty heavily spiced. It's some paprika, some cayenne, and I think it's rosemary.
Yum.
And maybe
Sounds
thyme.
good.
Maybe thyme as well. It's a combination, but man, stuff dripping and dusting off of them everywhere.
Oh, that sounds so good, man. I'm very.
I also would like to
Very
give
envious.
a shout out here to the staff of Circuit of the Americas, who not only offered use of the refrigerator in the timekeeping room here on the second floor, but stocked it for me.
Oh, are you not in the office room there?
I'm in the timekeeping room on the second floor, where we were
with the
2 years
cubicles
ago.
and stuff.
Yeah, but it's a separate room.
Right, right.
Like in a corner there. Yeah, there's a little like mini fridge, like college fridge.
They
and
stocked the fridge?
Somebody came in on Friday as we go full course yellow, presumably to go get the number 170. They stocked. Somebody came in. Oh no, it's an impact driver's right at turn 3.
Ooh.
Yeah. Somebody came in and said, "Are you going to be here all weekend?" And I said, "Yes." And she goes, "Okay. Do you want waters and sodas and stuff?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't drink sodas, but you know, I bought a case of water and I'm fine with that." She goes, "Well, it's what I'm supposed to do, so I'm going to stock the fridge for you." I was like, "Thank you so much. You have no idea how many places we go where not only do they not stock the fridge, but they lock what is in there and
right,
protecting it like it's a long-term financial asset."
Did you find the gray area fridge at Homestead?
gray area fridge.
Yeah, like it's unclear. Maybe Jordan could shine some light on his take on it. There's a fridge. I'm not going to reveal where it is on the air. There is a fridge in the main building, like where we do the commentary from, on a lower floor at Homestead, Miami, that like someone had told us was like, oh yeah, there's sodas and stuff down there. And then you have to use the other elevator to get to it, and then somebody covered up the other elevator with the Kyle Busch poster.
Did you
As
cause
if we weren't
that?
supposed to be down there, but I never was like formally reprimanded for it. But I was getting sodas down there for some time. Jordan, did that feel illicit to you, or no?
No, not at all.
Okay. Anyway, Brendan, I can tell you where the sodas are at Homestead.
That's fine. The 909 is the car that's been in the wall over at turn number 3. Presumably, it's the exit of 2, just prior to where our camera sits here up on the spectator bridge. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear the booming in the background. The number 29 has just come by on the pit lane limiter.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I stock up on the consumables at Homestead Miami Speedway. It's a little too warm and humid down there to not have unlimited water at your disposal. How long till WRL to Homestead? Is that a never, you think?
I think that's a long tow.
Yeah,
for a lot of
people.
teams.
Yeah. I think you'd almost have better luck asking like the Midwest and East Coast teams to go to a Portland or a Laguna or a Sonoma than you would asking anybody in the middle part of the country to go all the way to Homestead.
I mean, to be fair, Sebring isn't that far.
3 hours, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean that's a negligible difference
I guess,
in my mind.
That might be fair. I mean, I was considering Daytona, which is 5.
About 5 hours, yeah.
Yeah, as being like, oh, nobody's going to go an extra 5 from Daytona. But we do go to Sebring, so that is a fair point. I like Homestead.
I think it would be a cool track for WRL. I think that would be fun.
It's a roval. We don't do... we do Daytona. We did Charlotte as a one-off.
Would they run the banking, or would they do that the
so.
cutout thing?
No, I think they do the banking. I think that would be the only way it would be worth it.
Right.
That little chicane second, other than the downhill drop-off off the back straightaway, is the most exciting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I there are many places I look forward to going to, and there are some tracks I don't look forward to going to. Homestead is never one of those. Like I do actually genuinely appreciate my time at Homestead.
I was gonna say I have come around on Homestead.
Yeah.
Initially I was like, this is gonna, and like having gone a couple times now, like you know what, that was kind of a good time. I did enjoy that. That's a nice track.
Staff there has always been very helpful.
Oh yeah, the security
by the
lady
book.
and I are like super homies.
Yeah,
I'm sure you met her, the downstairs security lady.
Yeah.
She's real tight, for sure.
There are things that have to be done by the book, as it's a NASCAR-owned facility, but always been very helpful and flexible in that regard. And, yeah, I'd love to take a WRL trip down there. Maybe a nice 24-hour. Could you imagine?
I mean, I think a race into the night would be cool. Maybe not 24 hours,
24 hour.
but like a finish at like 11 o'clock on Saturday, and then get all day
like
Sunday to go home.
Well, excuse me, a 12, 13, 14 hour.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That cannot be a summertime experience, however. That is right out. Whoa.
I'm sure if we talked to David Twatty, he would have opinions on what the optimal time of the year would be to do that.
Probably now.
Yeah.
Homestead has a more...
my mother just went on a cruise, Jordan. Jordan says now would be the optimal time. My mother went on a cruise about a month ago and was laid because of all the hurricanes and such.
Yeah, we're at a
she left out of my
guy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Not a big cruise guy.
This was the Savannah Bananas themed cruise.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Neither did I. But my aunt and mother, my aunt really wanted to go, and so my mom went with her.
Savannah Bananas cruise.
Yep.
Was it the whole party of the week, or just specifically the Savannah Bananas?
Specifically the Savannah Bananas.
Huh. Yeah, Dominic Johnson asking what that was. I don't know. I think our team speak here that we use for comms kind of glitched out and got Ryan at absolute peak volume and max distortion. Yeah, it was terrifying. I actually jumped.
That's good.
Oh, Dominic Johnson.
So there's more smoke coming out of the back of this car.
I was about to mention that it's been smoking for a couple laps now. And
Which car is it?
Which car is it? Yeah, so that's been happening since like 15 minutes into the race.
No, it's getting way worse now.
That's way worse. That's the turbo's letting go on that. That's what that is. Yeah. That's about to need a turbocharger.
Looking very Peugeot-like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The oil line on the turbo is not hooked up and sealed right, or the seals inside the turbo are coming undone. Sure. And that's what the smoke is. The smoke is just oil being straight burned as it goes through a really, really hot pressurized thing.
I mean, it's fine, but eventually you're going to run out, right?
Well, it's going to gum up the turbo. They're going to be losing power, and they're going to run out of oil.
One of those is significantly more disastrous than the other.
Sure. That is a serviceable thing, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that car at the moment, I mean, we're so used to seeing Thunder Bunny up at the top and just having reason to call their name consistently. At the moment, down in 23rd overall. Not many Thunder Bunny type A, although it did lose, that must be a penalty, 8th to 23rd in one shot without a long lap. Yeah, 2-lap penalty at 11:51 this morning for avoidable contact at turn 12. This is the best the racetrack has looked all day. It's not just a solid sheen across the surface. It's now you can now see sort of the pavement lines or the seams up around turn number 1 there. I think if we cleared the rain away, we're certainly not getting sunlight.
No. You think this would be another good time for an ad here? Just squeeze one in real quick.
Yeah, it might be. If we can get it taken care of here, maybe one more lap under yellow and go back to racing here.
All right.
All right. So let's go say hello to Continental Tire and pay the bills here with the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. The National Championship weekend from Circuit of the Americas rolls on. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
The smart choice in tires. Cross Contact LX Sport. Chicken sand. You know, I'm really kind of bummed that we haven't been able to leverage this Continental Tire closeness thing that we got going here into Ryan Eversley coming back on DriversEye Live for a second time. And I feel like with his career situation now where he's driving for LA Honda World and LA Audi World, and he drove for a super team last year, that like we're just doing circles around each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we could get something together here, but somebody has to pay him. So if you're a WRL team and you'd like to pay for Ryan Eversley to drive your race car and then allow him enough time to come up here and commentate with us, that would be pretty cool. Because as I've said, we've done it before, and it was a good time. I enjoyed it. He's a funny guy, and I think that would lend more credibility to what it is that we're doing, because then we could try to get more Dinner with Racers viewers to watch our thing, and we could get DriversEye Live viewers to watch Dinner with Racers. If you're in the comments right now, drop me a name. What's your favorite Dinner with Racers episode, the podcast or the TV show? So just go ahead and drop that in the live chat here. Thanks, chat. Appreciate you, chat. Yeah.
Favorite Dinner with Racers episode?
Yeah, I'm trying to do the thing that streamers do, where to like get people engaged.
Yeah.
You like ask them to do a thing in the chat, but I was lamenting that we haven't, like, we're I think at an optimal time to get Ryan Eversley back on the broadcast with our Continental thing and like where his career's at right now. I feel like we're close.
Who is the best number one guest for Dinner with Sim Racers, and why is it Jordan Worth?
Dinner with Sim Racers. I feel like we could work that out.
I don't think I want to do that.
It would be
Nobody would
something.
want to listen to me talk.
No, see,
people literally do that.
Jordan, were you on the air for that or no?
Yes, I will absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
I have a counter take to that, which is, Jordan, you're the only person that people would listen to an episode of Dinner with Sim Racers about.
Well, what am I eating? What's the dinner?
You would pick a restaurant in Daytona, theoretically.
Wawa. It would be Wawa.
Yeah, we could just go to Wawa across the street from the racetrack. That's good enough.
Hey man, yeah, so we got to the Wawa and they were looking at us all weird because I wanted to plug in my microphones and, they were just giving us kind of a look. So, anyway.
What's the best restaurant in Daytona Beach? What's the option there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I
Isn't
don't
the
either.
good one, the one like actually out by the beach? I feel like one of you told me that.
Oh, there's several by the beach. I mean, yeah.
Oh, Tomo Gorman's here. Hello, Tomo. Favorite episode of Dinner with Racers is the Lizard Brains podcast. Welp.
All right.
All right. I haven't listened.
I haven't either. Have you listened to the new Dinner with Racers episode?
No.
I think the Mike Rockefeller one was my favorite.
Are you talking about the ones that were like the Tony Kanaan, Max Angelelli, this most recent? Yeah, no, I haven't listened to any of them.
Mike Rockefeller was also very open about DTM being bad, and he was somebody who was successful in it.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Also, we revealed that Tony Kanaan, this is a spoiler if you're a Dinner with Racers listener, just tune out for the next 2 minutes. Tony Kanaan revealed that he was on the brink of not being in racing, and he had two options. And Dr. Ulrich called and offered him $2 million a year to race in IGT at the time, before it was DTM. And he said no, and that would have been in like 97. So
sorry.
They kind of joked about that. They're like, oh yeah, who else got to go do it? Frank Biela is like, yeah, no, Tom Christensen, yeah, no. And he said the name of whoever ended up getting that seat instead, and it absolutely was one of the Audi drivers from the LMP1 program. So he
like
had the
a
shot.
Pirro, Emmanuel Pirro, or somebody like that. Yeah.
But it was something like they were sending Pirro to do BTCC. And so they needed another driver, basically.
Yeah.
At the time, and it was like, oh, okay, well, but he chose an Indy Lights gig instead.
Just a couple of things. Number one, stack up coming down the hill there. Yeah, I was going to say they're stacking them up coming out of turn 10, to the point that the Heraflight number 247 had pulled all the way to driver's left in a desperate bid for self-preservation. It's actually very, very heads up. Unfortunately, somebody came around there at turn 10 and did the opposite of that, which was to lose the car in traffic under full course yellow. Anyway, seems like all is well there. The 62 spun and hit the wall at turn 10 under the full course yellow. And I wasn't going to say anything, but it came by the pit lane with the exhaust shoved into the left rear tire. Like shoved forward into the left rear tire, and the left rear tail light cover broken. So
we're going to go green here.
Trouble for the 62. The sister car, number 63, is actually going to lead the field back to green on the road. Number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes will lead us back in terms of the running order, and absent the number 170 Porsche 991.2 GT3 Cup, it'll be about a 20-second margin back to the number 290 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta G56. We had mentioned that that car was likely to benefit most from the full course yellow, and that is exactly what's happened.
Excellent. And the 70, of course, only 30 seconds behind the leader there, so they're still in contention with that lead car, the number 70 for round 3 racing. I imagine this opens up some driver opportunities if the 170 is out for the day.
When you say driver opportunities,
I mean the ability to share multiple pro drivers across one car.
Yes.
Who may have been having to finish the other car might now be able to be in this car.
That's possible. Actually, don't know what the lineups were in both of those cars this weekend.
I don't know either.
I know. I actually have no idea.
It's a mystery.
You have to assume Josh Malicki is here. I know Chris Pies is here. I assume Cole Lofsford is here, although I haven't seen him this week.
Probably here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But there's 6 seats that you need to fill, or 4 at least.
Well, the minimum is 3. Right?
Okay, sure.
Technically, it's 3, but yeah.
Yeah, but if you're sharing one,
actually more than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should just quickly touch on some of the classes not up at the top. We spoke earlier with Rob Henretta, the owner of the number 189 HQ Autosport BMW squad, and with 12 and a half seconds in hand, does lead the GP1 class over the number 3 94 Motorsports Chevrolet Corvette at C5 car, which is one of my favorite cars in the field, if not my favorite car in the field. Sits there in second. The Gow Racing number 505 Honda Civic sits in third. So if you were going to place bets on the GP1 running order at this stage, probably wouldn't feature some or all of those cars on the podium. Choice Racing, the number 522, sits fourth in class with the Open Throttle Racing number 64 there in fifth. One class further down, GP2, General Production 2, Rockwell Autosport Development number 41 leads to 66 of Open Throttle Racing. So good run there for Open Throttle in the second class as well. Honda Research West number 722 into third is one lap off of the class lead, but in a pretty solid battle with the number 813 of Nitro Motorsports. In fourth in class, fifth place is Harrison Motorsports number 164. Rapscallion Motorsports, the RP1, new car, although appears to the untrained eye like it's a jacked up NC Mazda MX-5, sits there in sixth. That is an 18-car class this weekend, if we haven't paid too much attention to. Look at the Moorhead Ginetta carved through traffic at turn number 1.
Crushing it.
That was amazing. 3 fast guys, and then he leads GP3 from the number 85 AOA Racing MX-5. The Puka Racing number 48 sits third in class with Garage 66 and fourth, and the number 11 of Rapscallion Motorsports, fifth in class. That is actually a Mazda Miata, or MX-5, I guess, because it's an 06. Probably an NC. GTU still being led by the Stratus number 58, 3 laps in hand over the Stratus number 59, and another 3 laps back to the 247 of Hera Flight. On debut, we've had the 201 and the 909. That's round 3 racing and automatic racing, respectively. Not quite the dream debut for both of those cars. The 909 having had a throttle sticking issue very, very early on in the race, and the number 201 having smacked the wall side on over the entrance to turn number 19 while in the overall race lead. But both cars still circulating, which is what it's all about. Thank you for all the kind words over on YouTube. This is I think I'm right in saying this is the best viewership we've ever had during the WRL weekend, certainly in terms of concurrent viewers. So go figure. We ditched all the NASCAR drivers. All of a sudden, we're right back. Better than ever. It's been a great weekend so far. The weather hasn't exactly cooperated with us today, but it seems like we're beginning to dry out and actually potentially headed for a... Oh, no, that's a car in the wall. Driver's left.
Looks like a Mustang.
Sure does. Is that the 555 by chance?
Oh, Cam Shields and Lonnie Unser were in the 170.
Oh, very cool.
What a lineup.
I wonder if Johnny could tell us through Lonnie or Cam what happened to the 170 and who it was that made the pass on the NFC Mercedes. That was really good stuff.
That's a return. That's a story. Why was that not published?
Yeah.
Lonnie Unser's return to round 3.
Well, so Johnny did pop up in the YouTube chat while Sarah was up here.
Right. Which I saw that, but I thought it was just Johnny hanging out because we're cool guys.
Yeah.
And Sarah's a cool lady.
Moody Imagery on YouTube says this is awesome, which I feel like is completely like the most appropriate. What more moody imagery than overcast / damp static shots from around Circuit Blue Mountains?
Yeah.
The mullet, the Mike Gundy Memorial Tower, which appears to actually be becoming the Mike Gundy Memorial Tower. Or at least the Mike Gundy restructured contract tower. As the case may be. Oh, we were just wondering if the man himself was here. Why don't you grab a headset, man? Welcome. We were just talking about you. Yeah, it's all good things. What an event. Either one's fine. You're going to be on the air immediately either way, so, you know. Where words are welcome.
This is good production.
No, this was intentional. We were literally just wondering if Cole Oscar was here.
Nice.
And
so I haven't seen you correct.
I've seen, I think, every other round 3 driver this weekend except yourself and Brad.
Yeah, Brad is too busy pulling his non-existent hair out on the pit lane.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's this weekend, man. I mean, just with the championship implications and, obviously what just happened to 170. And
what did just happen to 170, Cole?
Ran it out. But
Cole, that's 2 races in a row.
Well, so that car, that's debut weekend for that car. We think there might be, it might not be getting all the fuel in the tank. So
on fueling or as pickup?
On pickup.
Interesting.
So yeah, that car was kind of a last minute entry, and so we don't really know, frankly. But the numbers said that we were good. So
were you pushing it? I can't imagine anybody was pushing. We haven't really had any runs long enough to.
No, there's really no reason to.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the 70, the 70 made it, no problem. So
having pitted at the same time,
I believe so.
Yeah,
or
okay.
maybe one lap apart. I think.
Interesting.
So
there's a couple layers to unpack there. The 70 obviously had an issue back in Sebring, which hurt.
Yeah, that was fun.
That hurt, but I think ended up going your way for the championship in the end, right?
Yeah,
for the East Region Championship.
For the Eastern, yeah.
We're at national championship level. Obviously, NFC is here with 2 cars. Round 3 is here with 2 cars. And I wouldn't outright suggest that, it was a second entry to help score points away from the NFC guys, but I might think it, and I might ask you.
Yeah, I knew this question was
Yeah.
coming. So
listen,
you're not wrong.
Okay. Yeah.
But we also we're tossing around the idea of maybe running 2 cars next year too. So it just made sense for us to run another car. But yeah, I mean, at the same time, we wanted to give ourselves an opportunity to build a points gap if the opportunity should arise. So.
I mean, look, it's 2-on-2, right?
Exactly.
The 124, the NFC car added the NFC team added the 124 car in the season.
Mm-hmm.
Started fielding the second car. obviously you guys have done the same. We just recently learned Cam Shields and Lonnie Unser behind the 170.
Yeah, Lonnie just got in it. Cam was the one. So it was Cam and I this morning at the start of the race. That was a lot of fun. Him and I were. I mean, our cars were so good. And they're so good in the intermediate. Full wet, they're pretty sketchy because we don't have traction control. So down the straightaway, we're hanging on. We're pedaling it a little bit in those full wet conditions. But in intermediate conditions, like what we had this morning, I mean, those cars, they just have so much grip, center off the corner, and that's where we're getting everybody. So morning was fun. But yeah, Cam just got out. Epic stint that he did. I mean, just epic job. I hate it. That's the luck didn't fall their way. They deserve a result, but
we didn't really catch it until the lead battle materialized, and all of a sudden we're like, 127, 124. Oh shoot! Yeah. Like they're getting after it. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, 123, not 124. Unfortunately, it's 3 laps later, 4 laps later, whatever it was. We saw the 170 parked up at turn 11. Where do you guys stand in terms of the championship? We haven't really covered it yet because we've only just started to wrap our heads around the race ourselves. So start-stop this morning. Right?
Sure.
Really, really tough to get a handle on it. You guys are obviously plugged into your specific situation a little bit more. Where do you guys stand as far as the national title?
So it gets a little complicated because of the drops, right? So we come into this event with a 1-point lead in the national. But my understanding is the way the drops work, say both us and the 123 have results that are, in the top 5 or so, then we would both drop 2 of our worst results. My understanding, and to be honest with you, I'm only like 80% sure that I have this correct. It's a little complex. My understanding is that would go the way of NFC. So we are treating both today and Sunday as a must-win.
Interesting. And to be clear, this is with the number 123. Obviously, that's been the season-long entry. Yeah. That's interesting. So are you... It's a tough day to ask drivers to push, right? Because you don't want to bin the car and then you end up, in a really, really bad spot. Not just with the championship, but obviously that makes for a really long weekend and potentially jeopardizes future entries as well.
Sure.
But there's work to be done. You guys currently sit, 21 seconds off of the race lead. To what degree do you approach it as there's work to be done here, or do you just say, hey, we got to live to fight another day?
No, we got to try to get there.
Okay.
If possible. Josh is in the car now, and luckily we just beat Pace Car out of pit lane there by about a couple seconds. We're about 3 seconds away from it being game over there. But I mean, we can't go in tomorrow behind the 8 ball. Anything can happen. So at the end of the day, you don't want to do something that's going to really, put the car in serious jeopardy. Even this morning during my stint, I had kind of the easy job today. All I need to do is try to keep it up front and keep the thing on the track. And
easy.
Yeah, well, everything's relative, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But so Josh is, he's the one in there now, and he's gonna take it to the finish for us. So. It's certainly there's a balance to it, but as far as we're concerned, that we need the race. So,
sure.
There's still 2.5 hours left. So there's no reason to go flat out right now. Want to try to get there, but small increments. I believe the track conditions as it is right now, I believe this is going to start to favor us because these are similar track conditions to what we had this morning. And so I believe track conditions are in our favor. So I feel good about it, but that's we'll just have to see. I mean, anything can happen. 2.5 hours is a lot of racing.
You've just jumped up into P2. You've cleared the number 290 Janetta, the Moorhead Speedworks Janetta, but more and more cars are starting to put in fastest laps, personal bests anyway. Number 123 is chiefly among them, 238.635, which is not the fastest lap of the race. It may actually be the fastest lap in GTO thus far.
I think me and Cam both had a 238.1 this morning.
Yes, I see that on lap 20. This is just lap 80, just last time around NFC Motorsports, 238.6. I was going to say, just judging by the drier line, right where you cleared away some of the standing water or the pooling water, this is the widest it's been down the front straightaway. And it's certainly the longest we've gone without any rain. Did it ever really get to a place this morning where you felt like you could hustle the car a little bit, or were you just still kind of tiptoeing around?
Actually, yeah. I would say probably about 45, 50 minutes into that first run from the start of the race. I mean, I was feeling really good in the car. I was really enjoying it. I was having a lot of fun. Obviously it's fun when you have the fastest car on track.
Sure. Yeah.
But in those conditions, we were just, the rear engine, I think, really helps the thing get off the corner. So, we had to be a little bit, I had a lot of understeer in the carousel and in turn 2. But other than that, I mean, pretty much everywhere else on the track, the car was really hooked up.
Sorry, you said it's Josh in the car now?
Josh, yep.
Big wiggle out of the exit of turn 12. Got the tires up on the painted curb there. Foot to the floor, and just rear of the car squirms around a little bit. We've got to go pick up is that a Mustang down there in the runoff at turn 3? Okay. Looks like no, it's not. It's a 348. It's down there in the runoff.
Can I just say the guts that these safety crews have to do these hot pulls on a wet track like this?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, man.
I would not want that job. I'm so grateful for them, but man,
yeah.
It's insane.
We didn't see any hot pulls during the worst of the weather, right? And some of that was just we're having slightly bigger incidents. We've got more to take care of. Some of that is track conditions, but even in these kind of sketchy, as you said, intermediate conditions, to go out there and in the S's especially, which is not a slow part of the track, to go and start recovering cars out there is, as you said, it's a big deal.
There's a lot of drivers that'll tell you too that these intermediate conditions are sometimes some of the more dangerous conditions because in some areas you can have a lot of grip, almost similar to a dry situation, and then in other areas, you suddenly lose some of that. So it's a little bit more, if it's full wet, you just know that everywhere sucks.
Yeah, sure.
And if it's full dry, obviously you know what you got. So these conditions though can be, they can be treacherous.
What is that transition like? Particularly, okay, it's one thing to go from, let's say, dry to wet, right, where the grip is going away, and you're just being generally very tentative. You see if it works, and if it doesn't work, you back it down for the next corner, right? And you know that that's a general progression of things. But as you go from wet to dry, you're having to talk yourself into there being more grip than there was last time. How do you make those little incremental gains in terms of grip and pace along the way without overstepping the bounds of what the car will provide you?
So I think every driver would probably give you a little bit of a different answer. The way I do it is I see what I have in the braking zone. So the first thing I'll try is just braking, maybe not necessarily braking later right away, but just applying a little bit more pressure and seeing if I get a lot of ABS intervention or if my ABS intervention is starting to decrease. And if I'm not getting so much ABS intervention, then I know that there's more grip there than there was the lap before or the braking zone before. And so you can take a very general, emphasize general assumption that the corner might have a little bit more grip, so you might be able to roll a little bit more speed. I always personally test it in the braking zone, and then if it feels really good in the braking zone, I'll maybe come off the brake just a touch sooner than I did before and see if the front tires will respond. And as long as I'm not reaching or exceeding the limit of the car, I'll just keep doing that incrementally a little bit more each lap.
And that's a fairly low risk way of going about that kind of testing your grip, because as you said, you're not braking later, you're just using a little pedal modulation there to get yourself further into the braking zone before you really.
A lot of it depends on traffic too, right? Because if you're in traffic, the worst thing you can do is overcommit to the braking zone, and now you're sliding through the brakes and you're completely out of control, and that's how wrecks happen. So, but if you're by yourself, and there were a few times this morning where I was getting a little bit brave towards the end of the into 12, and a few other places where I was braking a little later and it didn't work. But you've got the space. You can just kind of shut down the corner and get the thing turned eventually and and make it. But if you're in traffic, you definitely need to be more mindful of that, and you have to give yourself a little bit more margin, a little more room for error. So a lot of it depends on the situation that you're in that moment. But yeah, generally speaking, I just try to see what I have under braking, power, and go from there.
We were chatting with Sarah Montgomery a little bit earlier, and kind of talking through some of the challenges of being in these mixed conditions, feeling out where there is and where there isn't grip. And one of the things that she mentioned was just you're constantly thinking. It's constantly cerebral.
Yes.
And for her, in all kinds of traffic, like we've got this gaggle going into turn 7 and 8 now with just about every class of car here this weekend. She was uncomfortable committing in traffic.
Sure.
Right? The idea of sending it into a braking zone, thinking the grip would be there, but even if you're a foot or two off of the racing line you were on last lap, you don't really know. Were you in your, I don't know how much traffic you were in because it was so start and stop for a second.
A lot.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody is. I mean, there's a lot of cars here.
Was that all just constantly thinking and consciously making every decision in and around traffic, or did you ever feel like you were in a rhythm, just picking cars off, moving this way in the braking zone, that way on the exit, that sort of natural flow?
When it started to, when the rain started to pick up, right before we went to red, yes, that was terrifying.
Yeah. Sure.
Because first off, I was hydroplaning down the straightaway. So, I have to run half throttle. You can't see anything. That's part of the issue. You can't even see the rain lights and the cars in front of you. So, not being able to see and then really having no clue, what the car is going to do, if it's going to snap on you suddenly. Yeah, that is mental overload for sure. You just have to compartmentalize it, kind of take things one step at a time and, just not get ahead of your skis. But yeah, it's one of the most challenging situations that I think any race car driver in any car can be in. So when it comes to traffic, the thing is that everyone else is kind of in the same boat. So when you're in a GTO car, obviously you have more power. Typically you're going to have a little bit more braking ability than most of these other cars in other classes. So you can kind of present yourself in the braking zone, and if you feel like you have the car underneath you, maybe come off the brake a little bit just to, get side by side before the turn-in point. So, there's a way to conservatively do it where, you're not over-committing to it. Could there be a little bit of more time gained by being a little bit more aggressive? Sure, but now it's a coin flip. In those conditions, are you going to hit a patch of water? When you have to go way offline, especially if there's a little bit of a dry line forming, and then the rest of the track is super wet, you might have something completely different than what you were expecting if you're trying to make a 3-wide pass in the braking zone or something like that. So, and when you just have, COTA every year, there's so many cars here, and in all the different classes. So. You end up with these bunches, these gaggles of cars, 5, 6, 7 cars, all, you could all throw a blanket under, and that's tough because, there's spray everywhere, and, the pace of each of those cars is different. So,
yeah.
But, I have to say, that can happen in the dry too, and the difference is here in the wet, it's a lot slower. So in some ways, you have a little bit more time. Maybe not at the end of the straightaway when you're doing 130 in the spray. I don't care who you are, that's freaky. But in the slower corners, you have a little bit more time to kind of pick and choose your line and where you're going to put the car. So in some ways, in slower corners, it's not so bad. But yeah, in the higher speed stuff, for sure, it's a lot mentally. It's a mental exercise, definitely.
Shifting gears a little bit, you've obviously been a full season driver, nearly full season driver in the number 70.
Yeah, I think I've done seven rounds this year.
Sure. So just about full season. It's obviously been a championship-minded campaign for that car. Really quick drivers aboard it. Much was made back at High Plains with Brad's announcement that Round 3 would be adding GTU cars to the stable for next year.
Sure.
Likely to not see the 605 again, barring disaster. But
we keep saying that every year.
I know. That's what I'm saying, right?
That car might keep going.
Oh, it's still out.
It's right there.
But now you've added, the team has added the 170, potentially in looking towards a 2-car effort next year. We know the stated goal is to run 2 cars in GTU next year as well. It seems like the vibes at Round 3 right now are pretty solid. Mm-hmm. Tension for sure if you're going for championships, but after a couple of years where there were some question marks about the 997's viability and some of the other changes that were going on within round 3. Like, it's just all immensely positive things at the team right now. Is that your sense as well as being part of it?
Absolutely, yeah. Just as a unit, as a team, I feel like kind of hit our stride in many ways. There's still, this weekend has just been there's been a lot of stress this weekend, bringing this other car, obviously the debut of the GTU program. I feel my hat's off to all the crew guys. They've been working day and night, 2 a.m. nights, trying to get, these things ready and in best condition possible for us. And, so this weekend has been testing everybody, but certainly especially the crew.
Yeah.
And the thing with this team with round 3 is that everybody on that team, they just do what needs to be done. They don't complain. They find the best way to do it, and regardless of the time it takes, they get it done and they find a way. And that's why round 3 is has had the success this year and other years that it's had. And these races are won back in the shop, and then on the Thursday and Friday preparation days, and then obviously you got to execute during the race. But at the end of the day, really the race weekend starts the moment the cars come back from the last event and unloaded, and you get them ready for the next one. So and that's everybody around 3. And so I have so much gratitude. I'm so grateful to be a part of this group, and that's contributed to the vibe that you're talking about as far as just where we're at looking in the future, and the confidence that we have going into the future. I think it's going to be a lot. And by the way, I don't want to confirm that we're running a second cup car next year.
Of course.
I don't know. It's something we're talking about doing.
Nope. Now you have to. I'm telling Brad that you said it was a done deal. You're bringing the funding. It's over.
I've probably already said way too much in this last 20 minutes. So I'm going to get back to the pit, and Brad's going to be like, "Oh, so you made fun of my hair, and then you gave away all our secrets, huh?" So,
well, Sarah made fun of him earlier for stepping in a hole that he pointed out half an hour before he stepped in the hole at Sebring. Brad, if he can't shoot himself in the foot, he can certainly, break it. I don't know.
Brad's awesome. He's a good sport. That's why we do it.
Of course. We've had more fun with Brad than just about anybody else over the years. That's a car in the barriers at the exit of turn number 10. Not the first time we've seen something like that. Ryan, it's either that or the off-leash Ligier.
You might be right on that, because I don't think Random Vandals are running the yellow headlights.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Any thoughts, Cole? That look like any car you've seen in your rearview mirror today?
Cole's seen all the cars in his rearview mirror.
That's why I asked.
With the spray, it's a little tough. That is that Boxster, that green, that blue and yellow Boxster.
Oh, the 166.
It's got the tall wing.
I see the wing on the back there. My bet is Ligier.
Well, it's not speculate.
Yeah, I'm not going to say.
No, that's what we do.
That's true, but somebody's hopefully not injured. Obviously,
It is a big old hit down there if you hook the curb on the inside or spin it on the outside.
That section is so sketchy too.
I believe it.
Yeah,
road falls away. Yeah.
I had several moments there where you think you're gripped up and then the thing just snaps.
What's your bailout plan if the car does snap up there at 10?
Catch it.
Where? Right? Because you're tracking out onto more paint and more runoff.
You got to have quick hands.
All right. Yeah. And that is to be expected up there. Exactly. There is copious runoff there on the right, but there's probably not a lot of grip out there either.
No, if you hit the paint out there, it's almost worse.
That's what I mean.
So you got to catch it. I hate it for those guys. Remember there's been that corner's claimed a lot of cars.
Yeah.
Was today, so hate to see it.
To go kind of back to something you mentioned, the very first thing you mentioned actually was championship mode, right? And kind of making this today and tomorrow essentially must win. That is, some would say, a lot of pressure and a lot of focus for what still amounts to amateur endurance racing. It is premium amateur endurance racing, right? It is a premium product. There's I mean, from the stewarding and the leadership at the very top to what we do here, to the teams and the drivers and the vibe in the paddock, like it all is a step up from what you might get at a, I don't know, name a series, whatever. And not a huge step down from what you might get at like an IMSA Pilot Challenge weekend, right? Trying to think of a nice way to put this. Some might say that that is not necessarily within the spirit of what we're all doing.
Yeah.
However, this isn't something that happens overnight, and it's not you guys throwing the gauntlet down and saying, win at any cost. This has been building for the last couple of seasons. You could say it started maybe with the GT4 arms race in like 2022, where everybody had to go have the F82s, right? And yes, more and more money has been spent to be at the pointy end of racing. And so there's natural pressure that comes with that. But this interest in executing races to perfection and actually making concerted efforts at not just race wins, but championships has slowly been building. Do you feel on the inside like that's an appropriate place for us all to be and something that we should all be, not all be focused on, but given where WRL might have been 3-4 years ago, is this just a natural progression of that and a totally understandable place to be? Or is this somebody's are pushing too hard?
Well, the way I would respond to that is, why do we race?
Sure.
We race because, we want to push ourselves. We want to be the best. We want to, there's a whole laundry list of reasons. I mean, it's fun, obviously,
sure.
But also just taking your car out on a track day is fun. So if you want to have fun, you can do that. Why do we compete? And WRL has positioned itself now as one of the premier endurance championships in the United States.
Yeah.
Certainly, probably one of the premier endurance championships in the world on a 200 wear tire. So the competition level here, GTO particularly, when I ran GP3 back in 2021, I felt the same way because, there were 12, 13 cars in the class,
yeah, sure.
And there were some good teams that ran those cars. But, GTO, there's 10, 12 cars that can win or be on the podium at the least. And so when you have that level of competition, it brings it out of you.
Sure.
It makes you want to, rise to the occasion. And, so it's the level of competition now in WRL that's gotten so high. You're going to laugh at me for this, but in my room, I've got a handful of WRL trophies, and I really enjoy looking at those and remembering the whole weekend and how challenging it was.
Yeah.
Like first GTO win at Barber in 2022. I remember that.
Is that
one.
you and Will Choice?
That was me and Will Choice.
I love that. It's still one of my favorite WRL.
I know it was super stressful for me in the car because I felt like Will was a little bit quicker than me, and I felt like he was going to get to me, and I hate being in a position of defending. So and I couldn't make a mistake, but I pulled it out. So it's. You just have those memories of these intense competitions. Sebring 2022, me and Jared Thomas in the in JTR. Yeah, that's one of my favorite memories of racing that I've ever had. So, when you have a series that's so competitive like this, it creates these situations of intense competition, and when you can win, the feeling out of that doesn't matter if there's an IMSA badge on it or not. The feeling of rising to the occasion in such a competitive environment is phenomenal. So I think WRL is and RJ, please don't get mad at me for saying this, but I think WRL is maybe in a little bit of an identity crisis right now, because I personally do not consider this amateur racing anymore.
Sure.
There are definitely, and I'm really happy. It's awesome they're here. There's definitely amateur teams here.
Of course. Yeah.
So there's a balance.
I think you can make the case that still exists in maybe not WC anymore because they ditched LMP2, but ELMS, IMSA, right?
Sure.
You still have to some degree that amateur interest.
And I'm all for it, because as long as those amateur teams are striving to be the best version of themselves, they're only going to grow in this series.
Sure.
And they're going to grow into, when I was a super amateur team when I brought my Mustang here in 2019, but it inspired us to try to put together the best program that we could. So, I would say this championship is not for the people that are just out there to make laps and have fun. Well, let me rephrase that. Make laps and not, they don't care about the competition side of it.
Yeah,
I think if you're going to compete in WRL, you should be at least trying to move in the direction of a competitive program.
Interesting.
Or it's something that, you can be, whatever competitive means to you. To some people, that means a top 15 finish. That's great. But, there's been this year and in previous years, once in a while, there's some teams out there that are, they're rolling chicanes. And, that is the part of WRL that I think, that's why I say sometimes there can be a little bit of an identity crisis. And then when you have the competition level that's so high, and then you have, the complete other end of the spectrum, I think, that's where it can get a little tricky about like, okay, what are we? But, I think 99%, across the board, the teams that are here are, serious about this. And, and you see the competition level in GTO, GP1, even, GP2, GP3, GTU now, is going to heat up. So, I think all the teams that are regular WRL teams, they're here, with the intentions to compete and be the best version of themselves. And I think any championship, regardless if it's considered pro or not, any championship that can say that about itself, I think is a very high level championship.
At this point, WRL hasn't been exclusionary in any way, right? We haven't been turning teams away for, I say we, I'm not involved, but turning teams away for lack of experience or lack of preparation or anything like that. There has been a place for just about everybody, right? If you can prove yourself to not be dangerous on track and you show up with a well-prepared car, there's an opportunity to run it within the rule set that WRL has chosen for itself. Which I don't think we're going to get to that point where you have to be a little bit more choosy about it. But so far, we're running things at a top level or at a high level in the top class, and there is a place for other people to have battles right the way down.
Sure.
Which, again, like you want everybody to come out, make themselves better, be the best versions of themselves, as you said, and to be competitive, right? To compete. That is a big part of what we're doing here. I don't know if you still want to talk about this.
I'll talk about anything, man. I'm an open book.
But you and Mo Dadka ran most of the season in the IMSA
two
Lamborghini
thirds.
Super Trofeo.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, at least the last round was good.
And
So.
when we talked to you here in 2022, it was all exciting. And it was, we're going to go do this thing. You were excited, Mo was excited, we were excited for you. You find yourselves back here. And by all accounts, from what we could see watching it, it was frustration, it was exhaustion, it was expensive as hell. And overall, I don't know if you guys would consider it a net negative experience, but it doesn't seem like it's something that you've come away talking fondly about, the way you talk fondly about competing here and your history here. Your description of looking at the trophies you've got up in your room, it kind of hit me as you were saying it, like, I wonder how many memories he has or trophies he has looking at, from the Super Trofeo year.
I have one. And it's actually right next to the Barber win and the Sebring win.
Do you look at it and think, oh, I remember that. That was a great race. What a great day. Or does that just conjure up memories of the frustration you had for the rest of the season?
No, I mean, that particular, that podium that we got, because that was in our last round. We knew
Where was that?
That was at VIR.
Okay.
And VIR has always been a super cruel track to me too.
Sure.
So it was nice to get there, but that was our last round. We knew that was it, that we were done after that. And so, Mo and I knew going into that weekend that, like, man, this is it. Like, and we we just felt so robbed because, you know, at Laguna Seca, the season opener, we should have had 2 second-place finishes. We could have won on Saturday.
Yeah.
And so to have those taken away, and then Watkins Glen was, you know, that was an issue of neither of us being there, and, you know, and then me being super conservative and in damp conditions on a slick tire, not wanting to crash a $400,000 Lambo.
Weird.
Yeah. Funny how that works. And then Road America was just terrible luck. I mean, we blew a brake line in qualifying, started both races in the back, and, you know, 50-minute sprint race. So, you know, it was just really the problem was that, you know, we just had bad luck after bad luck, and, you know, there's not enough time to recover from it. And, you know, obviously the atmosphere too, I mean, it was very aggressive, super aggressive, and, you know, we were victims of that sometimes. So yeah, so going into VIR, we were just like, man, you know, this is it. Like we don't want to come out of this empty-handed. So, you know, to get that podium in race 1 at VIR was a huge relief. And so no, I definitely do have a fond memory of that. But when I look back on the season, I think, you know, man, we should have had, you know, probably 3-4 podiums, maybe a race win. You know, I mean, so it should have went better. And, you know, for me, you know, I'll just talk from my perspective for a second. You know, I was kind of viewing that as my opportunity to try to make an impression in the IMSA paddock, and I feel like I was this close to doing that. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the results, you know, if you're not, you know, if you're not the one who they're writing about in the article at the end of the race, no one knows who you are.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I was hoping that season was going to help, you know, maybe generate some opportunities for me. But, you know, it's all kind of hindsight, right? Because the opportunities came for me to do a really cool program here in WRL with Joe Koenig and Trimtex in round 3. And I mean, man, when I got that call from Brad, I was almost crying. I was so happy. And then especially when it turned into, you know, this year that it has. So, you know, again, the competition level here is so high that, you know, the feeling is, you know, it's just because this isn't IMSA or it isn't, you know, whatever. I mean, it's not like that invalidates it or anything, you know. So I have a lot of fun in WRL. You know, this series has been really good to me. So, you know, I have a biased opinion on that because,
of course,
it's been good to me. But no, I really do enjoy this series. I mean, do I want to do other things? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm hopeful to, you know, be back in some level of, I put this in quotation marks, professional sports car racing. But I've got some really cool things happening for me in Brazil too. And, you know, so I'm just enjoying the ride, man.
So as we get to go back to green, you are, I hit refresh on Race Hero, currently leading 7 seconds in hand over the number 123. The 123 did stop under the full course yellow. You did not stop under the full course yellow.
Interesting.
So split strategies. We'll see which direction this goes. I have one more question to ask you, and then I'm going to go let you chew your fingernails off down in the paddock, or at least try to stay warm. You, as you rightly pointed out, have kind of straddled the amateur versus pro, or at least the WRL, the IMSA barrier, right? Whatever that actually looks like. A long time ago, or 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it was obvious, like, okay, IMSA feeder series is the next step. IMSA ladder series is the obvious next candidate, right? Having had the experience, come back running a top, I mean, one of, if not the top program in WRL GTO competition. For viewers, listeners, trying to understand what WRL is, what it's about, and the impression that the paddock and the emotion of the paddock gives, right? What that gives off. If you were going to step up out of WRL in the program you're running now to something that you would deem to be closer to the top, worth the value, worth the spend, whatever, obviously if it wasn't your money, you had a sponsor paying for it or whatever, what is that next thing? Because I know we talked to Chris Pisen-Seaver. I'm just going to give you some context here. We talked to Chris Pisen-Seaver. I love Chris. I think he's a super driver. He's so quick. He's so consistent, very soft-spoken, just the right kind of guy you want to be around at a racetrack.
You know, he's only been racing cars for 4 years.
I know.
And he's right there with Josh and I in terms of pace. He's incredible.
Quick. I'm big fan of Chris Pisen. But he said years ago, given the opportunity, he would have jumped to go do, or his aspirations would have been to go do something bigger, something better. ostensibly more expensive meant, higher level, maybe SRO, something like that. He said now that desire is not quite nearly as strong as it was then, right? The pursuit of better can still be achieved in WRL without the giant spend of going to do a full season in SRO or something like that.
Sure.
You guys have done the big spend. You've gone up into the IMSA paddock. Is there an obvious next step out of WRL into something that is more valuable to you personally or to you and a teammate? And is it still at the same level of what you did previously?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's relative. I'll give you the medium short version instead of a super long. I could give you a very long answer to that, but I won't.
We got that.
I've received a lot of opportunities to live my dream in WRL. I never thought I would be doing this.
Yeah, sure.
At the level that, at this level and this level of car. I had a dream about doing it, but I didn't think I would. So in many ways, I'm already beyond what I was thinking would happen to me 5 years ago.
Sure.
As far as, what's something that I would really like to do, obviously I'd love to find my way somehow, some way into, an IMSA or SRO paddock again. I'm really a fan of the Creventic series over in Europe, the 24H series.
Have you run there yet?
I haven't.
Okay.
But I would really love to drive like a 992 Cup car or something like that in the 12 hours of Spa, or, that would be so cool. So I'm really hopeful that maybe I get to do that someday. I love endurance racing. There's so many things I love about endurance racing. And, the problem with, the other professional forms of sports car racing here in the United States is that it's, even the endurance stuff is still basically a sprint.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's very much kind of, sprint race rules. Endurance racing, there's just so many factors that go into a successful weekend. And I feel like there's more things that are in your control. I know that sounds weird, because endurance racing, there's a lot of things that aren't in your control. But
No,
I
it
feel
makes
like,
sense to me.
I feel like in sprint racing, just the attitude of the other drivers and how quickly something can completely destroy your weekend, like a bad qualifying effort. Or, if you get punted in turn one, lap one, your race, in terms of a result, is basically over. In endurance racing, you can recover from all that. And, you need to pay a lot of attention to the prep side of it. But that's stuff that's in your control. And so, to me, there's something very special about endurance racing. Not only that, but when you drive one of these, when you do a 2.5, 3 hour stint in one of these cars, and you get out of it. You're especially if it was a hot day. You're tired, you're sore, but there's such a rewarding feeling about that at the same time. And I really do love endurance racing. I'm very happy here, but there's definitely, and 123 is on a roll. Coming for us.
Yeah, there's a driver change. That car's been quick anyway, but we're inside the final 3 hours here. So, speaking of driver changes, we see you back in the car today, or is your job done for now?
Nah, I was supposed to just do about the first 3 hours. So I drove up until that red flag period, and then Chris got in, and poor Chris, he hadn't seen those conditions yet, so I was trying to tell him what to expect, and he went out there and he was like, "Oh man, this is no bueno." Josh will take it to the end, and then I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. If we'll do the same order where I start, Chris and Josh, or maybe we invert it. That's usually what Josh and I have been doing throughout the season. Is like one race I'll start and he'll finish, and then the next race he'll start and I'll finish. So so I don't know what we'll do tomorrow, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We got 2 hours to try to get this thing done.
Well, we will leave you to it. You've taken up entirely too much of your time already.
Hey man, I enjoy it. This helps me not chew my fingernails. This helps get my mind, because when I'm out of the car, I am the worst, man. I am pacing around the paddock, so nervous. I'm way calmer inside the car.
Can you do anything to get that energy out? Can you be productive with it, or are you just like, I'm bouncing around in a box?
I'll pull up my laptop and try to answer some emails, and I can't because I'm thinking I'm watching Race Hero. I try to, I get so many people that text me throughout the race week, and and I feel so bad because I basically ignore all of them. But it's like
same.
when I try to respond, it's like I'm sorry, I'm thinking about other things. You know?
Same.
So I
get it.
I'm a mental train wreck when I'm outside the car. I feel like in the car, like mental strength is one of my is fine for me, but outside the car, man, I just
Well, you're just compacting the same amount of stress into a smaller, period of time because you're excluding the 3 hours that you're sitting there in the car. 21 hours or 24 hours of stress in a 21-hour period instead of 24. But we will let you get down to it, Cole. Tell the folks down there we said hello. And best of luck to you as you guys chase the GTO National Championship for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. I hope it'll be a great show for you guys. I'm sure it will be.
Already has been. Cole Lofsgaard out of the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche 991.2 Cup. Fortunately, every ounce of change we could have to talk about has kind of been covered under Cole's lengthy interview. Stay up here in the booth, with the lone exception of the fact that number 52 has jumped up there into second place overall, second place in GTO. That was during the full course yellow, during and after the full course yellow. Climbed from fourth up into second. So we currently have Porsche leading, BMW leading, Mercedes leading, Aston Martin leading, Ginetta for your top 5. That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
No. Thanks, Ryan.
No problem.
I have no idea how long that interview went on.
A long time.
I'm sorry. Cole is just such an easy guy to talk to.
Oh yeah.
And he oozes that like passion for the sport that I'm not saying not everybody brings to the table, but everybody comes and has their own motivation. But when I think back to like our early days at the 25, our early days in the World Racing League and covering these races with a professional analysis approach, now that the work we do is professional, but we analyze these races the way we would analyze a professional race.
Yeah.
Right? We treat it every race like it's a Le Mans or like a Daytona or a Sebring or whatever. I feel like Cole brings the same energy. That same, like, this race matters because it's a race that I care about or because it's an endurance race. And it just makes it a very, very easy chat. Also lopped another half an hour or whatever off the time remaining clock.
Yes, indeed it did.
But I think, Ryan, I'm sure you can see it on the cameras around the circuit. We've made a lot of progress in terms of track conditions.
We have.
Yeah, 2:34 flat is the current fastest lap of the race by that very number 70, as a matter of fact. But it's the fastest we've been. Fastest we've been all day. Still about, I would say, 13 seconds, 12 seconds off the ultimate pace for the GTO cars.
Give or take, and I think a lot of that's going to be down to the GTO cars not being able to occupy the dry line when they're doing their passing. And so as they go to throttle up, getting around a slower class car, they're still on the damp bit.
Yeah. I mean, you would anticipate every lap here being the next, the fastest lap, the next improvement. Are you getting timing updates here? There we go. Yeah, 70 just came through. I'm having to manually refresh Race Hero, which is not where I wanted to be at the moment.
Well, it happens. We've had a request in the chat, Brendan. I don't know if you can see it. It was really subtle to show the 352. I will just point out here that we can show as many onboards as people make available to us.
Fair point.
So we can absolutely accommodate anybody who wants to see a car's onboard. We can 100% do it if they'll send us the right information.
So, yes,
but that's up to the team.
That is one of the challenges. And I don't know that the onboard streaming document went out prior to this race. I know we've sent it, or RJ has sent it a couple of times over the course of the season because we get this question often. Our issue has been that throughout the course of the day, I've just been receiving emails of YouTube links and not been able to respond to everybody with the same. I haven't responded to anybody actually all day because this is just what I've been doing. But we can't ingest YouTube links anymore. That used to be something we could do. YouTube made it more and more difficult, and it required more and more computer resources to be able to ingest those types of feeds. To now, it's just not possible, not practical, not possible anymore.
Now, to be fair, I did warn the entire paddock about this last year.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I know.
I was very clear about this works right now, but it's getting harder, and it's not a permanent solution.
Yes, correct. And obviously, that's gone the other way. We've gotten a handful of good links. Worked with the fine folks down at HQ Autosport on Thursday to get their new, Friday, to get their new system up and running. Oh, do we still have that camera, Jordan? Yeah, it went down. Okay. Well, the Sentinel cameras make it easy. 3.0 is on the way.
Yep.
I'm sure if you're on the WRL Racers group, there is information about how you can order/pre-order one of those units.
Can we get James to send or to like edit into his software a big like in parentheses box that's like, this is the one you copy and paste to send to Brendan, so it can be on the WRL broadcast.
We have access to it.
I mean, if we have access to it, we should just be showing it, right? Like,
as long as it's public. As long as there is a publicly available link to go with it, we can show it.
Okay.
Right, because that's basically implicit.
Sure.
Public sharing.
But if people don't know that it's that, I don't know.
No, I'm with you. The problem is, I mean, it's not a problem. It takes a little bit more effort. It's not as set and forget if you decide to run, VBox plus an encoder.
Right.
And Caster, Restream, etc. require you to pay for pretty expensive plans to get us a link to what we need without us just running a server for people to point their onboards to. Maybe
RJ should.
Maybe we just fund the server. Look, it's entirely possible.
Yeah.
This is a 2025 development.
Sure.
Us getting ourselves. I mean, we're already on a server, but it needs to go up on AWS or similar. But then we're paying for data transit. It's just a whole thing. But we're getting there. We're getting there.
Right.
In some other series, you've got to pay to be featured on our onboards.
Yep.
Not here.
Here it's free 99.
That's right. I don't like that phrase.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amanda Fauci. I'm going to assume that's Fauci. Bring Jerry to the booth and ask him why he's dodging my emails for a new M20 motor. I don't know who Jerry is, but Jerry, you should probably email Amanda back regarding picking up a new M20 motor. Related, what is an M20? Sounds like
I believe it's like an old BMW motor.
Yeah,
no?
okay. I don't know. Or 352. I don't know. Do we have 350? Let me see. 352 is not public. The 119, I think, is, though. Got a little 119 action. Put that in the Discord. Put a little screaming goat action.
Nice. All right, we're getting them. We're getting them going here.
Yeah.
Can we give Jordan access to whatever thing you're pulling this from?
I'm certain he has it, but if he doesn't...
Oh, okay.
Mr. Producer, do you have that link already? Yeah, okay. What you got to do is click on public link and make sure it says something to the effect of COTA Saturday. As long as and it's not unlisted. As long as it doesn't bring up an unlisted link or an old race, like a Red Atlanta or something like that, then you're good. Yeah. Yeah, no, as long as the public link is obvious, a little common sense, right? In the implicit permission there. Yeah.
Not
it's
so
already
common
public.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heraflight is into the pit lane. I think putting pause to what has been a really solid day. Now, still 10 laps in hand over the number 201 round 3 racing NPL1, but the orange number 247 at very reduced pace. Oh my. Well, this is not the way I expected this to go. Quad box.
Sponsor of Shane Van Gisbergen.
Speaking of quad box, how's the Big 12 championship going? Oh my, it's not close. Oh no.
I did see a nice graphic which explained all of the teams that are going to win their conference championships this year.
Sure.
And how they're all from formerly from leagues that were like not a real league, allegedly.
Well, they're all debutants in the league. Like Army won the AAC in its first attempt. Arizona State is blowing the doors off of Iowa State at the moment.
Oh, is that a Pac-12 team?
It was.
Oh, interesting. Almost like the Pac-12 did have good football the whole
I think
time.
Kenny Dillingham's
and everybody on the East Coast
coach.
just didn't care because they're from the East Coast.
I think Kenny Dillingham's just a good coach. Oregon is the #1 team in the country, and obviously in good shape for a Big Ten championship.
Weird.
SMU in the ACC, Texas.
Yeah, not a fan of that one.
In the SEC, yeah. Oh no. So I had my evening plans all set up. I'd very specifically chosen where I wanted to go, and I've only just realized that they're going to be in the SEC championship as I try to go to the places I want to go this evening.
Well, you know.
Oh no.
I'm just excited that UCLA is paying Berkeley, effectively paying for Berkeley to go to a bowl game.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just incredible. Love it.
Did you know Austin also played host on Thursday and Friday to rounds, first and second round competition in the women's volleyball NCAA D1 tournament?
No, I would have gone to that.
I almost did. I was so tired. Just exhausted.
Absolutely would have gone.
But I've heard the Moody Center, the new Moody Center, that was built a couple of years ago up on UT's campuses, is actually really nice. Because it's also supposed to, like, specifically was also designed to be a music venue. And they did it's big, but they did a really nice job of it. So I would have gone to check it out had I not been up since 2 o'clock in the morning traveling. Big slide out of the 188, who dropped 2 wheels onto the exit curb at turn number 20, and had the car's headlights pointed directly into my window.
Nice.
Which is not the way that's meant to go. Don Moffitt says, TU sucks. I hope they get crushed again. Listen, not my words, but Sean, I'm with you, buddy. Oh, M20 is an E30 motor. There you go.
Yep.
We have the answer. Tom Haverda. Oh. Yeah, Nicole. Yeah, I've seen the name, Nicole Haverda. Tom's little sister cheering her on from Canada. Go number 119. A little international flavor there, and shift up now by AE victory.
Speaking of international flavor, where's Tooth? I feel like they left us.
I believe they may be at HSR this weekend.
Ugh. All right.
Speaking of HSR.
Yeah, I have opinions about that.
I mean, look, I'm not... Camburn Performance Engineering is here. Apex Broadcast is a sponsor, producer of the SCCA Runoffs broadcast. Do a nice job. I've never met Clark, but I understand he's a very nice man. Greg Creamer had lots of nice things to say about the experience, which is always, fairly trustworthy. Also, which is what I really wanted to bring up, they were streaming from onboard the Mazda 767. Like the HSR channel was. So somebody figured that out at HSR, which is great. Also something I've been interested in having for a long time. Because I think modern live streaming solutions, budget or otherwise, belong in historic cars. The cars we didn't get live onboard footage from back in the day, like that should be a point of emphasis now.
Yeah.
I would watch so many onboard streams from, Riley and Scott's and Group C cars.
That's the one you picked.
Well, I was going to say R8.
I'm so excited to see you on board from a Riley and Scott.
I was going to say R8, but they did get the onboard cameras in the early 2000s, whereas the Grand Am SR cars, or the SRPs, whatever they called them, in the very, very early part of ALMS. Like, we never really got that. The GT1 cars, the Toyota. The problem with the GT1 cars, like the Toyotas, the Porsche 911, GT1s, cars of that nature, is they don't race in historic races here. So you got to pick out the ones that didn't get the cameras, but also still race in historics. And for some reason, there just seems to be an overload of Riley and Scott chassis.
All right.
Pescarolo 01.
Oh, now you're reeling me back in here. Okay.
Yeah,
All
okay.
right. Yeah.
Roll Center Racing, the Deutsche Post sponsored car.
Roll Sintra.
Or no, it's Deutsche. No, it's Deutsche Post.
Chris Rollins says race monitors down.
Yeah, I wonder if that means
I have
Race
opinions
Hero
about
is
that.
down. Race Hero, and we're still on 95 laps complete, which I think is
not correct.
I think we're a little behind on Race
broken.
Hero is down. Yeah.
We've had timing figured out for 15 years, and suddenly next year it's going to be not figured out, and that. Not that this is the biggest problem facing
Full
society.
course yellow. That
Yes.
an accurate statement?
I have it also. Yes, there's 2 flags right there.
Okay.
You can
Car
even see
stop
it.
driver's right. It's car 35 at the exit of turn number 1 there, which would be the number. Well, it is a number 35. We know that. I'm going to pick up the entry.
Nice.
Yeah. Hunter Racing in GP2. Black and red BMW M3. Out of the view of this camera, but turn 19 camera picks it up reasonably well.
This is a BMW.
One of the NFC Mercedes has made it into the pit lane. I think it's a 124, I think.
Well, I was having a tough time
no, it's a
finding
123. Sorry, it's a
battles on
123.
track.
124 is into the pit lane now, as is the 52. Does that mean the 70 is in as well, or has the 70 stayed out? 70 stayed out. That can make things very interesting here.
Nice. Reflective vest. Good.
It's actually quite good. It's problem solving.
Yes.
So, 6 hours and 28 minutes gone. I had to do the math manually there based on our ticker in the upper left, and that was not going well. 6 hours, 28 minutes gone. Hour and 31 left to go here. Do we think the track is still in a condition here where we might be able to get through to the end without a stop?
No, I don't think so. I really don't, because such a large percentage of this track is on throttle. Maybe not full throttle, obviously, but it's not like... I mean, I don't know. I just don't think there's a lot of fuel to be saved, because you have 2 huge sections where you've got to be all the way in it, regardless. I still think that there's one more stop here. A splash, for sure, but not... This is not a... nothing else left situation.
The 70 is in. The number 123 has been noted for an unsafe pit release, which has resulted in a warning, which means this is kind of their mulligan. Remember, it's a 1-lap penalty for multiple pit lane infractions, regardless of what the infraction is. 2 separate pit lane infractions will eventually result in a penalty in the first one as a warning. So if they were to come in and have an issue where they have the visor up, driver visor up during fueling, or the fire bottle isn't ready or something like that, even though it's different than an unsafe pit release, it is still a second infraction, and that would result in a penalty. You see it from time to time. The unsafe pit releasing is also a little bit subjective, but it's safety first, especially when you're cramming a bunch of cars into the pit lane under full course yellow conditions. 70 has been released and is going to filter back out pretty much right in front of the sister car. Three of the round 3 cars are within about 8 cars here on the front straightaway. I think it's going to come out well in front of the 52 and the 123. Bearing in mind the margin before we went to full course yellow was about 10 seconds between those 3 cars. Throw the 89 from 89X Motorsports in there as well. That's the black and red Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4 current gen. Another 25 seconds further back to put the total margin across the top 4 before the yellow at 36 seconds. But there is the NFC car, weaving a bit under the full course yellow, actually weaving pretty aggressively headed up the hill. I wonder if we're at a position here where tires are an option. New tires,
So
we'd say dry weather tires.
I was thinking about that earlier. I don't think that's going to be advantageous because for people who have picked a more aggressive tread compound, they're effectively getting down to be more slick anyway, which is what you'd kind of want.
Yeah.
And I think people who had the drier tire on, I know there's 2 names for the Continentals. I don't know what they are. Just going to be straight for that. I think the people with the dry weather tires are probably not wearing them out very much because it was wet. And they're probably still okay, so it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see tires at all.
I mean, it was really wet earlier. And with the temperature being what it's been all day, I don't know if there is a world where you could actually keep the, let's say, dry weather tire on, just because there's no way to build heat in it. You need a softer construction, a more rain-specific tire. Never mind the tread, but the compound itself, because you're just not going to build heat the way that you need to. My concern was kind of going to be, if we were going to draw this all the way out, let's say you do take tires, you decide, okay, well, the track is dry enough now, we're not going to get any more rain. It's only going to get drier from here on out. Do you put on a fresh set of a dry weather tire? The obvious issue for me is temperature. If you're going to a dry weather tire, it's likely, almost certainly, to be harder than the wet weather tire, which means you are inevitably going to have a harder time putting temperature into it, given both the dampness that still exists out there and obviously the relative lack of grip compared to what we would have had, say, yesterday during qualifying.
Right. I don't disagree. I just think in a situation where the temperatures are lower, the track has been pretty slick, so your friction is not the same, that they're going to have lasted. And I don't think it'll be worthwhile to waste the time changing them.
I agree with you. I just can't really see any other obvious reason that the 123 would have been weaving the way it did, trying to generate temperature at some speed up the front straightaway.
Yeah.
And so you can actually, if you look at the back of the shot there, way to the left side, that weaving you see is the 123, and it actually looks like he's lagging back a little bit so that he can accelerate up the hill. Or accelerate maybe through the S's to try and working really, really hard to get temp into those tires or keep temperature into the tires. Very, very interesting. With an hour and 25 minutes on the clock, seems as good a time as any to remind you that you are watching the World Racing League National Championship Weekend from Circuit of the Americas, DriverSeye Live. with you on production and commentary duties, as we have been for every event in the 2024 season. It is the end of our 4th season covering WRL, nearly in its entirety across every year. A couple of missed races here and there, but this is a full... no, 2022 we did this season as well, including High Plains. It's been a good one. It's been a really good one. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Ryan West joins me, as he has all day and for much of the season. JT Tammy has been with us today as well. He stepped away for some racing duties. Jordan Worth, the bottom split CEO himself, takes away some from some of his administrative and managerial duties. Push some buttons for us. Jordan, you end up watching the CUSA championship game last night? No, that's weird. No. Jack State absolutely crushed Western Kentucky. It was not close. Big Hilltoppers fan, Jordan? No, yeah, that's weird.
Jordan shared some opinions about college sports on his stream the other day.
Oh, is that right?
That were not kosher with the DriversEye Live network of family.
Oh, absolutely not the opinion of DriversEye Live LLC.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's fair. Is this a long-standing opinion, Jordan, or are you just tired of people talking about it?
Yeah, I've had this for about a decade now. I can't stand college football anymore.
How do you feel about the Tortugas, though?
The Daytona Tortugas?
Yeah.
They got a big season coming up.
So you're big into the Tortugas, but
no,
you won't watch...
I don't know nothing about the Tortugas, but I guess they're going to play a season next year, maybe. I don't know.
Is it possible that you are just tired of it because you live in Florida, and Florida college sports fans are exhausting?
No.
Okay.
It's just, the constant... I don't even know what conferences any teams are in anymore. I have no clue.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a complete mystery.
That's fair. It's almost like sponsors and NASCAR teams. I have no idea who sponsors what car anymore. Anyway.
Yeah.
DuPont still sponsors the 24, right? Whoa.
Well, it's
out over the curb
now.
Oh, sure. Out over the curb there for the NFC Motorsports Mercedes to get past the Hereflight number 247. That Mercedes is at the absolute tail end of the running order, the number 123. And as we go back to green, I believe, I can't confirm this, but I believe that the number 52 leads the race at the moment, being that it was at the front of the queue. The number 70, which is obviously the round 3 racing Porsche Cup entry, is a couple of cars further back. There it is, just headed through the right-hander now, back to the left. So something like 10 to 12 cars deep in the running order, with a little bit of work to do to catch the overall race leading number 50. Oh, that's the 188 into the tire wall. At the transition from 3 into 4. That'll be Lupe Tortilla with Fast Track Racing. Looks like nose first into the tires there on the left-hand side. And for the moment, we stay green, but I don't know that we're likely to see that car continue. Pick the field back up as they head through turn 10, down into turn number 11. Hairpin there at the end of the short burst down the hill. Leads on to the long back straightaway. Even if that Lupe Tortilla car can continue, and I do have my doubts, I think it's pulled some of the conveyor away from the tire wall there on the left-hand side, and I worry that we may have to go deal with that at the very least. Quite easy to do up there as well, especially in the rain. If you hook 2 wheels over the curb on the left-hand side, it can really upset the car. You get the inside wheels on that wet painted asphalt behind the curb, and just send that car right around at a point where you're not quite grip limited, but you do have to transition the car back to the right in kind of an unsettled posture. It can be very, very awkward, and occasionally it'll spit a car 2 cars yesterday during qualifying, in fact. And to the left, that's a backwards BMW in the braking zone. Yeah. That's a 68, I believe, from open throttle. So far, we stay green. I would love to be able to update the gaps here particularly in GTO, because we're headed now into this closing stanza of the race. Important to understand where everybody is. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're not getting updates on Race Hero, and I've got to check Race Monitor, but I'm under the impression we weren't getting updates over on Race Monitor as well. Oh, we are getting Race Monitor now. I'm just not seeing Race Hero. Yeah, it is 52 leading 70. Then the 89 in third. That's the 89X Motorsports. And we do go back to yellow now. The 89X Motorsports Aston Martin in third. NFC Motorsports number 123 in fourth. And then the Moorhead Ginetta G56 back there in fifth. Through some of the other classes, the Stratus number 58 leads GTU at the moment from the... Scroll quite far down. Stratus number 59, who sits in 22nd overall. A couple of laps in hand there between the two main protagonists in GTU. GP1, 94 Motorsports, that's the Chevrolet Corvette, the C5. Leads HQ Autosport, the number 189. Margin of right around 45 seconds. Best I can tell, with 99 lap complete. The Gow Racing number 505 is a lap off of those, both of those entries back in third, but still in a class medium position with, I don't know, 19 cars I think entered at last count. Car 52 into the pit lane. That is your overall race leader, and with an hour and 18 minutes on the clock, I wonder if this is the last time we're going to see that race-leading BMW into the pit lane. It sure looked like it was hauling the mail on the in-lap here. Trying to build as much of a margin as it could back to 70, who now comes through. The 89 is into the pit lane.
I think you can make it from here. I feel good about that.
The question I would ask then, Ryan, is if you can make it from here, could you not make it from before with this full course yellow? Like, do we think the amount of fuel consumed
is... this one's going to be, well, if they take time to repair the barrier, yes. If they don't, I don't think so.
Yeah. That may tip the scales
they're working on it right now.
Yeah. 123 comes through up the front straightaway here. It will clear both the 52 and the 89. So 70 will lead 123, and our national championship protagonists will lead the field 1 and 2 once again. Ryan, is Race Hero updating for you at all?
The timer works. No.
Are you showing 95 laps complete still?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Almost like it needs an update, and...
no more.
Yeah, I know. How am I going to watch the Cartagena Impor Motor Racing?
Did you just make that up now, or are you looking at it?
Or the BMW Motorrad GS race Bandung?
That is certainly Motorrad. Motorrad. We're doing the German thing.
Trofeu Jorge Torrado Valiente at the Cartodromo de Castelo Branco.
Where do you suppose that is?
Spanish-speaking country.
Yeah.
Speed SF at Laguna. They're going to do Speed SF on December 30th. I kind of want to go to that. that'll probably be the last event on Race Hero.
Does Champ Car still do their like New Year's Eve thing at Sebring?
That's a good question. I don't know about Champ Car.
I don't either.
We don't have the broadcast rights for them, so
obviously not. Do their own thing. Do I have a driver ID list that just got sent to me? Oh my gosh. There's a lot of gaps because the list isn't completely up to date, but we're so as part of our future plans here, we've got ourselves hooked up with a fine gentleman who is doing a lot of work behind the scenes to not just with us, but is really quite heavily invested in providing timing, data, and graphic packages to not just broadcasts like ours, but much higher than ours. And this Flagtronics integration that's being prototyped for next year, being developed for next year, is really nice.
Nice.
Our man Joseph is allegedly doing some development work to get us up on that relay. Fortunately, well, like many good things in life, you do have to pay. But
right,
yeah, this is a big selling point. I can tell you.
Is that where my pay went?
Am I allowed to share these things out loud? I don't know.
Let's talk about it. We'll find out.
That can't be right. It shows Cole Lofsgaard in the 9.4 BMW.
That's not right. There's no way.
It can't be right. Some of these things are correct. I know that. It's very, very quiet here on the front straightaway all of a sudden.
Hey, Brennan, what do you think is going to happen if I press the button?
Today, more than maybe any other day, Ryan, I have no idea. I frequently have like a decent handle on what's going to happen. Right now, I don't know. It's probably going to show the 70 because they're just in the lead now anyway.
Let's see. Timing monitor. Here, we'll go ahead and get this opened up here. Irresponsible map. Oh, because this still does the thing where I can't use it because I'm not using the right.
Well, it's worse than that because I think it's still going to show us on lap 95.
Oh, great.
Oh, no, it's just updating now. We are literally just getting Race Hero. Maybe that's what it needed. Maybe we needed to push the button, the irresponsible
push the button,
math
and
button.
Now it's working.
Yeah.
The entirety of Race Hero hinges on this tool that Joseph made for an internal use.
Joseph, I'd completely forgotten about this, but back at so we covered a 24-hour kart race at Orlando in 2019 and 2020, immediately pre-COVID. And during that 2019 race, we had been set up to download all of the passings from Race Hero. But in order for Joseph to get all of the data, he was requesting all of the passings for every car every time. And we literally killed Race Hero. I say,
and so really that's why it only updates every 10 seconds or whatever.
Well, it is now. And,
right.
Yeah, I think it only downloads all the passings if, for some reason, it detects that there are passings that are missing.
Okay.
But anyway, I'd completely forgotten about this, and when we got hooked up with, or put in contact with the guy that is developing the relay we're looking at using for next season, Joseph was like, "Oh, is this the guy, the same name from this team we had worked with at Race Hero previously?" And I was like, "I have no idea." But Joseph found a screen grab of an earlier email that confirmed that yes, it was. The first thing Joseph did was to apologize for the time he shut down Race Hero during the 24 hours of Orlando.
How did that go?
It was like, do you like? I have completely forgotten that this had happened. do you remember this? He's like, no, I have an encyclopedic knowledge of every time I do things like this. It's just fair.
Incredible.
Hey, Jordan, can you remind us what state we're in?
Jordan stepped away.
Oh, did he?
I mean, I assume so. I think he's probably making the gravy for his pasta later.
Does he make pasta gravy?
No, he's one of these where it's like Italian people who refer to the pasta sauce as gravy.
Oh.
You know, which
like
is
that.
a decision, obviously.
I don't care for that.
Yeah, I don't either. The Sunday gravy, etc.
Okay.
Well, so the projections, the first time I ran them, I don't think Race Hero had updated yet by the time I clicked it.
Sure.
And it showed that the 119 was going to win, which
that can't be right.
I hope for. I really do. That would be a great outcome. I don't think it's going to happen.
It does seem unlikely.
I would have preferred that. Right now, it's showing the 70 and the 123 neck and neck, with the 52 a strong contender for third. The 89 a strong contender for fourth. No juice being given to the 290. None at all. So, that's the 74. Oh, it's that car. That's right. Okay. So yeah, that's what I got on the irresponsible math. Now, if we look at GP1, it's the 3, followed by the 189, which is, I
think it's hard to see a world where that 3 isn't a favorite.
Let's see. GP2 is the 41. And then a knife fight between the 813, the 66, and the 722. GP3, it's the 86, followed by the 85, followed by the 240. That's just going to happen. GTU, 58, 59, 247, 201.
Can I just briefly in the chat here, over on YouTube, where we've got 500 people watching at the moment, say hello to Timothy G. Elliott, who is talking about weekend memberships for $20 and broadcasting Sebring Live. I am curious as to which event he's talking about.
I think he's talking about Champ Car.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Got it. That makes sense then. We have gone back to green. The Ford Mustang convertible pace car has peeled off into the pit lane, and with an hour and 7 minutes on the clock, we've got live timing back. We've got race cars at speed in damp, but very, very gradually drying out conditions. I'm actually not convinced we're going to get a dry line before the end of this. Such has been the actually quite paltry pace of drying out here.
But we did go back to green here.
And how? The 52. I think that's a 124 it must be in front of, right? 52 is still behind the 123, and I don't think it's jumped it. So we've got the top 5 cars at the moment, in any case, within 11 seconds of each other. That's up in GTO at the moment, including the 2 national championship protagonists, the number 70 and the number 123. The 52 has a chance to play a spoiler today, as does the number 290 for Moorhead Speedworks. Back with us for the first time since late July.
Yep.
discussion in the chat about COTA being open to spectators. The race itself is not open to spectators this weekend. But you know it is open this weekend?
The Holiday Parkway.
It's the Peppermint Parkway.
Peppermint Parkway, that's right. And entrants are given free tickets, so you can go if you're an entrant.
Oh, is that right?
Well, we got free tickets last year, remember?
No.
Oh, I definitely was given like a stack of them, and then I gave them to people in our like Airbnb condo complex.
Oh.
Those neighbors across the street. I knocked on the door. I'm like, sorry for keeping your dogs barking all the time. By the way, here's some tickets to go do this thing. And they're like, well, don't you want to use them? I'm like, I've seen it. I've seen it like 3 times now. I'm good.
Yeah. I've seen every inch of it without actually having driven through it. It's remarkable. They did add a signboard this year. That's just like a, like you would have out front of a church or like a small business that you just stick the letters on. It says lights out and away we ho ho ho. Which I thought was actually quite good.
That's the content I need. I need somebody in a lower tier Formula 1 team to send the drivers to go do the Peppermint Parkway at COTA.
Oh, what an idea.
That's like, surely we can get Daniel Ricciardo or someone to do that.
I mean...
Where they awkwardly sit in the car and are like, oh, hey, whoa, wow! Yeah, it was really cool. I enjoyed being here at Texas. It's just such a great place. And yeah, just thanks to the team. Thanks to Mercedes. Yeah, no, it was good. It was awesome. Yeah.
Can we not just like throw a GoPro on top of like the round 3 Porsche or an Aston Martin or something and have them drive the Peppermint Parkway in the race car?
Oh, you could do it in the style of like one of those Gymkhana videos.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yes. Why are we not doing that? We know people. We know people who could do this.
Get Adam LZ to drift the Rapscallion car.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Incredible.
No free marketing strategies.
Yep. Just like, well, anyway. I had to explain that to my wife at one point because she was like taking pictures of the beach. Like, you don't want to give those away for free. And she was like, what? Like, come on now.
Speaking of Rapscallion, it's almost like Jordan is paying attention to what we're saying.
Indeed.
And choosing topical camera shots. Jordan did miss earlier when I asked him to remind us what state we're in. But never mind. We're on the right camera shot. We just didn't have the. There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, thanks.
Texas.
The good news is, Jordan, you can keep that same graphic all the way till February of next year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
With a $sign.
Texas. Whoa. Hey, it's the 170. Look at that.
Yeah, on something of a recovery drive at the moment.
That's a speed differential there if you've ever seen one.
Yep. Fastest lap of the race just put in by the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. The margin is 10.2 seconds. And the lap time differential last time around between the fastest lap of the race and the PB for the number 70 ahead of it was 0.08 of a second.
Wow.
So if you don't think there's a pair of drivers on board those cars that are getting absolutely everything out of them, be it the lead, big wiggle out of one of the Janettas there off in the distance, be it the lead Porsche 991.2 Cup or the Mercedes AMG GT4, you would be mistaken. Absolutely being pushed to whatever those cars have got left in them at the moment.
The ragged edge.
Remember, too, that this is the most grip the track has had in it all day. So it's not like we've had consistent conditions. This has been a very, very slow and gradual progression to get to this point. So every lap really is kind of an adventure. Had any changes in general production classes lately? I'm inclined to say no. Oh, Choice Racing is gotten by the Gal Racing number 505. It's actually just happened. 522, the BMW M3 now leads the orange Honda Civic.
And the number 24 is currently trying to hold off the number 641 of Flying Horse Motorsports.
Hold off is a strong word there. Basically side by side at start-finish last time around.
Excellent.
Good day for TC Klein Racing there in the 112 as well. I don't know if we've really had much reason to mention them today, but in the top third in the class with that number 112, that is a notable entry, if only because it's, I think, our only example of the BMW M235 IR.
Yes.
In GP1. Isn't it wild to consider that at one time that car was the car to have in GTO?
That meant you were rich. I was
Okay.
like, whoa there. What are we bringing?
Well, I mean, the first year we were here, it was the runaway winner.
Right.
On, I think, both the Saturday and the Sunday.
Indeed.
I think its lap times were in like the low to mid 2-minute 30s. It's just, it is wild to me, the progression of pace in GTO. I don't think that 235 IR has really gotten slower. Adjusted for pace, it's probably right there in the mid 230s. Although it will have to run at a slightly higher power to weight number in GP1 as compared to when it ran in GTO back in the day.
The pace might be better, though. Just with the tire development, frankly. Where would I find that information? That would have been 2017, question mark?
2017, yeah. It would have been Team Phoenix, I think.
2017 WRL COTA. Let's see. Oh, look at that. I'm going to use Race Hero to find this data. Good thing I'll be able to do that in the future.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if that data is going to be preserved somewhere.
It's going to be very frustrating. So Team Phoenix, hang on one second. We'll find them here. EC Klein. That is slower. Well, it's been rainy.
Yeah, what was the fastest lap in 2017 for that?
2:33. Oh, do you know who came second in 2017 on the Saturday or on the Sunday?
Braunschweig.
No, current entrant.
Oh. Choice Racing.
Montgomery Motorsports in
Oh,
24.
hey. You know what? I should have known.
Yeah.
I should have known. Yeah, they were one of the... Them and Big Mission, I think, were kind of the OGs that have stuck around.
We've
mentioned
Gear
that in the
Motorsports, Choice Racing, PC Racing,
of course. Yeah.
AC Carden Motorsports.
Not around as a team, but I think Casey's still involved.
Yep. RIP Limonada.
RIP GP4.
Yeah. Bondstormer Motorsports. That's a good one. That was a good one. RIP. Hey, JT.
Howdy, howdy.
Who came second place in the 2017 WRL Endurance Championship on Sunday?
U.S.
2017?
Yeah.
Was that the 235?
No, that was the winner. That was Team Phoenix. Who came in second?
Ooh, who came in Phoenix? Okay, so Phoenix won. Shoot, I can't remember.
That was Montgomery Motorsports.
Nice.
In a car that was only just recently actually retired.
Yes. Well, it changed hands and is still being raced somewhere.
Is it?
It was in WRL at one point.
I know it changed hands. I didn't know it was still being raced.
It was being raced in WRL 2 races ago, question mark? Where's Deep Eddy?
Oh, they're not here this year, huh?
Yeah, I know. What?
Yeah. They figured the Sunday after party last year was just them going out on top.
Pretty much.
Shut it down afterwards.
That was a good time. I enjoyed it.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Say it one more time and I'll really believe it.
Yeah, it's not really my scene, but you know, you do the thing. It was very odd, like walking in and having people staring at us, like, "Oh, we were just listening to you on our phone."
Yeah,
because they were replaying the conclusion.
I don't want to be seen as trying to dunk on you too much. Have you ever been into a bar like that, Brendan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure.
Oh yeah. No, I actually. So, I grew up in a 1 square mile town.
Okay.
We're surrounded by other towns, but like the town itself was still not very big.
Sure.
And there was a time when we had an equal number of bars and churches within this square mile. That number they've stayed close to each other, but the number has dwindled over the years. When I was growing up, it was 9 to 9. 9 churches, 9 bars. They were all dive bars, every one of them. And me and my buddy used to frequent one of them. It was $1 pints of Yingling or $3 pitchers.
Ooh.
It was one of the best deals in alcohol, truly. That's like for not like Yingling is cheap, but it's not garbage.
Not that cheap,
you know? Yeah. $3 pitchers. The deal was the bartender only did it as long as he wanted to, and if he decided he wanted to go to bed, he would just lock the door. Or if he decided that the crowd in there was good and he didn't want anybody to come in and mess up the crowd, he would lock the door then.
Okay.
It could be 8 o'clock and you'd walk up and the door would be shut and be like, "Oh, I guess Mike's happy with the crowd that's in there." Yeah. Or it could be 8:30. He's like, "I'm tired. I gotta go to bed." And everybody finished drinks and get out, and that was it. It was it was one of the operations of all time, really.
That sounds great.
It was fun. Nitro and John's Cafe. Slovak soul food for you. You used that to order your food. You had to walk into the kitchen and just order directly with the cook.
Nice.
Yeah.
There was a place near my grandmother's house. It was the same kind of way where you walk up to the breakfast counter and you'd shout at the cook to order, and there was no menu. You'd ask for the menu and the guy'd say, "I don't know, what do you want?" And it's like, "Well, what do you have?" He's like, "I can make anything. Literally, I can make literally anything for breakfast. Anything you want, I can make it.
Yeah,
it's fine."
I'm a cook. Come on.
Between he and the one waitress lady, they would work out roughly what it should have cost to do that. And so I think I ordered a McGriddle, and he was like, "Yeah, I can do that. It's easy. I can do that."
Oh, no, he just made maple pancakes.
Maple pancakes with a sandwich
yeah.
and a piece of bacon or whatever.
Solid. That's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah. Priced reasonably for what it was. It's like, oh.
Aiden in the chat says $3 pitchers, give me 10. Aiden, that was the problem. You could walk in there with a 20 and leave with a problem.
Yeah. Have I told my story about Wiener Schnitzel on the air?
Wiener Schnitzel, man.
So there's a Wiener Schnitzel down the street from my high school, and the meme was that we would go with $3 and get 2 or 3 corn dogs, whatever. I think they're 89-cent corn dogs, so we could get 3. And you get 3 corn dogs, and there's some promotional thing where 1 in every 5 or 1 in every 6, you eat the corn dog and the stick has a coupon for a free corn dog.
Right, yeah.
And you couldn't leave until you had finished all of your available corn dogs. So if you had 3 and you got 2 free ones, you had to go up and redeem the 2 free ones.
Oh, God. Oh, no. You could be there for hours.
It only happened once to where we were actually concerned about making it back to school on time. I think the record was 6 or 7.
I just remembered in this moment that that's a chain, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was an actual schnitzel place.
No.
Yeah, silly me. One LE track performance. Number 352 Warhammer Motorsports had to swap out the motor last night. Worked from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. just in time for the grid at 7.
Excellent.
Wow. Yeah, just beat out the lightning storm.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure there was much sleep to be had. Got the engine swapped. Where is that 352 at the moment?
It is actually in 12th in class.
All right.
So it's 7 laps out of the lead.
That's 67th percentile. 7
Is it
laps
not-
off the lead is not bad.
Is it not down at the card store? Hanging
Warhammer.
out? Playing.
Is that a Warhammer joke?
I think so.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, PC Racing is just going to see if they can get to the checkered and have a positive number of laps. That's
Yeah. I wonder what the next steps for that PC Racing squad are. It seems so often, like more often than not lately, for a team that is obviously quick and a car that is well prepared, like you're just fighting one after another, one issue after another.
Look at that rear camera. That's good.
good.
That's good stuff right there.
Who's this on board?
Great question. I'm glad you asked.
Judas, obviously, but
is this PC racing?
No, it is.
Who's on lap 46th in 17th position?
Are they 3 wide at the moment? Is that what's happening here? Yes. So it was whoever was just ahead of the
possibly
352,
Screaming Goat,
actually.
then? Is this a Screaming Goat on board?
No, it might be.
Because that kind of
yeah.
sounds right for Judas.
And number 40, lap 46 would be indicative of a 50 lap penalty. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Well done.
Screaming Goat.
Yeah. The old LS lump in the front of the BMW.
That is a diesel engine, my friend.
Oh, that
got
is a
spin.
spun Civic.
That's Civic.
Yeah, one of the Honda Research West cars in
Nice.
GP2.
Way to pick it up. Jordan's crushing it.
Yeah, wait it out. Got a gap.
Wait one
Got a
more.
gap.
Wait
for
one
the
more.
open throttle.
Wait one more. There you
And
go.
That is the 4th place car. Let's see, where's Harrison?
Cycle the master. Cycle the master.
So I'm going to assume Harrison has passed them for position here already. That would be for 4th in GP2.
Thank goodness you're back, JT.
Yeah, and actually right there going through the shot there, the neon yellow and blue Porsche, that I believe is the 715 from Rockwell, that is also for position.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So that would be 5th in GP2 right there. So coming down here, approaching turn 11, just tucked in behind the Scion FRS is your Porsche.
I think that 715. I was given the driver lineup in the Rockwell car earlier. I think we're probably cycled around to Tyler Gonzalez now.
Okay.
Viewers of the Wheelin' Mazda MX-5 Cup will know. Car this weekend featuring Thomas Annunziata, Connor Zilisch, Weston Workman, and Tyler Gonzalez. Is it Zilisch? Like, is it a ch? Or are we going the German SCH?
Okay, well, I'm curious because I was going to make this joke. Is it a Civic or is it a Civich?
There you go. Is it Civich or Civich? They're different.
You're my Eastern Europe.
That's the problem.
Opinion haver.
Some of the C's in Serbo-Croatian languages have just the 1 mark, and the other have like the upside down caret or the 2 marks.
Right.
And if you're not paying attention, they sound identical. You form the sounds differently, but they sound exactly the same. It's a disaster. Yeah, it's tough. Civich. Tough, you know?
Indeed.
Tough, yeah.
I do like that NFC has a Montana license plate on the back of their car. I think that's just a next level funny joke. Just incredible.
Lead margin at the moment from 70 back to 52, which, am I right in saying they've claimed that second spot? Yeah, just within the last 2 laps. That is a not insignificant pass where the national championship is concerned. We talked to Cole Lofsgaard earlier about basically treating today and tomorrow like must wins because of the drop scenario, or at least needing to be a net positive for points for the 70 as compared to the 123. Having an extra car in between them, if indeed everybody can go to the end without a stop, and we know the 52 almost certainly can, those extra points, or that extra point, may turn out to be significant.
Yeah.
We are just for the over the last few laps, the first time into the sub 230 bracket.
Here we are. And he says Turtle My Race Car has a Wisconsin hobbyist plate. The Wisconsin hobbyist plate is a good plate, but I don't think that's as on the nose as the Road America plate. Everything's gone incredibly quiet once again.
Sorry, I'm just going through the my sheets here, updating the positions. It's unfortunately been I think a bit of a troubled day for the 605 from round 3, which is a bit of a misnomer.
Well, Jordan, I think while we reset here, let's take a moment to pay some bills. And we can go ad-free to the finish, presented by Continental Tire. The best choice you can make if you're using your brain for round black things. We'll be back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Continental Tires. Ow. Cross Contact LX Sport. So we are, of course, brought to you by Continental. We've got a nice little Continental banner over yonder. Here at Circuit of the Americas, the official tire supplier of the general production field. Everybody running on Continental tires because they've made the smart choice in racing. I'm going to coin that one. I'm going to pitch that to our Continental rep. If you could just remember to email that to Steve,
Sure.
JT, that would be great. And also, Jordan needs some tires. So if we get some Continental tires hooked up for Jordan, that would be great as well. Brendan, I understand that you have something actually going on.
I also need tires. Okay, to be clear. Yep. Put that
I
out
have the
there.
tires still from our previous tire sponsor, so I can't really.
I have somebody who's a little more intimately familiar with the Continental tires.
Is it Mr. Continental?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
It's not. It's Mr. Tovo. It's Joe Tovo from Nitro, the number 813.
Nice.
Nitro Motorsports. Welcome.
Yes. I've got twin boys out there today in the 813. We're sitting second in our group. We had a bad choice this morning. We started on the dry tires. We watched the weather apps, and we thought it was going to dry a little bit, and that hurt us. I think we'd be up a few laps if we had made the right tire choice there.
That significant of a swing?
It is, yeah. We were pretty slow this morning. We were like 304, 305 on the dry tires in the rain. And once we made a pit stop and went over to the wets, we were down in the high 240s.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that is significant. That is significant. Was that? I don't know how much feedback you got from your boys behind the wheel of the car. Was that really just down to grip? Was it down to temperature in the tires and not having the confidence to kind of deal with the conditions, or what was the primary driver there in that giant differential in pace?
Yeah, so the feedback from the boys were they couldn't get the power off the corner with that tire, and also couldn't get the car down at the apex. So it really was just the tire. I don't think it was the confidence. They've been driving here since they were 11, and then they started here in F4 cars. So remember the first time we were here it was an ice storm.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it was freezing. So yeah, been here a long time.
We're not quite there. We're not so far off, but we're not quite there. Challenging conditions here, nonetheless. As we mentioned, temperatures are down. Been rainy. it's been, I don't know, dry out there for 3+ hours now, and we still don't have a dry line. This is as challenging a day I can remember. We've been covering this now for 4 years consistently. This is as challenging a day I can remember at a WRL event. And so far, at least for the Nitro number 813, except for the tire choice from the beginning, top 2 in an 18-car field is not so bad.
No, we're really excited about it, and then this is it's our first WRL event, and we worked kind of closely with RJ to get an entry into here. We're very new to racing, so it was a little bit of guidance we needed from him, and we plan to run the whole series next year with round 3 racing. So we're really excited about that. But for our first time here with this car at this track, we're really excited.
I got a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I got you here.
So, Ethan and Jackson have started doing a little bit of the Toyota Cup this past season, and it seems like they're really, starting to really come to grips with the car. How similar is this Nitro entry to that the car that they were running at, like Indianapolis, for example?
Not too many changes. Toyota's been great to work with. They put together a small package that was needed to kind of to move the car over to these specs. Really, the biggest thing is restrictor. So we're going from well over 200 horsepower to about 180. And brakes. Being with such a long race, we went with a long endurance brake pad, and then the tires. But as far as that goes, the car itself, the suspension, the drivetrain, everything's the same. No changes need to be made.
So that is really interesting to me. We had heard at the end of last season that there was interest in bringing GR Cup cars, the GR86 cars, over to the World Racing League and kind of finding a place for them. And the consensus at the time was like, they're kind of in GP2, but it's tough to get it competitive in GP2. It might be better to really nerf the car and get it into GP3. There was some back and forth there. Brad McCall, who you just mentioned, the boys are going to run with round 3 next year. There were plans or opportunities, I guess, to bring a fleet, a number of those GR86 cars into World Racing League, into GP2 or GP3. That ultimately never materialized.
Yeah.
And then we just never heard anything of it again. I hadn't realized that Toyota actually offered the support to get the car into WRL spec. It seemed like it was just going to be, well, you're going to have to figure it out on your own, but it's there for you if you want it. But you're saying Toyota was actually pretty hands-on and actually making that happen for you guys.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
that's awesome.
They developed the restrictors that we needed. When you log on to the GR website now, Toyota's got a really cool website for buying parts, right? So you'd log on and you'd click GR86 for your series. Now you can click WRL.
Get out.
And buy the package.
Do you know if that package exists for the Supras and GTO as well, or is that specific just to the GR86?
Just the GR right now.
Got it. Okay.
And to add on to that, Toyota sent an engineer out here to be with us on Friday.
Wow.
To make sure that everything went okay with the car and there were no issues and handle any tech questions. And they're hands-on. They've been so supportive of the boys
cool.
in Nitro Motorsports.
Very, very cool. When the Supras debuted in GTO 2 years ago, I think, here, that was one of the big selling points of Toyota was the team that fielded the car the first time, Hitman Racing, wasn't just coming into the event blind. Toyota Gazoo Racing North America, or whatever it was called at the time, sent a trailer and somebody to be on site to offer support for the car, setup help, things of that nature as they kind of worked their way around it. And as time went on, one of the big selling points for people to go get more and more of these GT4 Supras was you're not going to be left hanging, right? Somebody from Toyota is going to be there to answer questions for you. They've got experience getting the car into, or at least experience with a team getting the car into WRL spec. Our commentators working remotely, Ryan and JT here, we've had a number of discussions internally about where GP2, GP3 go. And one of the points that I had made was, well, you've got this GR86 Cup out there that is an excellent, cost-effective way to go racing at a really high level.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the professional ladder that fits right into that window. I wonder how easy it is to kind of conceptualize a class around that performance level. It sounds like it's actually gone the other way, and Toyota's seen some value in being a part of what WRL is already doing, which is really, really cool.
No, exactly. Yeah, for sure. And I look at it yesterday. Now, granted, the boys and their team, they're quick, but they did put it on pole. So that was exciting. A little bit, every little win helps. But no, right out of the box, the package has been fast, reliable, and everything we've done with Toyota has been incredible. They've gone in on a Saturday to get parts to overnight them. I mean, they're crazy what they'll do for you.
Very cool. Very cool. What this is your first entry in the World Racing League.
Yep.
Right? COTA, the boys obviously have some experience now. What's the approach been to getting the team ready to handle endurance racing, to, not make just good decisions out on track, but good decisions in pit lane, handle strategy, all of the curveballs we've been thrown today? What's that process been like?
It started a few months ago, and think about it. There's a company out there called CartFit, and his name is Cole Bailey, and he's a fitness trainer. And we've started all the drivers on a fitness regimen, diet, when they go to sleep. The kids are young, right?
Yeah, sure.
So they need that guidance. And me being dad, they sure don't want to hear it from me. The last person they want to listen to. So the last few months have been a lot of work, a lot of prep work behind the scenes, pit stop stuff, getting the crew guys who've never been over a wall, to...
Oh, so it's all in-house. You guys haven't contracted with somebody else to bring in...
It's a one-off event for us.
Fantastic.
So we just brought a bunch of guys in. And we have the tiniest tent out there, and we're just having a good time.
I mean, second place seems like a pretty good time, right?
Yeah.
Have you enjoyed, you and the family, enjoyed the experience with WRL so far?
Yeah, it has been good, I guess iron fist, velvet glove, maybe we'll say. Is that okay, right? I mean, they're regimented and they're kind of strict about stuff, but they come in, they talk to you about it.
Yeah.
So we've had some mishaps, and people have come and said, hey, you gotta watch this. Let's not do that again. Here's what needs to be done. But we've done some. I've done some the 24 hours of lemon stuff.
Oh yeah.
And there, I mean, there's no discussion, there's no question. I'm not comparing the two series at all, but no, they've been great to work with. Everything from parking, the way they have us park and unload, and how organized it's been, and just everyone's been great.
That's I think a background of years of finding ways to not do things, and finding little ways to tweak things, make things better, both from a competitive standpoint, on track and the on-track action, and also the customer experience as a whole down here in the paddock. Looking forward for you guys as customers. You said this is a one-off event for you, but Twins are going to get some time behind the wheel of the GR80. I assume it's the GR86 Cup again for next year.
So next year they're committed to the GR86 Cup full season, and then WRL and the NPO1.
Oh, fantastic!
For 9 of the 11 races, we've got a couple conflicts.
Okay.
But, points-wise, they're going to run the whole season with round 3 in the NPO1, and then the GR Cup, and those are the 2 series we're going to stick with for next year.
So, given the age of your sons and where they're at in their racing development and progression, GR86 was always intended to be the GR86 Cup was always intended to be the entry level, the most entry level, right? Something underneath even like the Mazda MX-5 Cup.
Right.
You've added the NPO1 program, which is not a class that's been exceptionally popular, but obviously you see some value and they see some value in getting seat time behind the wheel of a car like that.
Yeah.
What is the long-term vision here, bearing in mind they're getting tin top experience with the GR86 in a sprint racing format, and also something like sports racer or prototype experience, very lightweight prototype experience in an endurance racing format?
Yeah, so they started down this open wheel path when they were younger because they were fascinated by open wheel cars.
Okay.
So they started in Formula Fords. They ran a whole season of that this year. Ethan got 3rd in points, I think, maybe fourth in points. 4th. And then Jack got 5th or 6th in the pro series of that. And they've done USF for a year in open wheel cars. And they really just gravitated towards sports cars.
Okay.
And that's been their choice, and so they really want it up in a sports car world. Whatever series will accept them is where they want to end up. So that's kind of the passion, the reason behind going this direction.
Okay.
GT car, prototype, however it ends up, they want to go endurance racing.
Interesting. So it's really just this is the opportunity that's out there. Round 3 is a great team. Let's, get some time behind the wheel of those types of cars with a competent team.
Yeah.
That's very cool. I'm always kind of surprised when people take an interest in endurance racing. Like, I always feel like I'm out on an island, or we're out on an island here. Like, nobody should want to sit and watch this for 7.5, 8 hours or be down there or whatever. But it's kind of easy to forget that it can be infectious for everybody, and especially when you've got the opportunity to go run on a budget in a top team. I mean, it's not cheap, but relatively speaking, good value and a really high competition level in the top classes, especially. That it can suck you in, the way it kind of sucked the rest of us in. That's very cool, and it is really exciting to see young drivers. We were talking about Connor Zilic earlier.
Yeah.
Was for a while the boys' coach, or one of the boys' coaches, right?
Yeah. So Connor was the boys' coach, and then when Connor first got into cars, he ran with our TA2 team, which is Nitro Motorsports, and he qualified on the pole at VIR in his first time out, and lost a fuel injector in that one.
Right.
But then on his team this weekend is Thomas Annunziata, who also drives for Nitro Motorsports right now, and he's with us full time next year. We're excited about that.
Yeah.
And he's won here at COTA. And then also is Tyler Gonzalez, who's been with us in Nitro Motorsports. The only one who's driven for us is Western Workman.
Yeah.
We'll look into that.
Is there any tie-in with them and you guys and Rockwell, or what's kind of
No, just friends.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Zillich, itch.
Yeah.
Friends.
There we go.
Man's got to drop the S from his name. Throw me off every time. No, but my point was going to be it was very obvious it's very obvious he's growing into something of a star. His immediate, taking like a fish to water with running the stock cars is so cool to see. But I always had hope as a sports car and endurance racing fan that he was going to stick with that.
Yeah.
Because that's ostensibly what he grew up around. That was a lot of what he did. And I don't know. I don't know if you remember, AJ Allmendinger 20 years ago was like the big American hopeful for open wheel drivers, right? He was supposed to be the next big star, was supposed to really push American open wheel racing forward as somebody that the American public could latch onto. Don't know that Connor was ever going to have the pull that AJ did at the time, but I always feel like there's been, at least for me, this hope that somebody was going to come along and like really open people's eyes to sports car and endurance racing.
Yeah.
The way Formula One has had a big push of popularity. And Connor has seemed like the closest thing we might get to young American, potentially factory driver that just toughed it out in sports cars. Obviously.
Yeah.
Things may not be going that way. But he's gained a lot of fans along the way.
Oh, absolutely. Him and his whole family are great people. And he grew up there in Mooresville. And they're in such a little community. It really is. And the people that he kind of came up with when he was, with Harvick, coaching Keelan and whatnot, the NASCAR world was too easy to him. It didn't fall into his lap, right? But he grew up in it, and he proved himself in front of it. They all wanted him.
Is there, I didn't know that your sons are young, is there any sort of vision for professional motorsports, or is this just hey, we have the opportunity to do it. Let's go do it. Enjoy it while we can, and whatever opportunity comes.
Yeah, we'll see. We're here for them. I tell them every week, if you don't want to go, I'm happy to not go.
Yeah,
I love it, but I'm happy to not go.
Yeah.
A lot of other things we do. Last weekend we went mountain biking. It was Chicago. It was 12 degrees. We went mountain biking, 3 of us. We had a blast. Absolute blast.
Nice.
They do want to be professional race car drivers. For me, for them, I told them education's paramount. In a perfect world, if they could ever come to a racetrack and not have to write a check, then you've won.
Yeah.
To me, that's a real win. But we'll see how it goes. They're young. Kids change their mind, but they're very passionate about it. They put a lot of work into this. So would they like to be professional drivers? Yes. As of right now, they would. Will they feel the same way in 4 or 5 years? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it is up to them.
Very cool. Joe, I appreciate you coming up and spending some time with us.
Yeah.
And taking some time to interview us. As the seasons wear on in the future, boys are more than welcome to come up and get a little media exposure as well, should they so desire.
All right.
We've it's been fun watching them, and obviously hope for continued good results there for the number 813 Toyota GR86 Cup.
All right. Well, thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Yep. Joe Tovo from Nitro Motorsports, number 813. Appreciate it. See you soon. Yeah, man.
See you soon.
Oh, sorry.
What? What?
What?
I hope I see him soon too.
Yeah, I got the mute button backwards there.
It happens. Happens to the best of us.
Does it?
So,
25 minutes. Yeah, go ahead, JT.
GTO, 123 has been right on the bumper to the 52 here, half a second each time by.
Yeah, I mean, so it changed hands a couple of laps ago, a couple of minutes ago, I don't know however long the interview was, and it's just stayed there.
Yes.
The 52 hasn't gotten away, the 123 hasn't gotten away, the 123 hasn't really made any progress. If you're the 70, that 52 is kind of your best friend, not just for the points, but it means you're also potentially, I don't want to say holding up the number 123, but
setting their base.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. That's a really good way to put it. Again, nose to tail, just about 2 car lengths as they head onto the front straightaway. Both cars looking for a little bit of damp patches there towards the pit wall on driver's left. 123 goes all the way back out to the curb. The 52 takes a tighter entry. Orbiter 277, has it been getting drier over the day or has it been stable? It's been getting drier since about 12:30, but it's been really slow progress. Like, this is 3 hours of drying what you're seeing, and it's still quite damp.
You're welcome. I took the rain with me.
What's that?
I said you're welcome. I took the rain with me.
We're about 6 seconds still for ultimate pace off of a fully dry track, and I don't see us getting there in the next 25 minutes. The good news is, if it suits your plans for tomorrow, I think we've cleared out basically all the rain for the weekend, and we're looking at cloudy and 63 degrees for tomorrow's race, which should throw us something of a slightly different outcome. Of course, we'll get updated point standings after the day today as well, which will help us set the stage tomorrow for. That's a sizable piece of debris.
Splitter, maybe?
It looks like it. Help us set the stage for tomorrow's national championship finale. There are drops to be considered. There are a lot of kind of permutations of how this all has to get worked out. We've done it twice already for the Midwest Championship finale. That was all the way back at High Plains Raceway, the 13-hour there at the beginning of September, and last time out at Sebring for the East Region Championship finale. We've got that one set of championships to go, one in every class. 5 total titles, actually 6 total titles, because we are going to award an overall national championship title as well. More to come on that. This closing stint from the number 70 has been really strong. I realize conditions are improving for everybody, but 2:26.3 is a fastest lap of the race, and it just seems like we believe still Josh Balicki behind the wheel of that car has been able to maximize more of what's available to him than anybody else. Second place changes hands as they come across the line. NFC Motorsports leads the 52. So we said it had been stable for 6, 7, 8 laps.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe they were just using the 52 as a reference for how much speed to go through corners before they started to get more comfortable. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible that the pass happened in traffic, and the 123 was, I'm sorry, the previous pass that allowed the ACP car to jump up into second happened in some traffic, and the 123 was just kind of hounding them, waiting for the equivalent bulk, let's say. The 52 is not going slowly, and I have to tell you, based on the information I had from our early look at driver ID, I believe it's Billy Johnson behind the wheel of that number 52.
Nice.
Ooh, aggressively out over the curb there on the inside at turn number 10, following the wheel tracks of the number 123, matches the braking point of the blue, green, and silver Mercedes on the way into turn number 11, and as they head onto the back straightaway with 21 and a half minutes left on the clock, 123 laps complete. Don't think this battle for second is done yet. However, important to remember that 123 does have championship aspirations here that are going to mean that second place is a little more important to that 123 if you're going to consider the how bad do you want it factor. More debris there on the entrance to turn number 12. can't go get it. This is the longest green flag run we've had all day.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen as much of it because so we've been getting the regular double yellow interruptions, but finally the conditions are playing ball with us here.
Actually, it's not the longest running green flag.
Is it not?
No.
It feels very much like it's been.
We had one after our first full course yellow.
Oh, you're right. Yep, where we were, green at lap 11, yellow at 33.
Yeah, then we had about a full hour of green racing.
97 is when we went back to green here. 22 laps gets us to
We're getting
20
close.
roughly. No, that's right. My math that bad? 11 to 33. That's 22 laps.
I'm going by time, not pace lap.
Got it. Right, because you've been marked. Yeah, okay. That's
correct.
fair. Yep, fair.
12 more minutes, man. Hang on.
Well, so that is actually a really good, let's say, descriptor of just the differential in pace and track conditions from this morning to this afternoon. Right, we've gone 124 minus 97 get us to 27 laps. So we've gone 5 laps further in terms of distance covered under this green flag run than our previous longest. And yet we're still 12 minutes short on time. So we've gone further and are nowhere, not really even close to the amount of time it took us to cover that this morning.
I mean,
it's pretty remarkable.
It makes sense. I mean, GTOs are doing, 20 seconds a lap quicker at the moment? Because they were doing, maybe at best a 41 on a really good lap, depending on just how much rain there was at the moment.
2:25.819 is the fastest lap now in GTO, with thanks to that number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. 70 was held up a little bit last lap, but has not dipped into the 25s yet, nor has the number 52.
But the 52 did get quite close that last lap, though.
It still dropped time to that number 123, though.
Yeah. I mean, 3/10.
I mean, they were separated by about that for better part of 15 minutes.
I'm a little bummed to have not seen the TLM car climb the order today.
The 172.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to pick out a disappointing an entry, a car that's not been entered that I find disappointing, I think it would be the number 888 from TLM Moto. Partially, but also these were the conditions where that car was the strongest, both back at Barber and at Road America. It was really, really good stuff. Has the 52 had a spin? Oh no, it's a 74. Never mind.
Very similar looking.
Yeah, caught me out. I was really looking forward to when I saw the forecast, which I obviously saw before I really honed in on the entry list. Like, oh man, these Aston Martins, particularly the TLM Moto car, really, really good in these conditions, and unfortunately just not able to, not on the list, not able to come play. And that 172 hasn't had quite the same pace of the TLM USA stable this weekend. .123 out a little bit wide there. Just trying to square the corner off up at turn number 11 and get a run on the back straightaway to clear one of the general production cars. Without leaving too much there for the 52, it's not worked. The 52 gets a run and is way out over the paint and the dirt and the water into the braking zone at turn number 12. Splits the piece of debris there. 52 squares the corner off and just balks the number 123. As they come up to the exit, the 123 hangs tough on the outside, gets the inside line for the run into turn number 13. They'll go through these switchbacks and sweepers through this sort of arena complex at 13, 14, and 15. 123 to the inside, now 52 outside. They go single file up the inside of one of the Ford Mustangs, maybe the 641. Around the outside of the Carousel. 15 minutes on the clock as this is happening. The battle for second overall, second in GTO. They've 123 has been able to put one of the open throttle BMWs between itself and the ACP Tangerine Associates BMW.
Yeah, that's the 62 with the flapping rear bumper.
Very good. And finally, daylight. Just a little bit of daylight for the number 123. '74 is into the pit lane for what should be the final time. I thought. No. Yeah, it's been a long stint for that number 74. Not able to stretch the fuel to get to the end. Wondered if maybe it could make a charge at the number 89. That has not been the case. And as things stand, that 89X Motorsports Aston Martin likely to come home in fourth, while the lead trio duke it out with what will probably end up being 6 laps remaining. Margins coming down up to the round 3 car as well. The margin from first to second was 15 seconds not so very long ago. It's down to 9.6.
It's coming down fast. That's not what you want to see if you're in the round 3 camp. That's
no. Yeah, they've got bigger things to worry about than just who finishes second here, because it could still be them. Goes up the inside of a fairly good-sized gaggle of traffic there on the way into turn number 12. Again, let's hang on this one, Jordan, for just a second. There is cars being pushed out over the pavement. Once again, the 52 has gone through on the number 123. So much for daylight. It was over a second at the start-finish line, and at some point, that NFC Motorsports Mercedes has been held up in traffic, and it's allowed the 52 not just onto the rear bumper, but back through into second place through turns 13, 14, and 15. Side by side at 15. Mercedes up the inside of BMW. They're side by side on the exit. Split the PC Racing BMW and GP1, and we'll go 2 wide through the quad apex right-hander at 16, 17, and 18. Who comes out the other side? Both of them up the inside of a Mazda MX-5 52, round the outside at turn 19. Shades of 2023, gentlemen.
Indeed.
Good stuff.
The 123 had an eventful finish to the race last year, and I think it's going to happen again here. Hopefully a little bit less argy-bargy, as they would say.
It's already been way cleaner, but it's just as aggressive. The stakes are just as high, and yeah, really, really good stuff. The number 70, by the way, is absolutely loving the fighting going on between the Mercedes and the BMW.
Real quick point that we need to make here. Your GP2 leader has gone missing on timing.
Oh,
that
my
has
goodness.
put the 813 back onto the lead lap here.
Let's look for that number
the
41.
The 41. Yeah.
I don't see that car, but it should. I mean, it would either show up in the race control log as being stopped somewhere.
Is it possible it has like the first? Oh, this is turn 10 or turn 11.
It's being reported as the
there we go.
41. Yeah, it was the 47.
Yeah.
As having had 4 off. I wonder if 4 off does not mean pulled off. I wonder if it means spun off. And it's beached in the gravel there. We're going to get an idea whether this car gets flat-toed all the way around. Be careful here in the yellow flag zone. Be really careful.
Yeah, all the cars getting back in line here.
Yeah.
Slowing down, being cautious. Good. You want to see that.
On board the Screaming Goat number 29.
Yep, that's the Porsche Boxster there.
Sure is. Doesn't look like it's in the gravel, though. Gotta be honest.
Well, it's parallel to, the gravel here, so I don't know.
Fair thought here, by the way, for the number 290 Moorhead Speedworks Jannetta. That car was not so very long ago, contending for an overall and GTO class podium, has slipped back to 7th in some of these more challenging conditions. But it's been a good first event back for that car. Is that the 70 and the 123 and the 52 all together? Oh my goodness me. Your 3 leaders are nose to tail, single file out of the final corner. What on earth did the 70 get held up by the full course yellow? Or I'm sorry, the local yellow.
It did at 240.
I wonder if he got held up in traffic. Oh my goodness. That also means the 123 has gotten back by the 52. So the move that was...
There it is.
I mean, nothing is done and dusted at this point, but the move that was essentially done up at turn 19 last time around has already gone back the other way, and they've caught the race leader. Championship implications. Snaking through the S's, left, right, through turn 6. Come up into turn number 7, having cleared, looks like an open throttle BMW. 70's out a little wider than the 123, who's able to keep it just a little bit tighter there in the transition from 7 to 8. The 70's balked there at turn number 10. This will be a good run for the 123. 70 defends. Here goes the Mercedes late on the brakes. Remember, that 123 is going to have traction control. The 70 does not. So you would give the traction advantage, you'd think, to the Mercedes on corner exit. But the 52 has a cleaner run than all of them from the looks of things. And remember, we've seen good straight line speed out of that BMW G82 already. Side by side down the track, straightaway for the lead. Mercedes noses ahead, edges ahead into the braking zone at turn number 12. The 70 is going to try and use the lap car as a pick. Kind of successfully does exactly that. And it takes the 123 offline just a little bit. The 52 is going to show the nose. If he can follow the number 70 here, might have the opportunity to jump the Mercedes between 14 and 15.
Mercedes goes wide.
It does, out in the wet stuff, out in the dirt and the clag. The 52 is able to get round the right rear quarter panel of the Mercedes, while the 70 puts a car length and a half between itself and the Mercedes.
But now he's at COTA, man.
It always delivers. We've had a couple of these over the last couple of events where you're just waiting for something to happen and it never quite does. Here we weren't expecting anything to happen, and then it all happened. Amazing. You know it's 10/10ths for all 3 of these guys too. You know it. We talked to Cole Lofsgaard earlier, driver of the number 70, about what their approach to this race was. Not that it was win at all costs, but they felt for the championship it was must win. Everything NFC does there, pretty much full tilt all the way. And these closing stints for the number 123 with driver Aaron Povaledo have always been really, really strong. It's number 52, which we think has Billy Johnson behind the wheel, is taking the fight to both of them. And as they work through traffic with damp patches still left offline and 7 minutes on the clock that continues to tick down.
I think the traffic granting the 70 some reprieve there.
I mean,
just through the S's.
For now, we've seen just how quickly it can go the other way. Now the 123 is able to clear the Kerdog GR86. So 52 has got to go the long way around on the way into turn 8. And actually be pretty evenly spaced here, I think, as they come down the hill. Anything a little extra breathing room for the Mercedes. But for once, not balked through this section of track. It should have pretty good launches off of turn 11 down this long back straightaway into arguably the best passing zone on track down at turn number 12. Race cars at full tilt, man, into the braking zone at turn 12 at the inside of the Palomar BMW. 52 kind of shows the nose there, but in traffic, move was not really on. Wonder about the tire situations on these cars too. We don't know if we're all on wets, all on dries, exactly what way that has gone. We did have a theory not so very long ago that maybe the 123 had put on dry weather tires in a still pretty damp environment, but desperate to get heat into those tires. If that's the case, does that have a role to play? Does that favor the 123 here in any way? If not, any of these teams taking care of the wet weather tires. We just don't know the details, but so many decisions that were made an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and well beyond that, that could be playing a role in how this thing finishes within the final 5 minutes and 40 seconds. I think we're at 2 to go here. I think when we come back around, we're going to be right, oh man, 2:23s? It's going to be really close whether we've got 2 or 3 more laps of this. We're basically at dry pace there here. 70 defends to the inside, round 3 racing Porsche. Forces the 123 to slide out a little wide. They've got an extra car now between themselves and the number 52, who is going to have to go single file at turn number 2. And if it can't clear that lap car into the S's, oh man, that was aggressive out of NFC. Round the outside at turn number 4 into a narrowing part of the track with damp patches offline. Just got the move done.
Now going to be held up by this Ginetta here. No, they're going to go wide and let the battle play out.
I think this has
Rather
killed the
respectable.
52. This has killed the 52.
Yeah, the 52 I think is run out of opportunity here.
Yeah,
but the 2 at the front.
So,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if I'm the 52, I want to be close, but I don't want to risk it because technically both cars are under investigation for contact.
Who's that, JT?
Both cars ahead are under investigation for contact.
And earn 15.
Smart. So, 52, you just reel this right in.
Yeah.
The 123 also has another one with the 82.
He goes both sides. The 70's going to go. The 70's going to have the inside line here, but they're going to brake. Oh, they're on the brakes a little bit deeper. Hopefully they can keep it towards the apex, but they need to come back across. Next turn is going to be a right-hander. They've kept the gap they needed.
The braking performance for that number 70 is exceptional. It is so good on the brakes down into 12.
It looked like they were going to be behind going into the braking zone, and then
I know.
Oh,
that one. So we know the 70 doesn't have traction control. It looks like the Mercedes kind of gets a decent launch there out of 11, but runs out of steam towards the end of the back straightaway, and then doesn't have enough overlap to get the move done as they apply the brakes into the final left-hander there at the end of, or not final left-hander, but the left-hander at the end of the back straight. I missed time by a minute, by the way. I was completely wrong about laps remaining. Now it'll be 2 to go. Got a little too excited there. 74 with a little clear track. I'm sorry, 52 with a little clear track. May just be able to claw himself back into this. Should traffic yet have a role to play with something like 7 miles of racing left to go after, let's call it 8-ish hours of racing. A little bit of a late start, some extra safety car laps at the beginning of this one due to a stopped car out on course, and then obviously the hour and 5 minute long red flag for lightning in the area in December. Go figure. Race has had a little bit of everything. Tell you what, traffic situation looks pretty good here for the 2 race leaders. With the exception of what I think is the Camberton Performance Engineering Ginetta G55. Nope, it's a Mustang, Brendan. It's a 555.
That doesn't sound as good.
No. Bruce Innovations. Car on debut with that stable, as is the number 111. Hopefully we'll have a little more cause to talk about them tomorrow. We lose the turn 11 camera, Jordan? Did that just happen to us? Amazing. So we'll wait for our heroes to head onto the back straightaway here with that camera just couldn't hang on for 5 more minutes. It's a much bigger gap for the 70 compared to the 123, who is really darting around in the braking zone, trying to get the car stopped and hauled into the apex at turn number 12. Does exactly that, and now it's breathing room for everybody. Slow, number 189, HQ Autosport BMW on the front straightaway. Finds a gear.
That's your second place GP1 car.
Technically accelerates, although definitely not at full tilt up the hill.
They've got about a half lap gap over the 522 choice racing.
It is better than it was here. It looks like maybe just struggled to find a gear on the exit of turn number 20. I wonder if this 70 has done enough here. With 1 lap left, there's a couple of lap cars that are rounding the final corner now. It's the number 80 and it's the number 903. Oh, the 123 is in the pit lane. The 123 does not have the fuel. The 52 is going to come through and take second.
That's going to be brutal for the point situation. This is exactly not what they needed. Like that, this is going to be absolutely dreadful.
The next question here we've got to have answered is, can they get the splash done and have the cars sent before the 89X comes back through? My guess is the answer to that question is yes.
It should be, because if I recall correctly, the 89X was behind these cars on track, even though it was a lap down.
So let's not just the number 123 here. Keep an eye out on the number 70. They pitted at the same time. That 70 has run out of fuel itself before Baggett Sebring. The sister car ran out of fuel a couple of hours ago. Does that Trimtex Porsche, which has been cruising out in front for 2/3 or so of this final stint, have the fuel to make it home as the white flag waves at start-finish? 2 miles left. For the 70, the 52 is going to be absolutely good to the end. I think here the 70 can conserve. I think
that's why they were getting caught so quickly.
Yeah,
they were conserving.
A really good point, Ryan. I kind of had that in the back of my head, but I had assumed that the rain was going to allow that to be basically a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What drama. The zeros on the clock up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. We've had just about a little bit of we have had a little bit of everything today.
52 is closing
up. The Americas.
52 much closer now than they were.
And the race right ahead.
The race delivers one. We think it's the final wrinkle, but with a gaggle of traffic ahead of the number 70 Porsche, is it? 52 goes way around the outside of the Jetta and the Heraflight car and actually doesn't get the move done.
Yeah, that's not what they needed.
I think the 70 has basically got this, barring any mistakes between here and the checkered flag. They're
racing themselves and the fuel, though, Brendan. It's not really up to them.
It's not over. Look at
two corners left with a charging BMW. Here comes the number 70 through the left-hander at 19, through the left-hander at 20, goes up the inside of a couple of lap cars, and checkered flag in hand, the number 70 round 3 racing Porsche, with all of the late drama, with all of the passes and passbacks of the last 15 minutes or so, stands tall and wins the Saturday 8-hour Enduro at Circuit of the Americas. Team ACP Tangerine Associates, the number 52, comes home second in GTO, second overall in the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, with a splash and go coming to the white flag. Ought to come home and bring home the third place trophy. Indeed it does, with the number 89 from 89X Motorsports to sit just off of the overall podium in fourth.
The 813, your GP2 leader, comes to a stop.
Oh my goodness.
Track. It had continued in turn 11, but it has since come to a stop again.
And that was a car that inherited the class lead.
Yes, I don't think the 66 from Open Throttle is on the same lap yet. We're not sure.
I have to look for the 66, see if it's come through yet. There it is. Remember, you do not have to take the checkered flag in the World Racing League. It is just lap count. And if that car had a full lap in hand over the Open Throttle racing car, that may just be enough to secure the class win in GP2.
I think they might be okay.
I think you're right, JT. 122 laps complete for each of them. I think the 62 has already been through. I think it's taken the checkered flag. GP1 is going to go to the number 3 Corvette, the C5 from 94 Motorsports, ahead of the number 189 HQ Autosport BMW. That car stumbled just a couple of minutes ago down the front straightaway here. Doesn't really matter. Had a lap in hand, but the margin back to, I say it didn't really matter. It was a 309 lap. Margin back to the 522 was 21 seconds. And as my race hero just takes one final opportunity to let me down.
No, we still have tomorrow.
That's fair. I was hoping it wouldn't do it again tomorrow, but here we are.
Don't let it flatline. Come on.
There we go. 64 from Open Throttle Racing. Now that number 3 comes across the line. Just clear the start-finish line here. It'll be 2 laps ahead of the 189. Here is this a 62? It is. Rear bumper cover trailing and all. $123 laps complete now for both of them. So it looks like unofficially that GP2 will go the way of the number 813 from Nitro Motorsports, with that number 66 of Open Throttle Racing on the same lap, but having essentially picked up 1 on the final lap because the Nitro car didn't come through to take the checkered flag. So we'll wait for that to go official by WRL, but I believe from past experience that it is lap count, not necessarily checkered flag. Harrison Motorsports in the 164 comes home in 3rd. The 715 from Rockwell Autosport Development there in 4th. Honda Research West in a really deep GP2 field takes 5th place on this Saturday, with the number 41 from Rockwell Autosport Development back in P6, having led most of the day in GP2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer for them, but
yeah. Yeah, it's a tough end of the day for the 41. It left us with just enough late drama in GP2. However, GP3 will go the way of 3 Fast Guys and Denny, who runs the stereotypically 3 Fast Guys and Denny perfect race. As far as we were able to tell, 1 lap in hand over the AOA Racing number 85 and the number 214 of Garage 66. 4th place, number 48 of Hookah Racing, and number 605 from Round 3 Racing. They're in 5th. I think we have all 7 cars in GP3 have made it through to the checkered flag.
Heck yeah.
It's been a minute since we've said that. There's really good stuff there from GP3. GTU is last but not least. Stratus 58 leads home Stratus number 59 by 4 laps. With the number 247 from Heraflight. I'll tell you what, that podium looked in doubt there for a minute with that car slow up pit lane. Doesn't feel like very long ago, but could well have been 2 hours ago. And the number 201 from Round 3 Racing, chasing hard to try and pick up that podium spot, but a well-earned, well-deserved top 3 finish for the 247 crew at Heraflight, having since eschewed the cone that once adorned the front of that car. The Stratus number 60 will finish in 5th. For race 1 out of 2, and then the 909 from Automatic Racing on debut rounds out the GTU running order. As Jordan rightly points out, there is more COTA. There's always more COTA. Tomorrow, we've just cleared 50% of the racing on offer from this weekend, and I don't know if we can get more exciting than we just had. I don't know if we can get more late drama, but Scott Michaels used to have a saying, WRL is going to WRL.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think we got some classic WRL here right at the end. It was high-level drama, but it was still that late twist that you just didn't think you were going to get. And it always delivers in the end, and it certainly did today. If any of our contributors, Ryan West, JT Tammy, have any closing thoughts, I'll let them handle that, and then we'll tease tomorrow and go our separate ways for the evening.
I had been rooting for this type of race all season, just hoping we gotta get a rain race, a whole rain race, and it came. I'm glad it came. I'm glad I got to see it, but the breakup with the yellows, etc., made me appreciate the events we had where there was no rain, where there was way less yellow, and where we could watch the pit strategy play out over 3, 4, 5 hours. So I'm glad to have seen it. I'm glad it came, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the size of this field and just how competitive everybody was up and down the field. It really showed that if you had a mistake on pit lane or something like that, it could really hurt you. I mean, God, who was it? Harrison, I think it was, in GP2, had lost a lap, and they could have been in it for the win. And it's just you got to run a perfect race on pit lane to try to be there for the good fight at the end. And it always comes down to the wire in WRL, and it's always enjoyable.
Yeah, for a time, it felt like this wasn't what we were going to get today. It was so start-stop at the beginning. The conditions were so tricky. I think everybody overall did a really nice job, but unfortunately, it kind of prevented the race from falling into a rhythm. And then once the rain finally stopped, we actually got some, not just decent green flag running, but some really meaningful strategy calls that in the end actually did decide podium positions. Potentially in Jeep 2, but certainly in GTO as well. And instead of being a day long of tracking the strategy and the decision making all the way up and down, it kind of boiled itself down into a little concentrate right inside the last 2 hours that we got to digest and not just do the endurance racing thing, but actually do the wheel-to-wheel thing as well with the top 3 in GTO. Just a hell of a scrap. For the overall podium there. One of the best three-way fights I think we've ever seen in the World Racing League. And just had a little bit of everything for everyone that delivered on the big product right at the end. And I'm going to remember the last 30, 45 minutes or so of this one for a long, long time. Fortunately, rather than be all hype about the end of that one, we get to look forward to tomorrow as well. In drying conditions, a little bit warmer weather, which I'm sure will be welcome up and down the pit lane. 8 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, same start time as we had today. We'll do this for 7 hours, so one less hour of racing than we had today. It does tend to change up the strategy just a little bit, but we anticipate it being drier, warmer, and probably still a little overcast, but never hurt anybody even in December in Texas. So we will see you here on YouTube and down in the paddock on the public address, up on the Jumbotrons as well here at Circuit of the Americas. Just before that, right as cars roll off around 5 till, 10 till, 8 o'clock Central Time tomorrow. That's 9 a.m. Eastern. Please do join us with Driver's Eye Live. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Ryan West and JT Tammy join me on the microphones. Jordan Worth as well on production and on the mics throughout the day. We will see you same time tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central, on YouTube and down here in the paddock of Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Final race of the 2024 season will be live on Driver's Eye Live. Until then, take care.